Mortal Kombat as a franchise has seen its fair share of highs and lows. And lately, everything we knew from the original trilogy has been flipped, reset, and rebuilt from the ground up. When a soft reboot hits, the big question becomes, where does the story go from here? The characters might look the same, but their motivations, not so much. It's like X-Men Days of Future Past, a soft reboot that reworked the entire timeline. By the end, everything's changed, and we, as an audience, are left asking, what's next? The challenge after a major setup, you'll need a major payoff. The story needs to move forward while still respecting what came before. And in 2015, that's exactly what NetherRealm Studios set out to do. They didn't just continue the saga, they pushed the franchise into bold new territory while bringing things full circle. Welcome to the finale of the Mortal Kombat takeover. Today, we're skipping 20 years into the future with Mortal Kombat X.
Finish her! Finish him! Fatality!
Before we get started, I want to take a moment to apologize. I honestly didn't expect this video to take this long. There was a lot of information to cover, and trying to put it all together in just 1 week, it wasn't realistic. But I didn't give up. I just needed a bit more time to do it right. That said, I've made a few changes to the schedule so we can get back on track. The Rockstar Takeover continues August 2nd with GTA Liberty City Stories. And stick around to the end of this video because I'll be revealing the next takeover coming to the channel. And trust me, you won't want to miss it. Also, over the past few weeks, YouTube has been hitting my videos with copyright flags left and right. So I've officially launched a Buy Me a Coffee page. And if you just want to support the channel directly, you can buy me a coffee and leave a message. Every little bit helps keep this channel flowing. Now that I got that out the way, let's dive into this.
Round 2. Fight!
Now, this is your first Mortal Kombat video. I'm going to recap the entire Mortal Kombat history. Now, if you've been around for a while and already know the story, feel free to advance this video and pass the recap as seen on the timeline below. I'll give you a chance now. In 1991, the arcade scene was ruled by one name, Street Fighter. It was a cultural juggernaut, ranking in cash and setting a new gold standard for competitive fighting games. While Capcom was busy printing money, Midway was sitting on the sidelines, itching to claim a piece of that arcade glory. Their first move, a video game starring none other than Jean-Claude Van Damme, loosely inspired by his film Bloodsport. They pitched the idea to Van Damme, but due to scheduling conflicts and maybe a few Hollywood ego moments, he passed. That's when Midway hit Plan B. Enter John Tobias, a Chicago-based graphic artist. He teamed up with Ed Boon and a small group of developers to pitch a fresh concept. At first, it was rejected until Van Damme said no. And just like that, Mortal Kombat was born. What followed wasn't just success. It was an all-out cultural shockwave. The game's over-the-top violence made it a lightning rod for controversy. News stations, angry parents, even Congress came after it. But instead of killing the hype, all that outrage did was supercharge it. The backlash was so big, it helped spawn the ESRB. The attempt to censor Mortal Kombat blew up in their faces, and gamers ate it up. Then came Mortal Kombat 2, and it took things up a notch. It wasn't just a hit, it was the arcade game of 1994, topping sales charts and solidifying the franchise's legacy. But behind the fatalities and fanfare, cracks were forming. Original actors began raising concerns about unpaid royalties, leading to lawsuits, and fan favorite characters getting axed for Mortal Kombat 3. Still, despite the behind-the-scenes drama, the game sold well. Then came the late 90s, and the franchise hit its first real stumble. In 1997, Midway released Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, a spinoff meant to build hype for the next main entry. Instead, it flopped. The high difficulty and clunky design turned a lot of fans off, even though some diehards still found a silver lining. But make no mistake, this was the beginning of the franchise's first major cooldown. Then came Mortal Kombat 4, the final arcade entry and the first to fully embrace 3D. The reception? Mixed. Some welcomed the fresh direction, others weren't quite sold on polygon fatalities. But the real shakeup happened in 1999 when co-creator John Tobias left Midway. At the time, he was developing Mortal Kombat Special Forces, and his exit left the game in limbo. With only 30% of it finished, Midway rushed the rest. And in 2000, Special Forces hit shelves as arguably the lowest point in the franchise. It was so bad, the series flatlined for 2 whole years. Then, in 2002, Mortal Kombat made a bold comeback with Deadly Alliance. A full-on rebrand for the 6th Gen era. It introduced new mechanics, a darker tone, and a fresh batch of fighters. And fans, they were here for it. Riding that momentum, Midway dropped Deception, a game many still consider the definitive MK of the PS2 era. It built on Deadly Alliance and delivered a more refined, more satisfying experience across the board. Feeling confident, Midway gave us another spinoff, Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. And this time, they nailed it. The game reimagined Mortal Kombat 2 as a co-op action brawler and quickly became a cult classic. To close out the 6th Gen chapter, they went big with Mortal Kombat Armageddon. The pitch? Every single character ever. While some players thought it was chaotic and a bit overstuffed, others respected the sheer ambition. It was quantity over quality, but still a wild send-off. Behind the scenes, Ed Boon had plans for Mortal Kombat 8 to be a gritty, mature reboot, but Midway had other ideas and instead dropped Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. The results? Mixed reactions. It brought in a younger crowd, sure, but longtime fans were split. Some saw it as a fun crossover, others as a soft, watered-down detour. Then came what many consider the franchise's second coming, Mortal Kombat 9. A game that didn't just hit reset, it revitalized the series from top to bottom. With a complete story overhaul, classic characters, and brutal gameplay. It wasn't just a comeback, it was the complete masterpiece. Now, if you want more detailed breakdowns of these games, check out the full Mortal Kombat Takeover playlist on the channel. Now that we recapped the whole series, let's jump into what's going on behind the scenes around this time. And forgive me for getting this earlier because it's actually kind of important. In April of 2011, when Mortal Kombat 9 dropped, something else dropped alongside it. A web series called Mortal Kombat Legacy. With Warner Brothers' permission and NetherRealm's blessing, this show was greenlit and co-produced, delivering character-focused episodes that gave the franchise some extra narrative flair. Honestly, it built up a bit of a cult following, so much that by 2013, the series had earned a spot at San Diego Comic-Con. It was there that legacy producer Lance Sloan gave fans a little insider info, not just about the show, but about something bigger. In an interview, he said, "It's just figuring out the business side of it, and when we would do it, and when we would launch it. And so, how do we sync up the launch of the game that they're working on now?"
For gamers out there, what is the current status when it comes to a Mortal Kombat movie?
Well, we've been in green light committee for a little while at the studio, and we got a great script, and we got a great director with Kevin Tancheron is on board, and it's just figuring out like the business side of it and when we would do it and when we would launch it and how do we sync up with the launch of the game that they're working on now, the next game, and So yeah, it's not 100% yet, but we're getting closer every day.
Boom. That was it. After that interview, fans knew two things. One, Mortal Kombat Legacy was getting another season. That didn't age well. Two, the movie was on the horizon. And most importantly, three, Mortal Kombat was getting ready to leave the 7th generation behind. We were entering the era of the 8th generation. And NetherRealm was gearing up to make a statement. How do we know? Around this time, they started hiring. One article pointed out, Mortal Kombat developer NetherRealm Studios has joined the growing list of studios hiring for next generation systems. Multiple job listings at the Chicago, Illinois-based developer call for staffers who will work on next-gen consoles. It was official. The next chapter of Mortal Kombat wasn't just coming, it was being built from the ground up for the future. So keep in mind, consoles usually have about a 6-year window to dominate. The PS1 dropped in 1994. The PS2 dropped in 2000. PS3 in 2006. So by this point, the PS4 was right around the corner. And with a new console generation on the horizon, the console wars were about to heat up again. Mortal Kombat? Yeah, they weren't going to sit this one out. They wanted to leave their mark on the next gen gaming. At the time, Ed Boon had just come off the success of Injustice: Gods Among Us, another major win for NetherRealm Studios. From the outside looking in, you could see the pieces slowly falling in place for a new Mortal Kombat game. But for the most part, fans were left in the dark until a certain poster dropped. One article said, for the past month, NetherRealm Studios' Ed Boon has been posting mysterious messages on his Twitter, hinting towards the next entry of Mortal Kombat. Polygon reports, a recent teaser poster featured in a Reddit post also collaborates the idea of there being a new Mortal Kombat in the works. The poster features the cracked bones of a spine, alluding to X-ray attacks of the 2011 reboot of Mortal Kombat. On the bottom of the poster is the Mortal Kombat Dragon logo, which has been used with the series since its first incarnation, along with a tagline of, "He was next." But that wasn't all. Ed Boon was going full cryptic mode on Twitter. For example, he posted a plain image of a white Lincoln MX-AWD and tweeted, I wonder what the X stands for. Then came the countdown tweets. Super subtle, but clever. One tweet read, square root of 841. Now, if math's not your strong suit, just know the answer is 29. The next day he posted, question, how many days in a non-leap year February? The answer was 28. So you could see where this was going. Day by day, Boom counted it down. And then on June 2nd, it happened. The trailer for Mortal Kombat X dropped and everything changed.
Fight!
I'ma always win, throw me in and I'm going in. I ain't running, I'ma come and tell you anyone can get to talk about it cause I really live it. All the nights on the mission, no fear, no hope in my vision. Don't need no intervention, you ain't down the ride, there ain't even no ones to come out, point them out and they all gonna be missing. Wonder why I'm still here, cause I'm doing on the daily. Act a fool if you met me, you try to be brave and step up but your crew is too scary. Plus I'm too legendary, it's what we go hard for. I'm rocking your block, you want to you get knocked off. I'm taking your place, yeah I'm making my property. Maybe a game that you probably did so with your life for me. So it's only right for me. Annihilate them if they get my way of sight. And keep them up off of me. A weakness in you only make an appetite. Anytime I get into it, I be looking at them, looking pitiful in the condition that be critical. Nothing less than original. Trust me once, that's the end of you. Who's next?
Finish him! Get over here!
In an article, it stated, Mortal Kombat X has been officially announced for a 2015 release, with the new trailer showing off an incredibly atmospheric battle between the iconic Scorpion and Sub-Zero. Everything was set with this game. Having Wiz Khalifa do the intro song, that got so many people hyped. And NetherRealm Studios knew how to ride that momentum all the way to E3 2014. There, fans got hands-on time with the game, which only featured 6 playable characters at the time: Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Cassie Cage, Ferritor, Kotal Khan, and D'Vorah. It was at this event that NetherRealm made it clear Mortal Kombat X would be an 8th generation exclusive. Ed Boon also broke down what was new, especially the gameplay changes that separated this from past Mortal Kombat entries.
Hey guys, welcome back to the stage, and it is Mortal Kombat time. Apparently it is in fact X, not Mortal Kombat 10, so these are important things to get right. Now I'm joined on stage by Ed. Ed, it's a pleasure to have you here.
It's good to
It's been great. It was great to see Mortal Kombat on the press conferences as well.
Yeah.
I always love those, like, the CGI, the really violent, brutal CGI trailers you put together.
Yeah,
and we're actually going to have a live demo. So we got 2 guys through the back who are going to beat each other up. So let's jump straight to the gameplay now, and you can talk me through what's happening. We'll talk about what's new in Mortal Kombat X, lots of things like that.
Yeah,
so
we brought 6 characters to E3 here, and 4 of them are brand new to the Mortal Kombat universe. And then we have our kind of staple Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
So D'Vorah, she's like this weird spider bug lady, right?
Yeah,
Is that
she's
right?
half insect, half human, and she has all these moves related to, with her stingers. And it's one of our more unique fighting combatants. Ferritor is another one,
new, right?
which is this kind of big monster with a little lady on his shoulders who gives him commands.
She's kind of controlling him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So and then of course.
You got the classics.
Cassie Cage is Johnny Cage.
Now this is new, isn't it? Just to cut in here, you've got this variation.
Yeah, that's
Never
our
seen
new
this before.
character variations. Is every character in the game has 3 versions, all of which play differently from each other. So they have unique moves, unique strategies and whatnot. So a matchup in a character is in this game is much more variables than just Sub-Zero versus Scorpion. It's Sub-Zero A versus Scorpion C.
Yeah.
So it's very, very a wide range of characters.
And so it's not just aesthetics then, these variations. So how does it change it? Is it your different moves you can do, or
yes,
whatever?
Exactly. Yeah, there's a number of unique moves that each variation has that the other ones don't. You notice Scorpion right here, he has these swords on his back. Only that version of Scorpion has swords on his back, and he can use them in combat for a number of his attacks. So you're going to see him swinging the sword there, so it's like only that version of Scorpion can do it. Whereas Ferritor fights with this little lady on his back, and he uses her, he can swing her in attacks, and he can use her as a projectile as well.
That's a projectile.
So there's a lot of, and when he gets hit, she gets knocked off.
Oh yeah, I see you tried to club Scorpion with her there. Right.
Yeah, and so she gets knocked off, and then she jumps right back on his shoulder. So right now she just stabbed him. That's called a pain and gain move, and so he starts bleeding, taking damage, but he's inflicting way more damage. So it's a bit of a risk-reward type of thing.
Gotcha. So what else is new then, apart from these variations? What else have you brought new for Mortal Kombat X?
The environments are playing a bigger role than they have in Mortal Kombat in the past. You can actually use them for what we call environmental leveraging. So on the left there, you'll notice that you can see Scorpion just long jumped over this one of those pier things. And it allows you to, strategically position yourself into an area that you are more useful for. You're going to notice this hook over Ferritor. He can actually jump up and swing,
there he goes.
Attacking there. So you notice the C will bring up a dead body occasionally. You can grab that out of the air and throw it at your opponent.
Oh, right, yeah, I think I saw that in the press conversation.
Yeah. So on the left side here, you see Scorpion ran up the wall, kind of getting yourself out of the corner. So that layered on top of the character variations, layered on top of Mortal Kombat 9's, meter with the X-ray and all that stuff, we really feel is our kind of deepest one.
All right, come on, finish your move. I want to see this.
Yeah, hopefully we can get
this
cool
is
fatality with tandem fatality there.
That's pretty brutal. That is, okay. That's gonna hurt. Wow.
Yeah,
My
so
God.
that's kind of like next-gen fatalities.
Yeah. So here's what I want to know. I'm going to be scared if the answer is you, but who comes up with like these brutal fatalities? Where do these ideas come from? Whose twisted mind?
Yeah.
If it's you, I'm scared of you now.
We have fatality meetings. We have,
Really? Man,
probably the funnest meeting
I
that
would love
we
to
have
be
at
flying the
work.
wall. So what's by 9 o'clock? Oh, you got a fatality meeting.
Exactly,
oh, God,
exactly.
Okay, yeah.
So people
That's
come
incredible.
into a room with little pieces of paper with stick figure things, or they'll get a reference from a movie, or they'll do all or they stand up and kind of act it out, and so it's always
dangerous.
fun to. And then I have to be the bad guy. Like if somebody crosses a line, I kind of we
Where
can't
is that
do that,
line?
you guys.
That's interesting because I'm sure there is a line, but it's not obvious where it is because you guys will do most things.
It's just I don't know. It's just like a gut feeling you kind of get. That some of the stuff that we've done, we've wondered about, but there've been a number of things that have been presented that we just kind of couldn't do.
Can you mention any of the ones that didn't make the cut?
Pardon?
Could you tell us any of the ones what didn't make the cut?
No, they're so bad that I don't even like talking about them.
Okay,
so
wow. That's pretty bad.
yeah.
Man, next time you have a fatality meeting, I want to come along. That sounds great. So so we've got Devorah. She's the kind of spider half insect lady. And which variation is this?
This is called Broodmother, and
It's called what? Sorry.
Broodmother. You can tell.
Broodmother.
You can see on the top left
of course,
is the name of them, and you could tell visually. You could tell which one it is because she doesn't have the hood on, and so each variation has something. You notice Sub-Zero there on his Grandmaster one. He has that medallion on him, and you could tell from there which variation of the character it is. Earlier, you noticed that they picked up the old lady who's just kind of hanging out. You can use her as a projectile as well. So Sub-Zero here uses the opponent's entrails, freezes them, and kind of jabs them in their eye there.
That made the cut. Really, I'm really glad that made the cut. Grab the entrails, freezes them, and then stabs him in the eye.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So those we always have these big kind of fun moments in the game, but on top of it is we're adding these really cool. The variations really add to the depth of the.
So
of the
are there a
combat.
ton more X-ray attacks and finishers in X?
I'm sorry.
Have you added a ton more like X-ray attacks and finishers?
Do we have a ton more?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's this is a great kind of ending to this fatality.
What
as well.
happened? What did she do?
The bugs kind of ate away at their skin, and then she steps on the head. There.
That'll do it. All right. Fantastic.
Mortal Kombat X was a showstopper at E3, and if we look at this Gaming Nexus article I found, we get a glimpse at how fans were feeling. The article opened with, "I will admit that up to this point, not much announced at the E3 conferences really got me hyped. I am excited for a lot of games, and I'm extremely excited for whatever that Extreme Sports title from Criterion Games is, but still, nothing really got me pumped." That was until the Sony conference where they revealed the first gameplay trailer for Mortal Kombat X, and oh my god, I had the biggest nerdgasm ever. Looking at this moment in time, Mortal Kombat was back on top. Between a cult fan base from the web show and the hype train that was E3, NetherRealm decided to lean into another classic marketing tactic: comic tie-ins. Now, at this point, the last mainline entry Mortal Kombat game to have a comic book was Mortal Kombat 4. You could try to count Mortal Kombat vs. DC, but that was a spinoff. In Deception, it had a limited edition booklet, but Mortal Kombat X really went all in. It dropped a full comic run, 36 chapters deep and loaded with lore. During the rollout, Ed Boon confirmed on Twitter that the Mortal Kombat comic was to be considered canon, at least until another entry said otherwise, but hey, that's for a different video. With fans sold after that Mortal Kombat and Scorpion showdown, the countdown was on, and finally on April 14th, 2015, Mortal Kombat X hit the shelves, and it changed the 8th generation of gaming forever.
There's a lot of people in our studio who grew up with Mortal Kombat.
people remember seeing this crazy arcade game. There's a nostalgia factor that people connect with. We created this thing that became way bigger than we are.
This whole game is a part of my life. It has been for 20 years.
It's incredible to actually, work on one.
It's cool seeing the evolution of the team and the evolution of the tech. This is the Mortal Kombat that we've always wanted to do.
Scum!
Mortal Kombat X has a lot of different competitive modes, a ton of content for the player to be able to play.
We have story, 1v1 ranked, we have King of the Hill, survivor mode, test your luck. The dynamic towers are amazing. They're going to be switching, some of them on the hour.
We want players to feel like they are in this universe, they are seeing the story evolve. With Mortal Kombat X, the span of the story is actually 25 years.
Now we have a whole new generation of the characters, and so that's going to be really exciting to see how the fans take that.
The story mode in Mortal Kombat X is just amazing. It is a blockbuster movie within a game itself.
I think if we weren't trying to innovate something that we wouldn't be motivated. Adding something to the game that's never been done before, we're going to have a much more aggressive and elaborate online experience. We really wanted to build on the whole community feeling.
We're finally able to globally connect everyone that plays Mortal Kombat.
First thing you do when you play Mortal Kombat is pick a faction.
We have 5 different factions. We have Black Dragon, the Brotherhood of Shadow, the Lin Kuei, Special Forces, and the White Lotus. But with the faction mode, we want to really tie that together and give context to it and give it bigger stakes. So everything you do informs this war. The faction war is a persistent metagame that kind of builds off of the core game.
Every week we start a new war, and everyone's adding in every day, all the way through the week.
And at the end of the week, a winner will be determined based on how many points have been accumulated.
You're also able to rank up inside your faction and unlock custom rewards that are specific to the faction that you have joined.
Everything you do in the game is contributing to your faction points. So when you play story mode, you're adding to faction points. When you play these towers, you're adding to faction points. Defeating people from other factions gives you even more points. So it really kind of encourages the whole competitive aspect of, we are a team here and we are out to defeat other factions.
And then for a special 24-hour period that happens randomly each week, the whole faction system can be invaded by one of the more powerful realms, such as the Nether Realm or the Outworld or Chaos Realm.
People, I think, are going to be really excited to work collaboratively with other players as a team to defeat a common enemy.
One of the great things about factions is to let people at very different skill levels or people who like different modes all contribute to the war.
There's something new every single day that they haven't seen before.
So this is the first time we've ever done any sort of system that kind of connects everyone together.
We keep the heart of the game the same. The combat, the feel, and we give the player a lot of new options.
Every Mortal Kombat game, we try to make sure that the fans, when they play it, it will be something that they've never experienced before.
My anxiety would be if we weren't adding something.
We really took the next theme very seriously.
With the next-gen technology, we could pretty much do anything we imagined.
It's the next generation of the Mortal Kombat universe.
Round 3. Fight!
Before we dive in, it's important to understand that the full story of Mortal Kombat X isn't just told through the game story mode, but it's also expanded prequel comic series. And yes, for anyone wondering, Ed Boon did confirm the comic is canon, so we're going to treat it as official lore in this retrospective. Now, quick spoiler alert, I'm about to break down the entire narrative of Mortal Kombat X, covering both the comic book storyline and the events of the game itself. So if you haven't played the game or read the comics and want to go in blind, I suggest skipping ahead to the gameplay overview section as seen on the timeline below. Let's dive into this. The Mortal Kombat X comic adaptation is divided into 3 arcs: Blood Ties, Blood Gods, and Blood Island. We're going to start right at the beginning with Blood Ties. Chapter 1 kicks off years before the events of Mortal Kombat X. Deep in the Himalayan wilderness, Kenshi, the blind swordsman, is sprinting through a snow-covered terrain with the child strapped to his back. Arrows whiz past them as Kenshi deflects danger using his sword Sento. He manages to keep the boy safe, but one arrow sinks into his leg. As he stumbles, he urges the child, Takeda, to keep running. Turns out, this ambush wasn't random. Su Hao and the Red Dragon are on Kenshi's trail, attacking under the orders of Dagon. Yes, the same Dagon from Mortal Kombat Armageddon who betrayed his own brother. While Takeda makes a run for it, he's intercepted by a Red Dragon thug who drops a bombshell. The scar on his face was given to him by Takeda's father. That's confusing, because Takeda doesn't even know who his father is. Just when things are about to go south, a spear flies out of nowhere, piercing the thug straight through the neck. Meanwhile, Su Hao was busy pounding Kenshi into the dirt, taunting him for running and hiding. But Kenshi, ever defiant, reveals he wasn't running or hiding. He was trespassing. And with that, a spear drives right through Su Hao's chest. Enter Scorpion. He emerges from the shadows and warns the Red Dragon to vacate his land or face the consequences. They get the message. Later, at the Shirai Ryu Temple, Scorpion, Kenshi, and Takeda catch up. Kenshi asks how Scorpion managed to rebuild the clan, and Hanzo explains he sought out the warriors who lost everything during the Netherrealm War. With Kenshi's help pulling him out of the darkness, Hanzo now dedicates himself to helping others. As they continue talking, Scorpion asks if Takeda is Kenshi's apprentice, but Kenshi drops the truth. Takeda is his son. He fills Hanzo in on what happened. While undercover hunting Dagon, Kenshi's cover got blown. Just a week earlier, he was stuck in Japan trying to contact Sonya Blade using a generator since she had the Red Dragon's frequency. When they finally connected, Sonya warned him the Red Dragon knew about his son in Thailand. Knowing it was a trap but not caring, Kenshi rushed in. Takeda's mother had already fought off some Black Dragon members, but was ultimately shot and killed. Before dying, she told Takeda to run. When Takeda returned to their home, all he found was blood and bodies. Thanks to some neighbors, Kenshi tracked him down in a nearby town and took him to the Shirai Ryu for protection. That night, Takeda lies awake, haunted by what he saw Hanzo do. He calls him a wraith from hell. Kenshi tries to explain that Scorpion has long since conquered his demons. He's Hanzo now. But Takeda isn't convinced. He doesn't trust Kenshi or Hanzo. He asks about his mother, and Kenshi gently tells him the truth. She's not coming back. Later that evening, Hanzo and Kenshi talk about what's next. Kenshi says he's going to finish what he started, taking down Dagon. As Hanzo questions Takeda's mental state, Kenshi admits the boy doesn't yet know what really happened to his mother. Hanzo warns him, hiding the truth might protect Takeda for now, but it'll only hurt him in the long run. Takeda tries to run away that night, but Hanzo catches him. Calmly but firmly, he tells him the Shirai Ryu does not run, they fight. We then shift to a Red Dragon temple in China, under siege. Sub-Zero is infiltrating the compound, tasked by Raiden to retrieve a dagger. He sneaks into the chamber, but before he can grab it, he's ambushed by Kano, who already has it. Kano reveals the dagger is cursed, and Raiden hasn't been entirely honest. He tells Sub-Zero it's time he learns the real truth about the Kamidogu. This is where Chapter 1 ends. In Chapter 2, we pick back up at the Shirai Ryu compound, where a young Takeda is getting his first taste of combat training. He's up against another trainee named Fox, and let's just say it doesn't go well for Takeda. He gets absolutely wrecked, like nose breaking, snot flying, face first in the dirt kind of wrecked. As Fox walks away, the clear winner, he doesn't gloat. Instead, he tells Takeda it's only his first day, and that getting knocked down is part of the process. He even offers to reset his broken nose. In this moment, Fox becomes both a rival and a friend, someone Takeda can grow up with. Time skips forward a few years, and we now see the two young boys sparring again. Only this time, Takeda's leveled up. He moves with speed and precision, easily dodging Fox's attacks. Eventually, Fox gets Takeda in a hold and smashes his nose in. Call it payback. But Hanzo, isn't impressed. Even though Takeda technically won the match, Hanzo gives the win to Fox. He scolds Takeda for saying he used his speed not as a survival tool, but as a toy. Hanzo warns that playing around like that will get him killed out in the real world. Before things get too tense, Fox actually steps in and defends Takeda. He says when the time comes, Takeda will rise to the occasion. Hanzo hears him out, then unexpectedly turns to Fox and orders him to protect Takeda. Fox is confused. Protect him from what? It's also at this moment where Fox starts hearing weird voices in his head, but he shrugs it off. After asking about what to protect from, Hanzo explains what happened earlier that morning. Raiden had showed up at the temple without warning. He came asking about a certain dagger he once gave Hanzo. The reason: the last Netherrealm invasion damaged the cosmic barriers that protect Earthrealm from other dimensions, realms even older than the ones we know. Before Raiden can fully repair the damage, something got through: a demon. Raiden warns Hanzo to be cautious and tells him to be aware of the one who walks in silence. Hanzo's skeptical of Raiden because when a Thunder God shows up, people usually die, but the warning weighs heavy. Later that night, Takeda is still uneasy, wondering if they're really safe. Fox reassures him they're surrounded by trained assassins after all, but reassurance doesn't last long. In the dead of the night, Fox hears the same voice from earlier. It whispers in his head, compelling him to fulfill the blood code. Possessed, Fox sneaks into the temple's sacred chamber, steals the dagger, and drives it into his own face. The voice tells him the flesh is a lie, the blood code is truth. Fox, now fully consumed by the entity, approaches Takeda in his sleep. Holding the dagger to his neck, he calmly says they should go see Grandmaster Scorpion to prove they are not afraid to die. As Takeda looks around, he sees the unthinkable. Every other Shirai Ryu trainee has been slaughtered in their sleep, and Fox, the friend who once reset his broken nose, is the one holding the blade, bringing Chapter 2 to a chilling close. We continue the story of Scorpion's apprentice in Chapter 3. Scorpion is unconscious, hanging upside down and tripping hard. Fox poisoned him with a psychedelic that's forcing him to relive his darkest moments, all while the Shirai Ryu clan is being slaughtered around him. Takeda watches on, worried. His master, his mentor, is falling back into the wrath and vengeance he worked so hard to control. And that's exactly what the possessed Fox wants. He's banking on the idea that losing the rebuilt Shirai Ryu will break Hanzo completely and bring the old Scorpion back. Fox keeps pushing Takeda, telling him to put Hanzo out of his misery, to kill him before Scorpion loses himself for good. Meanwhile, inside Hanzo's poisoned mind, things are unraveling fast. He's in Japan again during a flashback of the Shirai Ryu under siege. A younger Hanzo stands defiant, vowing to never bow to the Lin Kuei. But when he returns home, he finds his wife, Kana, and his child, Jubei, frozen solid. The ice shatters. Standing there is Sub-Zero, or shall I say, Bihan. But this isn't just a memory anymore. Fox's demon is inside the vision now, trying to manipulate Hanzo with his pain, asking him, how does this make you feel? That's when Hanzo starts to realize something's off. Sub-Zero and him never talk like that. They never discussed feelings. This isn't real, it's just the past. Hanzo grounds himself, remembering the difference between vengeance and clarity, and that's when Scorpion gets the best of him. Back in the real world, the pressure is building. Fox keeps trying to convince Takeda that Hanzo isn't worth saving, that he's harsh, biased, and doesn't even care about him. He tells Takeda he hasn't even seen the real Scorpion yet, but Takeda's had enough. Quietly, he grabs a spear and hurls it straight at Fox. It's a bold move, but not enough. Fox tanks the hit and blasts Takeda back with a burst of energy. Right as all hope seems lost, Hanzo wakes up. But this isn't the calm, focused Grandmaster Hanzo. This is Scorpion fully awakened, and Fox's plan has worked. Sort of. Fueled by rage over the massacre of his clan, Scorpion grabs Fox by the neck, yanks the blade from his hand, and incinerates him, mirroring what he did to Bihan back in Mortal Kombat 9. He drives the blade into Fox's heart, but it's still not enough. Fox survives and hits Scorpion with the same brutal energy blast he hit Takeda with. Now fully possessed and cocky, Fox explains that every drop of blood only makes him stronger. He even throws a little shade, telling Scorpion that Raiden hasn't exactly been honest about his dagger or its ties to Quan Chi. But before Fox can finish his villain monologue, he gets cut off. Literally. Takeda slices him clean in half. With Fox dead, Hanzo stands over his body. He turns to Takeda and embraces him because now they're all that's left of the Shirai Ryu. Together they give the clan a warrior's funeral, setting their clan to rest in flames. But there's no time to grieve. Before they rebuild, Hanzo decides it's time to confront Raiden. He demands answers. We then shift the scene to the Sky Temple, where Raiden is in the middle of a conversation with Fujin. The two guys are discussing the demon that is lurks and what it might mean for the realms. Raiden pulls out a dagger similar to the one Scorpion had and slices his arm, letting a few drops of blood fall. He tells Fujin that the Kamidogo of Order once enhanced his vision and that this ritual might help him track the threats. It works, almost too well. Raiden is hit with visions, Hanzo and Takeda searching for him, Frost baiting Cassie Cage, Kotal Khan drinking blood from a heart, Reiko and Melina scheming together, Sub-Zero fighting the Cyber Initiative, Kano cheating in a knife game, Jackie and Jax training, and suddenly, Raiden screams, "We're too late, it's already begun." And behind him, Fujin looks dazed, almost as if he might have been affected too. And this brings chapter 3 to a close. You open at chapter 4, back at the Sky Temple, where we just see how far Raiden has been pushed. That single slice from the Kamidogo of Order didn't just show him visions, it nearly killed Fujin. The blessing of the blade has left Fujin morally wounded. As Raiden tries to heal him, Fujin isn't having it. He scolds Raiden for ignoring his warnings about the blade, and through clenched teeth, he asks the question, was it worth it? Raiden, looking down on his own wounded arm, knows it won't heal anytime soon. It's a price he paid for using blood magic, something strictly forbidden by the Elder Gods. But Raiden believes it was worth it. Earthrealm and Outworld are teetering on the edge of chaos, and the storm could break at any moment. According to Raiden, the bloodshed might just start with Cassie Cage. We then cut to Venice, California, Johnny Cage's condo to be exact. Inside, Cassie and Jackie are sparring in the living room. Cassie's talking trash, of course, teasing Jackie for only knowing junior Olympic kickboxing while she's rocking multiple fighting styles. Jackie gets a clean gut punch in, and Cassie eats it, cracking a joke about Jackie not inheriting her dad's cybernetic arms. But Cassie shows off her own inherited move, the shadow kick, and knocks Jackie back. But Jackie counters fast, grabs Cassie's leg and slams her into the shelf, accidentally breaking Johnny's Best Actor award for Ninja Mime. Jackie's worried that Johnny's gonna lose it over his broken trophy, but Cassie laughs it off, saying he won't care because she's Daddy's little girl, or as Johnny likes to call her, his warrior princess. Cassie admits that things would be different, way different, if she was at her mom's place. Sonya's known for being strict. That gets Jackie thinking, and she asks if that's why Cassie didn't stay with her mom anymore. And right there, we start to see the cracks, a clear rift between mother and daughter that hasn't healed yet. We then switch over to Special Forces HQ, where Sonya Blade is being briefed on something unexpected. The Emperor of Outworld has just entered Earthrealm without warning. At the same time, Dr. Goodman pulls Sonya aside to mention that Cassie has once again snuck off base. He offers to send a team after her, but Sonya shuts it down immediately, claiming that this is Johnny's problem and not hers. With the conversation over, Sonya heads into a portal, only to come face to face with Kotal Khan, Devora, and Aaron Black. Kotal wastes no time. He explains that Outworld's been locked in a brutal civil war for over a decade. Melina has refused to give her her throne and is now rumored to be working with the Red Dragon clan here in Earthrealm. Kotal claims he's not there to stir up trouble, but he's done playing games. He wants Earthrealm's cooperation in taking Melina down or there will be consequences. Sonya doesn't take kindly to the implied threat and flat out refuses to help. As she turns her back, D'Vorah sees her disrespect and lashes out. Sonya dodges the sneak attack and delivers a brutal kick straight to D'Vorah's jaw, cracking it. Tension spikes. One of Special Forces soldiers pulls a gun on Kotal and tells him he's under arrest. Kotal raises his hand, frustrated but not retaliating, and tries to reason with Sonya. He insists this isn't about war, it's about survival. If Melina isn't stopped, both their realms could fall. Meanwhile, across the map, we check back in with Cassie and Jackie, who are entering a 21 and over club in Venice. Problem is, neither of them is 21. Jackie's nervous. They're breaking the law, and if her dad Jax finds out, she's toast. But Cassie plays it cool, saying they won't get caught. She bribes the bouncer, drops Johnny Cage's name, and the guy instantly recognizes it. Turns out he's a fan of Ninjamon. But once they step inside, it's not what it seemed. This isn't just a nightclub. It's an underground octagon fight arena. Cassie smirks, tells Jackie that this is where the real fighters come to learn, and Jackie, still uneasy, watches the matches. Cassie, feeling cocky, says she's gonna go sign up. Jackie thinks she's joking until she realizes she's not. As Jackie watches one of the matches, things get way too real. One of the fighters snaps a woman's neck mid-fight. That's when it hits her. This isn't MMA. It's a death match. Panicked, Jackie runs to stop Cassie, but it's too late. Cassie's already in the locker room suiting up. Jackie tries to warn her, telling her it's a death match. Cassie brushes it off, thinking Jackie's being dramatic. But then, irony strikes. The announcer on the mic calls it what it is. A death match, and says this is their first ever celebrity death match. And Cassie, she's the surprise guest. Realizing what she's gotten into, Cassie mutters, "F my life." She tries to back out, but the organizers force her into the cage. Now, she's got no choice to fight. Cassie shifts into game mode, channeling her inner Johnny Cage. She knows the crowd came for blood, so she decides to give them a show. With her confidence firing up, she flips off the audience and declares herself the best fighter in the room. That's when her opponent is revealed. With a record of 21-0, 13 flawless victories, and 21 fatalities, it's Frost. She steps into the ring, cold as ice, looking at Cassie like this will be the easiest kill of her career. And just like that, Chapter 4 comes to a close. In Chapter 5, we open back at Special Forces HQ, right where things left off. Sonya's got D'Vorah pinned to the floor, weapon drawn, and she's not playing around. She warns Kotal that if he takes one more step, D'Vorah is eating a bullet. But D'Vorah doesn't flinch. She says she'd gladly die for her emperor. Before things escalate any further, Kotal yells out no more threats. He's ready to throw hands himself. But as tensions hit their boiling point, Raiden appears in a flash of lightning and instantly shuts the whole thing down. His arrival alone is enough to bring the chaos to a screeching halt. Kotal stares Raiden down and, before retreating, throws a chilling warning. Earthrealm, our pain will be yours. With that, the Outworlders retreat back through the portal. Raiden turns to Kotal one last time and calls him out, reminding him that he wasn't supposed to use the portal stone. Kotal shoots back, saying after the war, Raiden promised both realms would cooperate. Instead, Earthrealm shuts the door. The tension lingers as Kotal, D'Vorah, and Aaron Black vanish into the portal. Now alone, Sonya and Raiden talk. She tells him that she had the situation under control, and surprisingly, Raiden agrees. Then he hits her with a question that changes the energy immediately. Where's Cassie? We shift back to Cassie Cage, who's in the middle of the fight for her life against Frost, and right now, she's eating Frost's sneaker. Cassie hits the ground hard as Jackie screams for her from the audience, restrained by two henchmen. Frost mocks her mercilessly. She calls Cassie privileged, spoiled, and born into fame and money thanks to Johnny Cage, while Frost had to claw her way from nothing. She keeps talking smack as she's dominating the fight, but in true Cage fashion, Cassie finds an opening. She headbutts Frost, sweeps her legs out, and brings her down hard, quoting her dad, and grins, "You can't fake a comeback." With the momentum on her side, Cassie locks Frost in a brutal leg hold and knocks her out cold. The crowd roars for her to finish her, but Cassie refuses. She's not about to kill someone to prove a point. She just wants her W and wants out. That defiance doesn't go over well. Suddenly, red laser dots appear over Cassie, and Jackie's got a gun pointed at her head. Cassie freezes. She's terrified. She didn't sign up for this. Forced into an impossible choice, Cassie begins to sob. She looks down at Frost, apologizing for what she might have to do. Then boom, the roof explodes open. Cassie looks up, hopeful, thinking her mom has finally come to save the day. But no, it's not Sonya. It's the Black Dragon, Jarek and Tasia, killing audience members left and right. Seizing the moment, Jackie kicks the club owner and snatches the key. She rushes over and unlocks the cage, freeing both Cassie and the unconscious Frost. Cassie, still rattled but not heartless, drags Frost's body with her, determined to get her to safety. They duck into a nearby alley, laying Frost down against the wall. She's still out cold. Cassie takes a second to breathe and apologizes to Jackie, blaming herself for everything, putting her in danger, signing up for this mess, all of it. Jackie doesn't hold it against her. She embraces Cassie, but the moment is cut short. The alley gate grinds open, and standing there are Jarek and Tasia, calmly stating that the Black Dragon requests their presence. Jackie and Cassie do the only thing that makes sense. They run. As they sprint through the city, Cassie asks for her phone. Jackie, completely confused, thinks she's trying to take a selfie mid-escape. Cassie quickly explains if they can't outrun the Black Dragon, she's at least got to leave a trail behind. Snap. She drops her phone just as the two of them are pulled into a portal, leaving the image behind like a breadcrumb. Later that night at exactly 11:28 p.m., someone picks up the phone. 3 missed calls from Johnny Cage are sitting on the lock screen. Cut to Sonya Blade. She's reviewing the phone and opens to the most recent photo. A selfie of none other than Aaron Black in the background. A clear sign of Outworld's involvement. In rage, Sonya crushes the phone in her hand. One of the soldiers enters with more intel. They ID'd the attackers, Jarek and Tasia, confirmed Black Dragon. Sonya doesn't hesitate. She orders them to get Johnny prepped because they're taking the fight straight to Outworld. And as she turns to leave, she adds one more line with fire in her voice. Kotal Khan is a dead man. Meanwhile, Frost, still unconscious, has been found and is being rushed to the hospital. And just like that, Chapter 5 comes to a close. Chapter 6 takes a step back to explore the past, specifically the origin of Kotal Khan. Many years ago, in the realm of Aztec, Kotal's father, Kotal Kids, had conquered all his enemies. Born into privilege and power, Kotal grew up without ever knowing defeat. All that changed the day Shao Kahn and Goro invaded. The Aztec warriors fell one by one, slaughtered in a campaign of brutality. For Kotal, that day marked a turning point. He has begun to see his father as a coward, someone who bowed to an emperor instead of standing for their people. When the Aztec pledged allegiance to Shao Kahn, they were allowed to keep one thing, a treasured gem. But Kotal didn't see treasure. He saw the loss of his people's dignity. His father corrected him. That gem was no mere trinket. It was the portal stone, a relic capable of opening a gateway to Earthrealm. Kietz explained that if Kotal could survive Earthrealm's harsh conditions, he could earn his title. But Kotal was confused. Why give up their realm only to chase some trial on another one? His father replied that Earthrealm is locked in an eternal war, and Kotal wasn't ready for that yet. So Kotal entered Earthrealm. What followed was a brutal trial by fire, surviving harsh deserts, icy mountains, and unfamiliar terrain. At times he nearly gave up, but his father's challenge echoed in his mind, pushing him forward. Eventually, he stumbled upon the Amazon, where he encountered the ancient Mayan tribes. At first, Kotal was content with the fear he inspired, but when he witnessed the tribes being attacked by Spanish conquistadors, something changed. Kotal intervened, slaughtered several of the invaders. In return, the Mayans began to worship him as a god. For the first time, Kotal felt purpose. He fought alongside the Mayans, using his power to summon beams of sunlight and sink the conquistador ships. He taught them the Aztec practice of consuming blood and hearts to honor power, and for a while, Kotal thrived as their divine protector. But over time, their enemies faded, and he grew bored. Longing for more, Kotal used a portal stone to return home. He expected pride. He was met with disappointment. His father wasn't impressed. Kotal insisted he had protected the weak, but Kiet saw only ignorance. He warned that Kotal's actions carried consequences he didn't yet understand. When Kiet demanded the portal stone back, Kotal lashed out, striking his father and knocking him down with ease. Then, in a rare moment of vulnerability, Kotal apologized. He told his father to keep his helm. He found his own. He vowed to never surrender it. When Kotal returned to Earthrealm, everything had changed. The Mayans were gone, wiped out. Only then did Kotal realize what his father meant. By teaching them to consume their enemy's blood, the Mayans had unknowingly ingested disease, killing themselves from within. Kotal learned the hard way that even the smallest threats can destroy the mightiest warriors. Back in the present day, Kotal stands before his people in Outworld. With resolve in his voice, he declares that while Mileena's rebellion is nearly extinguished, it's not over. Remembering the lesson of the Mayans, he swears they will crush every threat to Outworld's empire, no matter how small. The crowd erupts in cheers, hailing their emperor. Meanwhile, deep in the Golden Desert, Rico meets with Mileena. He informs her that the Red Dragon has agreed to their plan, and after delivering the message, he's dismissed. Mileena removes her veil and turns to face Goro, the Shokan prince. She asks him painfully, will he stand with her and take revenge? Goro accepts. He believes Mileena will restore the Shokan's place in Outworld, and he wants his vengeance, bringing Chapter 6 to a close. Chapter 7 opens in Outworld, where Kotal Khan addresses a massive crowd gathered outside his palace. He informs them that Goro has gone missing during a mission to track Mileena in the Golden Desert. In response, Kotal has personally assigned his father, Kotal Kiet, to lead the search. To show just how serious this is, Kotal gives his father Shao Kahn's legendary Wrath Hammer, something Kiet proudly raises for all to see. The crowd erupts in cheers, rallying behind the Emperor and his bloodline. Later, back inside the palace alongside Kotal's trusted warriors, Kiet praises his son for commanding the loyalty of the people. But Kotal isn't basking in compliments. He's focused. He reminds his father that speeches won't feed the starving. Rico has sabotaged the northern trade route just days before the harvest. The people won't survive on words. They need action. Kiet reassures his son that their family stands with them. He promises to bring Mileena back in chains, but Kotal shuts that down. Mileena isn't the problem. Rico is. He tells Kiet that Rico was once a trusted comrade. He's smart, patient, and dangerous. Their spies have discovered that Rico has not only seduced Mileena into making him her closest advisor, but they've also tracked their hideout into a temple deep in the Golden Desert. Kotal Khan is done playing games. He tells his father there will be no prisoners. History is written in blood, he says. The order is clear. Rico and Mileena must die. Out in the Golden Desert, Rico was already making his next move. He discusses the upcoming battle with Goro, who's still skeptical of Rico's cautious approach. But Rico explains that he studied the Aztec. Their strength comes from the sun, and when they're cut off from it, their power fades. Goro scoffs, unimpressed, but Rico reminds him they don't have the luxury of a standing army anymore. Victory will require strategy. The next day, Kotal Kiet and his warriors, including Reptile, approach the temple where Rico and Mileena are hiding. But just as they move in, the sky suddenly darkens. The sun vanishes behind thick storm clouds. Rico's plan is already in motion. Rain is the one blotting out the sun. Though momentarily off guard, Kiet pushes forward and finds Goro waiting for him. Goro mocks Kiet for walking into a trap, but Kiet doesn't finish. He calls Goro a traitor and holds the Wrath Hammer, ready to strike. The two warriors collide. Kiet lands the first blow, smashing Goro across the jaw and knocking out several teeth. But Goro barely flinches. He sneers and tells him to try harder. As they fight, another ambush unfolds. Mavado and the Red Dragon, hidden using stolen Lin Kuei cloaking tech, launch a surprise attack on Kiet's men. Chaos erupts. In the heat of the fight, Goro overpowers Kiet, slamming his head into a rock and leaving him dazed. With the final brutal swing of the Wrath Hammer, Goro decapitates the former Aztec warlord. Kotal's father is dead. Later, Reptile delivers the devastating news to Kotal Khan, who is visibly shaken. Consumed with grief and rage, he draws his Kamidogu dagger and carves it into his chest, offering his blood to invoke the blood code and transform him into a blood god. He vows vengeance, but unknowingly, he's playing right into Rico's hands. That was the plan all along, and this is the end to Chapter 7. In Chapter 8, we open once again to the Golden Desert. Goro stands before the Red Dragon mercenaries, Rain by his side, rallying the troops. He tells them that Kotal Khan is on his way, alone and enraged. Goro declares that Kotal will fall just as his father did, and it'll be by his hands. While Goro barks orders to the mercs, Rico and Melina speak quietly behind him. Melina's optimism is showing. She's convinced that with Kotal dead, the throne of Outworld will be hers again. But Rico, ever the manipulator, begins planting seeds of doubt. He lies to her, saying Goro secretly wants the throne for himself after he takes out Kotal. Enraged, Melina snarls that she'll eat Goro's face before softening to Rico's arms, calling him the only one she trusts. Rico comforts her, guiding her away. He tells her to let Goro handle Kotal alone, and quietly promises that whoever survives, he'll take care of the rest. As Kotal approaches, Goro and Rain wait atop the dunes. Goro orders Rain to blot out the sun again, same tactic as before. The Edenian complies, conjuring storm clouds to cut off Kotal's power source. But this time, it doesn't work. Kotal taps into his sun god energy, calling down a focused beam of light that incinerates Rain on the spot, burning him alive in seconds. No hesitation, no mercy. Unfazed, Goro commands the Red Dragon to swarm Kotal, but the Emperor tears through the mercenaries like they're nothing. He demands Goro face him like a warrior. Goro, accepting the challenge, tells the Red Dragon to stand down and steps forward. He mocks Kotal, saying Shao Kahn would never have allowed an Aztec to sit in the throne. Kotal fires back, pointing out the irony. Goro, the Shokin Prince, would rather follow a lunatic like Melina. But Goro is defiant. He declares that the Shokin don't serve, they conquer. The battle begins. Goro dominates early, pummeling a wounded Kotal and taunting him with every blow. He reminds Kotal that the only reason his people weren't wiped out long ago was because Shao Kahn saw the value in them, for combat and nothing more. As Kotal stumbles, Goro grabs him by the throat, lifting him into the air. He tells him to die with dignity like his father did. But that hits a nerve. Fueled by rage, Kotal tears Goro's arm clean off, the same arm choking him. The brutal shock leaves Goro screaming in pain. Kotal doesn't stop. He grabs his blade and proceeds to slice off all of Goro's arms, leaving the Shokin Prince humiliated, kneeling in the sand, defeated. Kotal stands over him. Goro pleads for death, but Kotal refuses. With a smirk, he throws Goro's own words back at him. Shokin tradition forbids such things. With the prince broken, Kotal gives a signal. Reptile uncloaks himself, along with Devora and Ferritor. The trio descends upon the remaining Red Dragons, tearing through them. Later, with the temple engulfed in flames, Reptile reports back. Rico and Melina have escaped. Devora scolds Kotal for such reckless risk, and Kotal agrees. The Kamidogu dagger's blood magic has taken a toll on his body, but before they can return to Zenukura, Kotal is suddenly shot and knocked off his mount. Devora rushes to help, only to be met by their attackers, Special Forces, led by none other than Sonya Blade. Weapons drawn, eyes locked, Sonya demands just one thing. Where is her daughter? And as her team are locked in, Chapter 8 comes to a close. We open Chapter 9 in the burning sands of Outworld's Golden Desert, where Sonya Blade has Kotal Khan dead to rights, gun raised, no patience left. She doesn't want diplomacy. She wants her daughter. Kotal's enforcers move in to defend their emperor, and Reptile lashes out with his tongue to disarm her. But before it can land, snap, it's caught in midair by Johnny Cage. Johnny steps into the tension, hands up, telling everyone to chill. He walks over to Kotal, still wounded but standing, and offers some old school first aid. Kotal declines, but D'Vorah steps forward, summoning her swarm. Her insects crawl into Kotal's wounds, devouring the bullet and sealing the flesh. Johnny grimaces, but quips, at least it's organic. With her help, Kotal steadies himself, but he still refuses to speak to Sonya. He'll only talk with Johnny, Raiden's chosen champion. Johnny lays it out. Cassie and Jackie were taken by the Black Dragon, and judging by what they've seen, Erron Black might be involved. That sets Kotal off. He reminds them his father was just killed. There's no way he would lower himself into hiring Kano to abduct children. But Johnny pulls out proof, Cassie's last photo, snapped before she disappeared. Clear as day, Erron Black in the background. Kotal's expression changes. He explains that Erron is meant to be a liaison between Outworld and the Black Dragon, not a kidnapper. D'Vorah adds that tensions have been high ever since the failed Earthrealm Summit, and maybe Erron acted alone. But while these conversations unfold, someone else is watching. In the distance, hidden among the rocks, Movado and the Red Dragon observe. Now that they've confirmed the girls and the Black Dragon are in Outworld, Movado tells his men to stand down. They've got a new target. Back at the standoff, Johnny tries to keep things civil. He suggests that maybe Erron's gone rogue, but Sonya's had enough. She snaps at Johnny to stop talking and demands to know where Erron is now. Kotal responds, Erron is up north, securing the trade route. He offers Reptile and D'Vorah to escort Earthrealmers there. Sonya agrees, but makes it crystal clear. Erron Black is your problem. She's here for Cassie. Johnny, relieved to have a lead, nods. Cut to the northern route, deep in the fortress of Outworld. Cassie and Jackie are trying to make a break forward. Emphasis on trying. Their escape is cut short by a flash of red. Kano's laser eye, aimed and ready. He warns them, next time they run, he's taking out their legs. Erron Black steps in, reminding Kano the girls are worth more alive. When he tells Kano to knock it off, Kano just smirks. This one's new, he says, and slips into a flashback. Years ago, Kano had Sub-Zero by the throat. He carved that legendary scar across his face with the Kamidogu dagger, an artifact Raiden had been hunting. Sub-Zero fought back and broke free, but not before being cut. That's when Kano revealed the truth. The dagger doesn't just wound, it possesses, and the only cure? Death. Sub-Zero wasn't interested in dying. He froze Kano's optic implant, destroyed it, and escaped, dagger in hand, leaving Kano with a new scar and an old grudge. Back in the present, Kano says he never saw Sub-Zero again, but before anyone can say more, things get chaotic. Two Black Dragon soldiers carrying Cassie and Jackie suddenly collapse, taken out by flying shurikens. Enter Movado. He and the Red Dragon step forward, declaring their intent to take the girls and spill the Black Dragon's blood as a message to Kotal Khan. Kano just cracks his neck and smiles. Been needing to work out anyway. The two factions prepare to throw down. Meanwhile, back in Earthrealm, outside the Sky Temple, Hanzo and Takeda are resting. They're cooking food when Takeda asks why they stopped. Hanzo points to the sky. A massive storm is brewing. Then, without warning, lightning strikes. Raiden appears. But something's wrong. He's twisted, possessed, his eyes wild, the Kamidogu dagger in hand. Without hesitation, he grabs Scorpion by the throat and snarls, "You shouldn't have come." The sky cracks open with thunder as the two warriors prepare to clash, and Chapter 9 comes to a close. In Chapter 10, we open outside the Sky Temple in the present, as Raiden, possessed and raging, unleashes a storm of lightning on Hanzo. The Thunder God is no longer the protector of Earthrealm. He's twisted, corrupted, consumed by the Kamidogu's influence. Hanzo tries to reason with him, shouting that the Kamidogu is poisoning his mind, but Raiden isn't hearing it. With fury in his eyes, he declares that the Kamidogu has opened his eyes to the true power of the Blood Code. Then, boom, He strikes Hanzo with another blast of lightning, dropping the Shirai Ryu master to his knees. Raiden rants wildly, saying a demon has come to Earthrealm, not to destroy it, but to liberate it through blood. As he raves, Hanzo sees Takeda creeping up behind Raiden, sword in hand. Panicked, Hanzo tries to warn him off, but it's too late. Takeda lunges, driving the blade through Raiden's back. It does nothing. Raiden grabs a sword, mid-impalement, scolds Takeda for disobeying his master, and then unleashes a lightning surge so powerful it sends the young warrior screaming in agony. Flashback weeks earlier, the icy peaks of the Himalayas. Hanzo and Takeda trek through snow-covered terrain. Takeda opens up about his fears, the fear of becoming like Fox, of falling under the same demonic influence that corrupted others through the Kamidogu. He looks to Hanzo and asks why he never taught him to wield Hellfire. Hanzo's response is firm. Hellfire isn't a skill, it's a curse. As they hike, Hanzo tells his story of the day his clan was wiped out, of returning home to find his wife Kana and his child Jubei frozen solid. He recalls the final moment of his life when Sub-Zero ripped his spine from his body. In death, he descended to the Netherrealm where he was tormented endlessly until Quan Chi appeared. The sorcerer was intrigued that even in the depths of hell, the fire refused to consume Hanzo, so he forced him into something new. Scorpion. Fueled by vengeance, Scorpion hunted down Sub-Zero and burned him alive. All the while Sub-Zero screamed he was innocent. Quan Chi watched with satisfaction, but Scorpion felt no peace. He continued to serve the sorcerer through countless battles. Even after the Netherrealm War, when he was resurrected, the fire still raged inside him. Hanzo admits to Takeda that he didn't think he deserved a second chance. He contemplated ending his life, until he met a wise man who saw his hellfire not as a weapon, but as something deeper. Takeda guesses rage. Hanzo conjures the flames by his hand and says no, it's something far worse. It's the moment he failed his family. It's shame, it's grief, it's a pain he carries and can never forget. Every time he summons the hellfire, he relives it, and if he holds it for too long, it threatens to consume him all over again. Back to the present, with Takeda barely conscious, Hanzo grabs him and teleports him to safety. As they vanish, Raiden snarls, "You can't run from a god." Flashback again. Takeda, moved by his master's story, apologizes for bringing up such painful memories. Then he asks, "The wise man, why didn't you ever tell me who he was?" Hanzo simply replies, "Because you asked me not to." The wise man was Takeda's father, Kenshi. Back in the present, Raiden rips the sword from his chest, blood purring, lightning flaring all around him. He howls that the chaos is coming to Earthrealm. Before he can recover, Scorpion teleports in, aiming to snatch the Kamidogu dagger, where Raiden swipes at him, forcing him to vanish again. Mocking him, Raiden sneers, "How much hellfire do you have left after all those teleports?" Scorpion appears behind him in a flash and drives a teleport punch straight into Raiden's jaw, shattering it, and he says, "Enough for a lifetime." The two warriors collide in a brutal elemental clash, and Chapter 10 comes to a fiery close. Chapter 11 opens with Scorpion unloading on Raiden, furiously beating the Thunder God into the ground. He wraps his chain around Raiden's neck and begins choking him out, snarling that whatever part of him is still there, he hopes it hurts. He forces Raiden to his knees and vents everything he's been holding in, blaming him for giving him the Kamidogu dagger, for the destruction of the second Shirai Ryu, and for Takeda's death. But before Hanzo can finish what he started, he hears a voice. Takeda. Weak, but alive, Takeda stumbles towards them. Hanzo immediately releases Raiden and rushes to his apprentice's side, helping him to the ground. As he tries to comfort Takeda, Raiden calls out, apologizing for attacking him. Hanzo isn't ready to hear it, but Raiden insists his blood has been purged. He's no longer under the Kamidogu's influence. He pleads with Hanzo. There's still time to save Takeda. Hanzo hesitates. Then, Raiden helps carry Takeda to the Jinsei chamber, where Earthrealm's life force flows. Raiden begins the ritual to heal them both. At first, nothing happens. Raiden explains the Netherrealm is trying to claim Takeda's soul, but Takeda is fighting back. Suddenly, Takeda jolts awake, gasping, feeling invincible. Raiden says it's an after effect of being bathed in the Jinsei. Then, Raiden finally gives them what they both needed. Answers. We flash back to the time after the Netherrealm War and Shinnok's second defeat. Raiden has stood before the Elder Gods begging them to destroy Shinnok's amulet once and for all. He warned that no realm would be safe while it existed, but the Elder Gods refused. Destroying the amulet would release Shinnok again. So Raiden proposed an alternative. Seal it away in a dimension so dark and remote no one could ever find it. The Elder Gods agreed. They summoned the Kamidogu daggers, ancient relics said to contain traces of the one being's blood. Though no single dagger could contain Shinnok's power, together they could. Raiden accepted the burden. The Kamidogu impaled him, binding the amulet with the blood of a god. Back in the present, Hanzo locks the Kamidogu dagger inside a vault, and Raiden seals it shut. He explains that he gave each blade to a champion for safekeeping. That's when Hanzo's anger returns. He demands to know why Raiden never warned him that the dagger possesses anyone they cut. Raiden admits he wanted Hanzo to treat them like relics, nothing more. But even he didn't foresee a demon corrupting the blood magic. Hanzo asked the obvious, is Quan Chi behind this? Raiden doubts it. He's already sent Fujin to investigate the Netherrealm, but more alarming, one of the Kamidogu daggers is still unaccounted for. Cut to Indonesia. Sub-Zero is on the run, fleeing across rooftops, pursued by the automated Lin Kuei. They demand his surrender, ready to force him back into their ranks, but the demon inside of him has other plans. Drawing the Kamidogu dagger, Sub-Zero invokes blood magic, amplifying his powers to terrifying levels. In a flash, he freezes the Lin Kuei solid, along with a chunk of the city. A glacier forms around them, death and silent in its wake. Sub-Zero stares at the blade in awe as the demon's voice whispers, "The time of the blood god is near." Back at the Sky Temple, Hanzo is furious, accusing Sub-Zero of betraying Raiden. But Raiden understands Sub-Zero is possessed, and whoever is pulling the strings wants Shinnok's amulet. Raiden turns to Hanzo and makes a request. Bring him back, dead or alive. Takeda, now fully recovered, gives his master a nod. Hanzo accepts. Cut to Outworld. Rico is in a grand library, poring over a tome on blood magic. He speaks to a shadowy cleric discussing what they've learned, that Kodokan's power comes from the same dark source. Rico says he's done everything the cleric asks, but tracking down the remaining daggers could take years. The cleric replies coldly, "I already know where they are." Rico, clearly tired of his arrangement, asks how much longer he has to share a bed with Melina before the throne is his. The cleric promises that once the daggers are united, Rico won't just become Outworld's next emperor, he'll become a blood god. Rico smiles, and with that, Chapter 11 comes to a close. Chapter 12, which is the final chapter of the Blood Ties comic, opens up in the jungles of Outworld. The Special Forces squad is trekking behind Devora and Sonya Blade as they cut through the dense foliage. The vibe is tense, and it gets worse when Devora casually snaps a small lizard off a tree and devours it. Disgusted, Sonya tells her to cut it out. Devora, ever unsettling, offers to regurgitate it and share. Sonya's response, a deadpan. Just stop. Johnny Cage, never the one to let awkward silence go to waste, leans towards Reptile and whispers a bet. Sonya snaps before Devora does. Reptile doesn't respond. Just as she's about to clap back, he notices something. Blood dripping onto his sunglasses. Johnny looks up and calls out to Sonya, casually letting her know he's found their kidnapper. Suspended above them, beaten and bloodied, is Aaron Black, tied up in the treetops like some grim warning. Reptile and Devora are shocked. Sonya, completely unfazed, she orders him down. She wants answers. Now. Flashback earlier, during the Black Dragon and Red Dragon showdown. Kano makes it clear he doesn't negotiate with Red Dragon trash. Aaron Black reminds everyone that the girls belong to Kodokan. Movado fires back. No, they belong to Rico. While the two sides argue, Cassie and Jackie are tied up nearby, whispering a plan to bolt as soon as things pop off. Movado flaunts his superior numbers, but Kano shuts that down by blowing one of his soldiers' heads clean off. Just like that, the standoff erupts into a chaotic all-out war between both clans. In the midst of the madness, Aaron Black cuts Cassie and Jackie loose. He offers them one shot at survival. Fight. Jackie immediately punches him in the face, no hesitation. Meanwhile, Kano dominates Movado, stabbing him repeatedly while taunting him about his fallen comrade Su Hao. But before he can finish the job, a Red Dragon soldier blasts Kano's optic implant. Wounded, Kano bails, knocking Jackie off Black and yelling for the portal stone. As Cassie helps Jackie back up, Black urges Kano to grab the girls, but Kano smirks and delivers a final insult. This is why you never be Black Dragon. You try to save people. And with that, he vanishes through a portal, leaving Aaron Black to face Movado alone. Movado mocks him for trusting a snake and cuts him down with hook swords. He then turns to finish what he started with Cassie and Jackie, but the girls are ready. Armed with automatic rifles from the Fallen, they light up Movado's men, dropping his entire squad. Problem is, they miss him. Out of ammo, they're forced into hand-to-hand combat. Movado slashes Cassie across the arm, but Jackie grabs him from behind. Cassie takes the opening, shatters his kneecap with a vicious kick. As Movado collapses, Jackie tells her to finish it. Cassie picks up one of Movado's swords and slices him clean across the abdomen, gutting the Red Dragon commander in one strike. He drops, done. Back to the present, Sonya and Johnny are both low-key impressed with Cassie's kill. Aaron Black, still hanging there bleeding, tells them the Red Dragon took the girls and left them alive to deliver a message, an invitation, to Shang Tsung's island. Sonya, skeptical, asks the obvious, who's running the island now? Shang Tsung's been dead for years. Aaron answers the island is now ruled by Rico's spiritual advisor, an ancient cleric named Havoc. Cut to the island. Cassie and Jackie are dragged into Shang Tsung's old throne room. Sitting there, waiting for them, are Havoc and Rico. The cleric of chaos greets them with a twisted smile and a full-course meal already prepared. He tells them to eat as it may be their last. And with that, Blood Ties comes to a close. Now we get into the next main book of the Mortal Kombat X story, Blood Gods. Okay, so in chapter 13 of the comic, we open in the capital city of Zenukara, where a battered and bloodied Aaron Black kneels before Kotal Khan and his royal enforcers. Guilt heavy in his voice, the gunslinger pleads for mercy. He says he only ever wanted to serve his emperor, but Kotal Khan isn't feeling merciful. He steps forward, towering over Black, and coldly says that crushing his skull might be the only mercy he deserves. He blames Black's misguided actions for sparking a war with Earthrealm, something Outworld cannot afford. Kotal demands an answer. How do they fix what's been done? Before Aaron can speak, Sonya Blade cuts in, her voice sharp, her patience gone. She doesn't want excuses. She wants safe passage to Shang Tsung's island. She tells Kotal he better pray the girls are still alive, because if they are not, there'll be hell to pay. Johnny Cage tried to comfort her, but Sonya shrugs him off. Too much is on the line. Kotal nods solemnly and orders Reptile and Devourer to drag Aaron Black to his cell in the dungeon. He then turns to Johnny and Sonya and opens up, admitting the pain of losing his own father and people at the hands of Rico and Goro, just to send a message. He's the last of his kind to know. Johnny offers his condolences. He tells Kotal they understand. They'll do anything to bring their family home. Kotal respects that and promises them his swiftest ship and a battalion of his finest soldiers. They're going to Shang Tsung's island and Rico will pay. Sonya's eyes narrow. What's the catch? Kotal replies simply, you must survive the dawn. He explains that after humiliating Goro in battle, cutting off his arms and sparing his life, he returned him to the Shokin kingdom of Kuwaitan, expecting his father, King Gorbak, to disown or execute him. But in his thirst for revenge, Kotal forgot one crucial truth. All fathers love their sons. Cut to Kuwaitan. Deep beneath the surface, Goro kneels before King Gorbak. Arms less, defeated, humiliated. Gorbak rises from his throne and sheds a single tear as he approaches his broken son. Goro begs for death, insisting he no longer is fit to rule. But Gorbak refuses. He says the Shogun have suffered under the rule of an Aztec for too long. It's time they remind Outworld of the Shogun power. He sends Kintaro, their fearsome champion, to lead the march on Zenakura. Back on Earthrealm, near the outskirts of Japan, Hanzo, Hasashi, and Takeda approach the Silent City. Takeda, surprised, learns that his master once lost to Sub-Zero. Hanzo calls it a technical loss. Takeda asks about his plan for the rematch. Hanzo replies, "You're looking at it." Then he pauses. The air is still. Too still. Takeda notices the cold creeping in. Hanzo draws his weapon. Sub-Zero is close. But as they move in, they realize something's wrong. The Lin Kuei cyborgs, they're about to engage. Frozen solid, Hanzo slices one in half. It crumbles like ice. The entire city is frozen. Hanzo knows Kuai Liang was never this powerful, not even under Quan Chi's control. Takeda reminds him the Kamidogu is. Following the trail of frost, they find him. Sub-Zero stands silently before a frozen temple, Kamidogu dagger in hand. The demon's voice whispers to him, calling for blood, telling him to avenge Bihan, to kill the Shirai Ryu, and complete the blood code. Sub-Zero turns to face Hanzo and greets him, then crushes the frozen temple with his bare hands. Hanzo warns him, killing won't bring back the dead, but it will stop more from dying. But the demon inside Sub-Zero takes full control, speaking through him. It mocks Hanzo, saying, "Who will stop me when the true Scorpion is unleashed?" Hanzo breathes deeply and becomes Scorpion. The demon is pleased. Scorpion turns to Takeda, warning him whatever possessed Fox and Raiden is now in Sub-Zero. Cut to Shang Tsung's island. Deep in the flesh pits, the cleric of chaos Havoc turns into a corpse as he speaks through Sub-Zero across realms. He declares that the long-awaited rematch between Scorpion and Sub-Zero has finally come, and that soon the Kamidogu and Hanzo Hasashi's soul will belong to him. And with that, Chapter 13 comes to a close. Chapter 14 opens with Scorpion standing face to face with the corrupted Sub-Zero. His voice steady but furious. He demands to know, is he speaking to Kuai Liang or the demon inside the dagger? The possessed Sub-Zero calmly responds. The Kamidogu, he explained, is not a vessel, it's a key. The true power, it lies in the blood. Without hesitation, he slices into his own flesh, offering more blood to the dagger and reigniting the blood code. Then he shifts his attention to Takeda, mocking him, taunting him with the memory of killing his friend Fox. Takeda tenses up, ready to fight, but Scorpion holds him back. Whoever's behind this will burn. Without another word, Scorpion launches two chain kunai straight into Sub-Zero's chest. The spear impales him, and with a burst of hellfire, Scorpion reels Kuai Liang in. But Sub-Zero recovers quickly. He freezes the chains midair and shatters them with a flick, his body erupting with jagged ice spikes. He follows up with a classic ice blast, but Scorpion vanishes in a flash, teleporting safely. The possessed Sub-Zero snarls, "Stop running, get over here." Right on cue, Scorpion appears behind him, but Sub-Zero was ready. Spikes shoot out along his spine, stabbing Scorpion and flinging him into the side. Mocking him, Sub-Zero paces forward, saying Scorpion is just going through the motions, a wraith pretending to be a man. He calls Hanzo Hasashi a weak shadow of a warrior long dead. When he dies, the real Scorpion will finally rise. Suddenly, Kuai Liang realizes something's wrong. The Kamidogu dagger is missing. Takeda is already sprinting through the ice, dagger in hand. He calls back over his shoulder, "Let's see how this fight goes without blood magic." Sub-Zero just laughs. "You can run, but I've still got enough magic to freeze time itself." Calling on the last of his corrupted power, Sub-Zero slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a massive ice wave that freezes the battlefield, entombing both Takeda and Scorpion in a glacier. And then, silence. The corruption lifts. Kuai Liang collapses, weak, breathless, confused about the destruction around him. When he spots Scorpion through the frost, the wraith bursts free, hellfire flaring, sword drawn. Sub-Zero summons his Kori blades just in time to block the incoming strike. Their clash continues. This time, no blood magic, just warrior versus warrior. Cut to Outworld. Inside the throne room of Zanakara, Kotal Khan lays out the defense strategy. With the Shokin army approaching, their plan is simple. Secure the walls, guard the food stores, and force a long siege. Starve them out. Sonya cuts in. How many Shokin are we dealing with? Kotal admits he doesn't know. Their numbers have fluctuated for many years, but if they outnumber Outworld's forces, he'll invoke an ancient right, Mortal Kombat, and challenge their champion himself. That's when Devora arrives with a grim update. The Shokin are here. Kotal leads Sonya and Johnny to the palace steps. Together, they watch as the towering Shokin forces descend over the mountains. But it's not just the Shokin. Kotal's eyes widen. Among them are Oni warlords. And with that ominous sight, Chapter 14 comes to a close. Chapter 15 opens in the city of Zanakara. War drums echo and the Shokin army roars for Kotal Khan's death, chanting the will of King Gorbak. From a high balcony, Kotal Khan watches the looming siege with Reptile at his side. Soon, Devora arrives with Farah and Tor, ready to play. Kotal hands Devora a scroll containing his terms. His order is simple: be direct, no compromise. As they head out, Reptile assures Kotal that their warriors are prepared for whatever comes next. Kotal asks him about Earthrealm's allies, and Reptile confirms they have proven useful. Sonya Blade and her special forces are reinforcing barricades and securing key perimeter points. She keeps communication open with Johnny Cage, who's stationed further out with snipers and archers. Johnny tries to break the tension with a joke. Standard Johnny, but Sonya cuts the line short. She's not in the mood. Johnny sighs and mutters to himself, unsure if diplomacy will ever work. Meanwhile, at the Shokin front line, Devora approaches with Kentaro and Farah with Tor, flanking her. She greets the Shokin champion with respect, but Kentaro offers only a sneer. Devora presents Kotal's terms. Kentaro doesn't even glance at them. His counteroffer, Kotal Khan surrenders or Zanakara burns. He gives them 1 hour. Devora replies, Kotal Khan will never surrender. Kentaro snarls, then your hour has just become a minute. Back at the wall, Johnny sees movement, and his blood runs cold. It's not just the Shokin anymore. Charging through the chaos is an Oni warlord thundering toward the city's perimeter. Johnny shouts for backup as the wall is struck. Contact with Johnny goes dead. Cut back to Earthrealm. Scorpion and Sub-Zero battle blazes on. Fire versus ice, pain versus guilt. Kawaliang pleads that he wasn't in control, that the Kamidoku corrupted him, not unlike Raiden and Fox. Scorpion doesn't care. He shreds Kawaliang's Kori blades with his hellfire. Sub-Zero rallies and lands a blow. He begs for the fight to end. He wants to return to Raiden to make things right, but Hanzo's not hearing it. All he sees is the face of his past, the Shirai Ryu massacre, his family's last breath. Sub-Zero pleads for reason, shouting that the Lin Kuei are gone, slaughtered by their own kind when they refused the cybernetic conversion. Now they're both the last of their clans. Scorpion nods. Then we finish this. He summons 2 demonic minions to restrain Kawaliang, drawing his swords. Scorpion drives them through Sub-Zero's chest, condemning his soul to the Netherrealm. Kawaliang, coughing blood, begs, I'm not a monster. He reminds Hanzo of their shared sins under Quan Chi, of the pain of being used, of being puppets for evil. Scorpion removes his mask, his skull wrenched in flames, and says, though clenched in fury, all I remember is the last time I held my son, the last time my wife called my name. Then, with a breath of hellfire, he prepares to end it. But he stopped. Takeda, freed from his icy prison, shouts for his master to stop. He tells Hanzo the truth. He was never possessed. His rage, his vengeance, that was all his own. Holding the Kamidogu, Takeda tells him he has a choice: to give in to vengeance like the Blood Demon wants, or help save the world and rebuild what's left of their clan. Hanzo screams, fire erupting around him, before finally dispelling the flames. The demonic minions vanish. He pulls his blades from Kawaliang's chest. Hanzo tells Sub-Zero he'll live. Not long, maybe, but long enough to think about the lives he's ruined. As they walk away from the battlefield, Takeda remarks that Hanzo finally got his rematch. Hanzo replies with, "What good is winning if I'm losing myself?" Takeda says he doesn't think Sub-Zero's coming back from this. Hanzo pauses and replies that stranger things have happened. Behind them, Kuai Liang lies in a pool of blood, barely breathing. And with that, Chapter 15 comes to a close. Chapter 16 opens up with Kuai Liang bloodied and barely clinging to life, lies broken in the aftermath of his battle with Hanzo. Through the fog and pain, a shadowy figure approaches and kneels beside him, quickly urging Kuai Liang to reflect on everything he's done, to ask him what's it all meant. As Sub-Zero fades in and out of consciousness, his life begins to flash before his eyes. He remembers the moment he took up the mantle of Sub-Zero after Bi-Han's death. Donning his fallen brother's colors, he enters Shao Kahn's tournament in Outworld, determined to carve his own path. There, he faced his brother's killer, Scorpion, and defeated the Wraith in combat. Shao Kahn ordered him to finish the job, but Sub-Zero refused. He wouldn't kill for a tyrant. If he struck down Scorpion, it would be for his brother's honor and no one else's. But before he could deliver the final blow, the cybernetic Lin Kuei intervened. His own clan had betrayed him. They dragged him away mid-fight, and everything went black. When he woke up, Sub-Zero was something else. His body was cold metal, his soul trapped inside a machine. Confused and horrified, he barely had time to process what happened before Sindel cut him down in the middle of battle. Death, however, wasn't the end. He woke again, this time in another realm. Standing before him was Quan Chi, intrigued that despite the Cyber Initiative stripping him of nearly everything, Sub-Zero still retained the soul. That alone made him valuable. Smoke and Jax, also under Quan Chi's control, restrained Sub-Zero as the sorcerer explained the rules of his new reality. His soul now belongs to the nether realm. Quan Chi mocked the Lin Kuei faith in mechanics, saying only the strongest souls survive in the process, and he needs strong souls for the war to come. Sub-Zero fought back, insisting he never be a slave, but the dark sorcerer had other plans. With a flick of his magic, he bound Sub-Zero's body and mind, torturing him under the guise of testing his resilience. Seeing little use for the mechanical shell, Quan Chi shattered the cyber body and began reshaping what little flesh remained. Piece by piece, using dark sorcery, he rebuilt Sub-Zero's body, not as a man, but as a revenant, a loyal servant to the Netherrealm. Sub-Zero was served through the Netherrealm War, a hollow weapon in Quan Chi's growing army. In the war's final days, deep inside the Sorcerer's Fortress, Sub-Zero was commanded to protect his master from the advancing Sonya Blade. But before he could intervene, Raiden completed his purification ritual, knocked Sub-Zero unconscious once again. When Sub-Zero next opened his eyes, he thought he had landed yet in another form of hell. Still broken and haunted by everything he had done, he begged for death. But when a voice calmly tried to reach him, Kuai Liang lashed out with a desperate blast of ice, only for it to be deflected. His would-be attacker wasn't a threat at all. It was Raiden. Thunder God reassures him he was safe. He was in the Sky Temple. Kuai Liang, confused and exhausted, questioned why he was still alive. Raiden explained when his divine energy collided with remnants of Quan Chi's magic, it didn't just cleanse, it restored. But Kuai Liang wasn't grateful. He was crushed under the weight of guilt, horrified by the things he had done under Quan Chi's command. He asked Raiden the questions that had been eating him. How was he supposed to live with it? Raiden's answer was simple: make amends. Earthrealm didn't need Sub-Zero to vanish into exile. It needed him to stand and fight. Back in the present, Kuai Liang's wounds have been hastily bandaged as he finishes recounting his tale to the one who found him, Bo Raicho. The old master listens intently, realizing that the Kamidogu dagger Kuai was searching for had corrupted him. Kuai Liang, hopeless, laments that no matter how far he goes, he'll always be someone's weapon, always kneeling to sorcerers, to demigods, to monsters with promises of power. But Bo Raicho just chuckles, helping Sub-Zero to his feet. He tells him that maybe it's time he starts asking why he's still here after everything he's been through. Maybe the gods aren't finished with him yet. And as they begin the long walk away from the battlefield, Bo Raicho jokes that Raiden still owes him a favor, though Kuai Liang understandably confused by what that could mean. Back at the Sky Temple, Hanzo is in no mood for sympathy. He makes it clear to Raiden that sparing Sub-Zero had nothing to do with forgiveness or obligation. He did it to stop Raiden's mess from spreading further. The Thunder God accepts the jab, then tells Hanzo what comes next. The Chaos Realm Kamidogu is the next target. It's in the hands of the monks who have taken refuge at the Kang Shaolin Temple, and Hanzo is to retrieve it. Raiden, meanwhile, will collect the Earthrealm dagger, currently in the care of one man, Jackson Briggs. Cut to a quiet farm. Jax is living far away from warring gods. He's chopping firewood. Peaceful, still a shadow steps in this field. Rico. The warlord has come with a simple message. Hand over the Kamidogu or say goodbye to his daughter. And with that, Chapter 6 closes on a chilling ultimatum. Chapter 7 opens in Outworld with chaos. As the Special Forces and Kotal Khan's army scramble across the city walls and towers to brace for the Shokan invasion, Sonya Blade is locked in her own private war, frantically trying to raise Johnny Cage over her headset. All she gets is static. Before she can curse him out for not picking up, a soldier near her screams out a warning. Sonya looks up just in time to see an Oni warlord charging full speed with a massive axe. She barks an order for the man to fall back and opens fire with an energy blast. But it's no good. The Oni just powers through it. And when the soldier smugly thinks he's taken down, it cleaves him in half. Meanwhile, high above the carnage, Kotal Khan stands silently in his chambers, watching the siege unfold through a cracked window. Alone with his thoughts and his guilt, he addresses his long-dead father. Sparing Goro was a decision made from pride, not mercy, and has come back to haunt him. Gorbak's wrath, he admits, is now crashing down upon them. His gaze shifts to the Kamidogu, sitting heavily with ominous power, and Kotal repeats a riddle to himself. How do you stop an unstoppable army? Down in the ground, Johnny Cage picks his way through the rubble that used to be Zenakura's outer defenses. The wall is gone. The guards are dead. He searches for signs of life, anyone who made it through, but it's all corpses. As he steps over a fallen soldier, Johnny mutters to himself that Sonya's definitely going to pin this on him. He tries to radio her, nothing but static. Before he can decide what to do next, a massive shadow looms over him. Johnny turns to see them, the Shokan horde, pouring through the breach, and at the front line is none other than King Gorbak himself. Back inside the palace, Devora, alongside with Farah and Tor, burst into Kotal Khan's chambers, only to find the Emperor missing. The Kamidogu dagger remains resting on a pedestal, untouched, but Kotal himself is nowhere to be seen. Something's wrong. Meanwhile, back at the hellish streets of Zenakura, Sonya Blade tries to hold the line. One of her soldiers is losing it, panicking as an Oni warlord barrels down on them. He opens fire blindly, but the beast charges through it and splits his skull open with a single axe swing. Sonya watches in horror, stunned and bloodied. Sonya blinks through the dust just as the beast stomps toward her, grinning. Desperate, she fires one last energy blast straight at his head. The Oni collapses. For a moment, Sonya can't believe she took it down. But then Kotal Khan emerges from the smoke, standing over the fallen monster. He offers a hand to Sonya and lifts her to her feet, blood splattered and grim. He tells her they've both been baptized in blood now. Sonya barely has time to grieve. She mourns her men, and she mourns Johnny, who she fears might be among the dead. But Kotal Khan assures her they'll find Cassie together. That's when they hear yelling. Johnny's voice, screaming for them to run. They turn just in time to see Johnny, battered but alive, sprinting towards them with the entire Shokan horde hot in pursuit. Chapter 7 ends not with a victory, but with a foot race. Chapter 18 opens hours into the chaos. The streets of Zenakura are soaked in blood and ash. The Shokan army roars in celebration as their king, Gorbak, faces off in a brutal duel with Kotal Khan. Meanwhile, behind them, Johnny and Sonya are locked in their own desperate fight against the never-ending wave of Shokin warriors. Gorbak draws first blood, mocking Kotal's legacy. He says he expected to face the blood god himself after what Kotal did to Goro, but now sees only a weak ruler clinging to a crumbling empire. Kotal fires back, insisting Goro was manipulated by Rico and that the Shokin and Outworld were always allies. But Gorbak cuts him off. Those alliances were forged in servitude, not sovereignty. With a powerful kick, he sends Kotal to the ground, declaring this is the end of the Khans and a rise of a new Shokin empire. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Devora is nearly ambushed by a Shokin warrior, only to be saved at the last second by a cloaked Reptile. Reptile urges her to group with Farah and Tor, but before they can, the duo is launched through the air by a towering two-headed Oni warlord, adding another level of chaos to an already desperate war zone. Back in the main gate, Gorbak pins Kotal against a stone wall with twin blades. Victory seems certain for the Shokin King until Kotal, bleeding but defiant, possesses a riddle he's been meditating on the entire day. How do you stop an unstoppable army? Gorbak scoffs, dismissing riddles in the face of death, but Kotal grabs him by the head and delivers the final answer himself. Same way you stop the dead, destroy the head. And with that, Kotal Khan crushes Gorbak's skull with his bare hands, ending the reign of the Shokin King in a brutal final blow. The battlefield falls silent. Kotal tosses Gorbak's corpse before the remaining Shokin warriors. They halt their assault, they collect their king's body, and without a word, retreat. Devora arrives, dragging a severely injured Reptile to her emperor. She remarks on his willingness to risk everything to win. Kotal responds without hesitation. He'll sacrifice even more if that's what it takes. The next battle is coming, and he plans to turn to blood magic again, even if it kills him. He tells Devora to take Reptile to the infirmary and gather the wounded. As the dust settles, in Zanakara, Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade watch from afar as Kotal Khan regroups with his warriors. Johnny can sense it. This feels like the Emperor's final stand. Sonya, however, is laser focused on one goal: finding Cassie and getting the hell out of Outworld. Johnny agrees, but he can barely stay upright. His injuries finally catch up with him, and he collapses. Sonya rushes to his side, tending to his wounds. In that moment of vulnerability, Johnny apologizes for Cassie's reckless behavior, but there's no bitterness. Just a quiet, shattered tenderness between two warriors who survived so much together. Back inside the war room, Kotal Khan watches them from a distance. Still true to his word, he orders Devora to escort the Earth Realmers to Shang Tsung's island to honor the agreement. But there's more. He tasks Devora with assassinating Rico, ensuring the chaos ends before it spreads further. Devora hesitates, but Kotal leaves no room for doubt. He'll defend the capital alone if he has to. Meanwhile, in Kuwaitan, the Shokin begin cremating their fallen king. Kentaro informs Goro that due to his injuries and disgrace, he can no longer claim the throne. Instead, a battle for kinship will be held once the war is over. Goro, filled with rage, makes his choice. He won't wait. He leaves Kuwaitan, vowing vengeance on the Shokin for turning their backs on him. Mercy, he says, will not be offered. Back in Zanakara, Kotal Khan flies in a fury. His Kamidogu dagger has vanished. Convinced Devora is behind the theft, he nearly strangles her in rage. Devora pleads her innocence, and Kotal, though reluctant, lets her go. She offers to help retrieve it, but Kotal's tone shifts. He confesses that he can feel the bond to its power fading, and with it, the strength that protects the city. In his eyes, Zanakara is already lost. Elsewhere on Shang Tsung's island, the true culprit is revealed. Scarlet presents Kotal's Kamidogu to Havoc, who is more than impressed. He compliments her ruthlessness and credits Rico for bringing her into the fold. When Scarlet requests to learn blood magic, Havoc doesn't hesitate. He promises to teach her everything. Then he gestures towards a cell. Inside is Cassie Cage, chained and captive. Havoc explains she carries ancient power in her blood, a lineage tied to warriors long forgotten, but to extract it, she must be forced to fight, and that fight is coming sooner than she thinks. Chapter 18 ends with shadows falling all over the island, a dark ritual set in motion. In Chapter 19, after dethroning Mileena, Kotal Kahn once stood tall before the citizens of Outworld, promising to defend the capital with his life. Their cheers echoed through the streets, but now those same streets lie in ruin. Kotal surveys the devastation, silently recalling that vow. Standing beside him, Reptile offers a reality check. If Kotal dies here, he won't be able to protect anything, but Kotal sees death as duty. If he's unfit to lead, then maybe that's the only honor left. Reptile, however, reminds him of a different time, a time when Kotal's duty was to kill him. In a flashback, we revisit Reptile's past. Under Shao Kahn, he was ordered to join Shang Tsung's Mortal Kombat tournament, not to compete, but to ensure victory by any means necessary. Reptile admits that deep down, he hoped winning might restore pride to his shattered race, maybe even a future. But instead, he tasted only defeat. His failures cost him Shao Kahn's favor, and in Outworld, that usually meant one thing: death. One night, fully expecting an assassin to come, Reptile stayed awake, waiting, and then Kotal arrived, but he didn't strike. The next day, Reptile was summoned before Shao Kahn, who introduced him to his new commander, Kotal Kahn, and in that moment, Reptile knew Kotal had spared his life. Back in the present, Kotal is surprised to learn Reptile had been awake that night. Reptile finally asks the question that's haunted him: why? Kotal doesn't indulge sentiment. He simply says that a good spy is a valuable tool, not something you waste in a pit fight. As Kotal turns to leave, he stopped by Farah and Tor, who also want to remind him of the past. Kotal declines, he's not in the mood for stories, but Farah tells it anyway. Back then, in the Wastelands, Farah and Tor had been captured by the Tarkatans. Tor was bound, Farah was caged until Kotal showed up. He didn't just free them, he fought beside them, helping them take down the Tarkatan captors. When D'Vorah later asked what happened to the Tarkatans, Kotal didn't hesitate. They were dinner. Kotal Kahn listens as those closest to him, Reptile, Farah, and Tor, recall the moments that bound them to his cause. Moved but unwavering, the Emperor silences them with the decree. He appreciates their loyalty, but insists they leave him to his fate. If they ever truly respected him, they'll honor that wish, just as they once did for Shao Kahn. But D'Vorah steps forward, rejecting that comparison outright. She says she never respected Shao Kahn, not for a moment. The Killing, she explains, served no ruler, not by tradition, not by force. Her loyalty was never about hierarchy, it was about choice. And then she begins her story. Long before any of them met, the Killing leadership argued amongst themselves while Outworld loomed on the horizon. When Shao Kahn invaded with Rico and Goro at his side, the other Killing fled, all except D'Vorah. And when the Conqueror demanded to know who she was, she gave them the answer he wanted: a humble servant. She bent the knee, her people became slaves, but she survived. She watched Shao Kahn's rise and alliance with Quan Chi, and eventually his death. When Mileena took the throne, D'Vorah offered her loyalty again. In return, a kick to the jaw. Mileena didn't lead, she delighted in domination. D'Vorah couldn't fight back, not yet. She played the game, but when Kotal rebelled, something shifted. D'Vorah hesitated until she saw Reptile take a hit for Kotal. That act wasn't born out of fear, it was loyalty. And in that moment, D'Vorah realized something. Kotal didn't rule like Shao Kahn. He inspired loyalty, not obedience. She may not respect rulers, but she respected Kotal Kahn. Reptile nods in agreement. They all do. But Kotal's mind is already made up. Come tomorrow, he will face the Shokan Horde alone. If his death means sparing thousands more, so be it. That, in his eyes, is what real leadership looks like. As he gazes out at the remains of Zenakura, he declares that his warriors have fought like Aztec and that his father would be proud. Suddenly, the ground shakes. Kotal assumes it's another attack from the Oni warlords, but no. Emerging from the shadows, Kano makes a grand entrance, flanked by Jarek, Tasia, and Tremor of the Black Dragon. Smirking, he throws out a line only Kano can get away with. The cavalry is here to save your sorry hides. And just like that, Chapter 19 slams the door shut with chaos waiting on the other side. Chapter 20 opens up in Earthrealm. Raiden arrives at Jax's family farm only to find the place shattered and Jax is unconscious amid the wreckage. Shocked by the scene, Raiden is met by Vera Briggs, who angrily recounts what happened. The day prior, Vera had been anxiously trying to call Jackie, worried after the days of silence. Suddenly, her husband was hurled through a window, landing in a heap. She rushed to him, only to hear Jax weakly tell her to run. That's when Rico came crashing through the wall, hell-bent on claiming the Kamidogu dagger Raiden had entrusted to Jax. Holding all the leverage, Rico offers a cruel ultimatum: the dagger or Jackie's life. Jax refuses, telling Vera not to believe a word this monster says. Rico doesn't argue. Instead, he slammed into Jax with brutal force, cracking the wall and knocking the Special Forces veteran out cold. Grabbing Vera by the throat, Rico drives his point home. He can make them all suffer unless Jax hands it over. Cornered and outmatched, they give him the dagger. Back in the present, Vera turns her anger on Raiden. She demands that the Thunder God bring her daughter home and scolds him for ever trusting them with such a dangerous artifact. Raiden, visibly shaken by the implications, realizes Rico now possesses multiple Kamidogu, a threat he hadn't fully prepared for. He solemnly assures her that Johnny and Sonya are already in Outworld, searching for their daughters and hers. Meanwhile, on Shang Tsung's island, the nightmare deepens. Inside the once feared fortress, Scarlet mercilessly beats Jackie Briggs, while Cassie Cage is forced to watch, helpless behind bars. Havoc, the cleric of chaos, stands over them with twisted purpose. When Cassie demands to know why, Havoc offers an answer in chaos. He wants the power that runs through Johnny Cage's bloodline, the same power that once allowed Johnny to stand toe-to-toe with gods to defeat Shinnok. But that power, Havoc explains, only awakens when someone the wielder loves is in mortal danger. He gestures to Jackie's broken body and sneers at Cassie of asking if her friend's life means anything to her at all. Cassie Cage, still in prison, insists she doesn't possess her father's powers. Havoc, amused, briefly entertains the idea that the gift may have skipped a generation. But in his twisted logic, he then decides the truth is simpler. Cassie just hasn't suffered enough yet. Right then, Rico turns, presenting the Earthrealm Kamidogu to Havoc. The Cleric of Chaos is thrilled. Only one piece remains before Rico can fulfill his transformation into the Blood God. Rico, confused, asks, how is that possible? They only have 2 Kamidogu, but Havoc grins. Raiden had already gathered the other 3, and in doing so, he unknowingly brought Havoc's vision closer to reality. The Thunder God's attempts to protect Earthrealm would be his undoing. Meanwhile, in Outworld, the uneasy alliance between Kotal Khan's army and the Black Dragon finally faces down the Shokin Oni warlord horde led by Kentaro. Kotal attempts diplomacy through tradition, offering to settle the conflict with Mortal Kombat, but Kentaro scoffs at the idea, discusses that Kotal would dare side with the treacherous Black Dragon. Words fail, the battle begins. Kotal signals Kano, who grins and sends Tremor to the front lines. Tremor slams the ground and unleashes a devastating earthquake, staggering the Shokin and Oni alike. Kentaro's forces buckle under the seismic shockwaves, but even that isn't the end. Elsewhere in Zanakura, Sonya Blade confides in Johnny, questioning if she made the right call working with Kano. Johnny doesn't sugarcoat it. Kano was Kano. He might betray Kotal for the throne or sell weapons to both sides for profit. Either way, they can't worry about everything. We're here to get our daughter back, Johnny says. Sonya hugs him, one shared breath before the next storm. Then comes the flash. A massive explosion, nuclear in scale, detonates just beyond the city walls. The shockwave rolls across the battlefield. Half of Kentaro's forces are incinerated on impact, with Kentaro himself barely making it out alive, burned and battered. From the dust, Kano emerges, calm and smug. The show can never surrender. He reminds Kotal waiting for the Emperor's next move. Kotal Khan, drenched in blood and ash, delivers it without hesitation. If they won't surrender, finish them, bringing Chapter 20 to a brutal, scorched close. Chapter 21 opens in the shadows of Sitian Valley. Within the cold stone walls of her keep, Melina whispers bitter promises to the unconscious and shared body of Rain. She assures the fallen Indinian that Kentaro and his Shokin Oni Horde are tearing Zanakura apart as they speak. Tonight, she claims Kotal Khan will die, and the rightful Empress of Outworld will be restored. All their sacrifices in this long civil war, she says, will finally pay off. But her revere is cut short as Ermac arrives, floating into the chamber with news from the front lines. When Melina demands to know if Kotal has fallen, Ermac delivers the sobering blow. Not only is Kotal alive, he's on the verge of victory, and somehow enlisted the Black Dragon to his cause. Melina's fury is immediate. She hurls a vase into the wall, shattering it into shards, and orders her troops to strike Kotal's forces while they are still weak from battle. She turns to Ermac again, asking where Rico and the Red Dragon are. Ermac tells her they have yet to return from Shang Tsung's island. That's the last straw. Melina orders Rico to be summoned immediately, declaring it's time for him to fulfill every promise he made to her. Just then, Rain stirs, groggy, scorched, and confused. Melina explains they're in her stronghold and that the Red Dragon found him and brought him back. But Rain, still weak, urgently demands to know where Rico is. When Melina asks why, Rain drops the truth. Rico plans to betray her. His true allegiance lies with a dark cleric named Havoc. Melina reels at the revelation. She recalls Rico mentioning Havoc as merely a spiritual advisor, someone whose sorcery could strengthen their cause. Melina admits she never had much use for mystics, but she trusted Rico's instincts. Ermac, speaking for the many souls within him, confirms it. Rico deceived them all. At the mention of Havoc's name, thousands of voices within Ermac stir, not in understanding, but in utter confusion and chaos. Shaken and enraged, Melina makes her decision. She commands Ermac to summon the Takata. They are going to Shang Tsung's island to confront Rico and end his betrayal and take what's theirs. Outside Zanakura, the battlefield has quieted, save for the heavy breath of Kotal Khan, who holds a blade at Kentaro's throat. Kotal asks the fallen general if he yields, but Kentaro refuses. He does not beg for mercy. He demands the same dignified death that Goro was denied. Kotal pauses, sword in hand, but instead of striking the killing blow, he sheathes his weapon. Kotal speaks frankly. He tells Kentaro that the Shokin were never his enemy. The betrayal began when Goro aligned himself with Rico and Melina. Kotal admits he's always respected the Shokin's strength and calls out to the surviving warriors. He declares that the real threat is out there, Melina and Rico, and offers an alternative. They join forces to destroy them. Holding out his hand to Kentaro, Kotal tells him he'll never command the Shokin, only fight beside them. Kentaro takes his hand. The tension on the battlefield dissolves into cheers as both sides celebrate the end of the Shokin uprising. Back inside the walls of the capital, Kano struts up to Kotal, tossing out backhand compliments on his diplomacy and demanding payment. Kotal isn't amused. He reminds Kano that his actions damage a vital alliance with Earthrealm, and as far as he's concerned, Kano's been paid in full in betrayal. Kano tries to shift the blame to Aaron Black, but it doesn't fly. As a last card, he smugly pulls out the Portal Stone, the powerful artifact from Outworld, hoping to ransom it. That's the final straw. Kotal lunges at him, furious that the relic of his people sits in Kano's filthy hands. Before Tremor can even react, Sonya Blade fires a precise shot, dropping him flat. With the moment back under control, Kotal turns to Devourer and coldly commands her to drag Kano and the Black Dragon to the dungeons. As they're being hauled off, Kano throws one last barb at Sonya and Johnny Cage, taunting them about their missing daughter. Johnny makes a move, but Sonya holds him back. When she asks Kotal if he plans to execute them, Kotal shakes his head. No executions, not here. Instead, I'll hand them over to Earthrealm, where justice will find them. Sonya nods, grateful, but reminds them they still have a bigger fight ahead. Kotal agrees, and with a still-cold expression, he makes a vow. He's coming with them to Shang Tsung's island to stop Rico and the Red Dragon. They'll need every ally they can muster. In Earthrealm, deep in China's prominence, Hanzo, Hasashi, and Takeda approach the Kang Shaolin Temple, a sacred site tied to the realm's greatest champions. As they are near the gates, Takeda reflects on Liu Kang's legacy, calling him a living legend. Curious, he asks if Hanzo ever fought him. When Hanzo admits he did and that he lost, Takeda is stunned. Inside, the temple's master, Shujinko, greets them. He acknowledges Raiden's request to retrieve the Chaos Realm Kamidogu, but refuses to hand it over. Hanzo doesn't waste time. He tells Shujinko about the dagger's corrupted nature and how its blood magic nearly consumed Sub-Zero and the others. He warns that keeping it is too dangerous and asks Shujinko to consider the consequences if it fell into the wrong hands. But Shujinko's response changes everything. He agrees the Kamidogu are in the wrong hands, but says those hands belong to Raiden. He reveals that he once believed in the Thunder God's cause until he was shown the truth by a humble cleric, a man who opened his eyes. At that moment, a figure steps out from the shadows. His flesh-jawed, grin unmistakable, the cleric of chaos, Havoc, has arrived, and for the first time, he stands before Hanzo Hasashi in the flesh. Hanzo's eyes glow with fury. He knows exactly who he's looking at. Chapter 21 closes with tension ready to boil over. The enemy is no longer hiding. Chapter 22 opens with Scorpion and Takeda ready to strike, but Shujinko steps in, commanding Hanzo to stand down. He calls Havoc a guest of the Shaolin, a man of God, and insists he possesses no threat. Hanzo isn't convinced. He knows better. He tells Shujinko that Havoc is an agent of the Blood Demon, but Havoc cuts in, claiming he serves no one but himself. Shujinko demands evidence to back the accusation. Hanzo hesitates, forced to admit he has proof. But there's something about Havoc's voice. Familiar, chilling. Havoc smoothly downplays the moment as a misunderstanding and requests a private audience with Hanzo. Shujinko agrees, leading Takeda away. The young warrior doesn't like it, but obeys his master's orders. Alone now, Havoc reveals his version of the truth. Hanzo's been played. He says Raiden isn't trying to protect Earthrealm, he's gathering the Kamidogu for himself. The corruption Hanzo's been fighting? A lie. Just bait. Havoc claims that once Raiden has all the daggers, he'll unlock their full power. Hanzo listens, but he doesn't fully buy in. He knows Raiden is flawed, but not treacherous. Elsewhere, Shujinko tries to tease Takeda's nerves, calling the Kang Temple one of Earthrealm's safest strongholds, protected by elite warriors. But Takeda's been through too much to believe in sanctuaries. He remembers what happened at the Shirai Ryu. Shujinko mentions that Kenshi, Takeda's father, believed the Shirai Ryu would keep his son safe. That sets something off in Takeda, who demands to know what Shujinko really knows about his dad. That's when the old monk dropped the truth. After leaving Takeda with Hanzo, Kenshi came here, angry, broken, and questioning everything. But in the end, he chose war. He chose to continue his hunt for Dagon, the leader of the Red Dragon, and so-called demigod born of Argus. Takeda's eyes widen as it all clicks. The Red Dragon didn't come for them by chance. Shujinko confirms it. Kenshi's war is the reason Takeda's life was in chaos from the start. He says without warmth, without comfort, just the truth, Kenshi chose war over family, and that's why you're here. Hanzo lashes out, calling Havoc's words nothing but slander without proof. He storms off to seize the Kamidogu, but the dagger he finds is just an illusion. Havoc mocks him, asking if he truly believes Shujinko would leave something so dangerous on display. Enraged, Hanzo demands the real dagger's location, but Havoc clutches his head, seemingly overwhelmed and pleased that he doesn't know where it is, before switching tones and promising to reveal the truth about Raiden. Hanzo tells him to get on with it. Then, Havoc drops the facade. He says Raiden is corrupt, not because he was born that way, but because Havoc made him that way. He peels away from the skin of his face, revealing the rotting flesh, exposed bone, and a sinister grin. This isn't just Havoc, this is the blood demon himself. He boasts that he's been the one corrupting all those influenced by the Kamidogu. Now it's Scorpion's turn, and this time, Takeda won't be there to save him. At that exact moment, Takeda is confronting Shujinko, demanding to know why Hanzo never told him the truth about his father. Before he can finish, Shujinko strikes, stabbing at Takeda with the Chaos Realm Kamidogu. His eyes glow red. The old monk has been enslaved by the Blood Code. Meanwhile, high above the Sky Temple, Fujin returns to Raiden in the Jinsei chamber, reporting that there's no sign of Quan Chi nor his revenants. But with the realm's protective seals reinforced, a weak point has been left exposed. A place between realms. Raiden immediately realizes the danger, Shang Tsung's island. He suggests they investigate, but Fujin has already tried. He was repelled by a barrier, one almost identical to Raiden's own defensive spell. Raiden reaches for the Jinsei to investigate. but is suddenly repelled violently. Fujin's face tightens. The Jinsei is reflecting Raiden. He's burned through too much of the Kamidogo's power. As Fujin lifts him away, he asks how many daggers Raiden has. 3. Raiden answers, only now realizing the implications. Outworld is exposed. If Kotal Kahn is no longer their ally, then Johnny and Sonya may be walking into a death trap. Back in Outworld, Sonya and Johnny wait as Kotal soldiers load weapons and supplies onto a ship for the siege. Sonya spots a crate branded with a Black Dragon logo. Suspicious, she opens it, only to find a Black Dragon WMD. Before she can raise her voice, Kotal approaches. Johnny cuts in quickly, reminding her that Kotal is their only ride to the island and the only hope of saving Cassie and Jackie. Sonya plays it off, and Kotal, unaware, leads them to their quarters. Elsewhere on Shang Tsung's island, Rico and Scarlet make preparations. With 2 Kamidogo in hand, Rico orders Scarlet to cut him with both. Blood pours freely and power surges into him. Rico grins. With the blood cold running through his veins, he declares they will conquer Earthrealm, topple Outworld, and slaughter the Elder Gods themselves, bringing Chapter 22 to a close. Chapter 23 opens aboard Kotal Kahn's ship, sailing through a raging storm on its way to Shang Tsung's island. Inside their quarters, Johnny Cage tries to lighten the tension by inviting Sonya to share the bed. She coldly refuses, choosing the floor instead. Johnny sighs and admits he sometimes wonders where they went wrong. Sonya cuts to the core. They were never right to begin with. Then, the moment takes us back. Years earlier, not long after Shinnok's defeat, Sonya had woken up in Johnny's arms, still bruised from taking a blast from the Elder God's amulet. Johnny had been victorious, Raiden had sealed Shinnok inside the same amulet, and Earthrealm was safe. For now. Johnny had downplayed his role in the fight, but Sonya couldn't help but being impressed by how selfless he was. How far removed he was from the egotistical actor she once despised. Johnny, in return, had admitted he thought he lost her. After all the chaos, he made a simple request. Dinner and a movie, but only if it wasn't one of his own films. Sonya smiled and said yes. 4 months later, she stood in the doorway of Johnny's high-rise condo, silent and serious. Johnny greeted her with excitement, but the words that followed silenced him. She was pregnant. Years passed, they married, they raised Cassie Cage. But things didn't stay stable for long. One night, Johnny woke up alone in the bed to find Sonya gearing up for a mission. It wasn't just any assignment. It was a rescue op to extract Kenshi, still deep undercover with the Red Dragon. Johnny pleaded with her to stay. It was Cassie's birthday. Sonya didn't argue. She acknowledged his point, but her voice was firm. Duty always calls, and sacrifices are part of the job. Johnny reminded her that she wasn't just a soldier anymore. She was also a mother. But for Sonya, responsibility to her team came first. 10 hours later, deep in northern Pakistan, Sonya Blade and Kenshi are locked in a brutal firefight against the Red Dragon and the local terror cells they paid off to eliminate them. Outgunned and outnumbered, the pair fight their way towards the extraction point. As they break through enemy lines, Sonya receives a comm update. The evac chopper is inbound. With time running out, she and Kenshi push towards the landing zone. That's when Kenshi spots a woman with the RPG, preparing to take the helicopter and everyone inside it down. Sonya lifts her weapon and locks on, but she freezes. Standing right beside the woman is her daughter, no older than Cassie. Tears slide down Sonya's face. She lines up her shot. Back in the present aboard Kotal Kahn's ship, Sonya sits in silence before telling Johnny what happened. She pulled the trigger. The little girl watched her do it. Horrified, Johnny asks if she killed them both. Sonya says no. The girl lived, but she admits something even harder. Part of her convinced herself she was freeing the girl, giving her a life beyond war. For a second, she saw her own daughter in that child. Johnny apologizes for never knowing. Sonya's response cuts deep. You never asked. There's a knock on the door. They arrived. As they gear up, Johnny offers one last chance to talk before the island storm begins. Sonya refuses. She admits she sacrificed Cassie's childhood in the name of duty, hoping it was worth it, and praying one day Cassie will understand how much her mother truly loved her. On the island, Cassie hears movement outside the prison cell, but it's no rescue party. It's Jackie, her best friend, now corrupted and blood drunk under the influence of the blood code. Jackie attacks, pinning Cassie as Scarlet arrives. With icy calm, Scarlet announces that Cassie's parents are finally here, and then plunges one of the Kamidogu daggers into Cassie's chest, enslaving her to the blood code, bringing Chapter 23 to a close. Chapter 24 opens at the Kang Temple. All hell breaks loose. Scorpion, burning with fury, unleashes his full wrath on Havoc, pummeling the Cleric of Chaos into a heap of flesh, fire, and shattered bone, a brutal revenge for the Shirai Ryu massacre. But as Hanzo begins to walk away, convinced it's over, he stops cold. Havoc rises, his wounds seal shut, his body comes back together, his eyes glowing with madness. The blood code has resurrected him. Mocking Hanzo, Havoc accuses him of holding back and launches a kick that sends Scorpion crashing through the temple doors. As he advances, Havoc continues his rant, claiming that Raiden is nothing more than his puppet, Outworlders crumbling, and the Shirai Ryu are nothing but ashes scattered on the wind. Then Havoc shows his hand. Shujinko and the once noble monks of the temple appear, their minds enslaved by the blood code. Shujinko presses the Chaos Realm Kamidogu dagger in Takeda's throat, ready to corrupt him too. Takeda apologizes to his master, blaming himself for not being ready, but Hanzo reassures him it's not his fault, never was. Turning to Havoc, Hanzo growls, "You've made your point. What do you want?" With a grin dripping madness, Havoc answers, "Friendship." He declares that chaos will liberate the realms, that blood and fire will burn away the gods' rule, and mortals will take control. He offers Hanzo a deal: surrender to your true nature, and he'll release Takeda unharmed. The boy was never the prize, just leverage. Hanzo doesn't budge, so Havoc attacks again. Blow after blow, he pummels Hanzo, taunting him for still resisting. He tells Hanzo that death is a mercy he'll never know. Scorpion's flame won't allow it. Mounting his back, Havoc sneers down and asks, "How far do I have to go before Scorpion takes over?" Hanzo locks eyes with his student one final time and calmly says, "All the way." Takeda screams in horror as Havoc drives his fist into Hanzo's chest, piercing flesh, breaking bone, and forcing the transformation he's been waiting for. Takeda breaks free from Shujinko's grasp and rushes to his fallen master's side. As he cradles Hanzo's lifeless body, Havoc watches with glee, noting the fire within Takeda's spirit. The cleric muses that the boy might one day join his chaotic crusade. But Takeda doesn't hesitate, he'd rather die. Havoc casually remarks that can be arranged. For a moment, Hanzo regains consciousness, just enough to whisper one final plea: "Run." But Takeda refuses. Tears in his eyes, he reminds Hanzo, Shirai Ryu don't run, they fight. Then, with a broken heart, Takeda watches his master die in his arms. Havoc, practically vibrating with excitement, waits for Scorpion's resurrection, but nothing happens. No flame, no transformation, just silence. Confused, Havoc demands an answer, and Takeda delivers it. There never was a Scorpion. Hanzo was always his own man. The demon never controlled him, and neither will you. Disappointed but intrigued, Havoc admits Hanzo may have truly been an agent of chaos after all. He allows Takeda to walk away, curious to see what he'll do next. Takeda doesn't look back, but before he disappears, he makes a promise. Havoc will pay. And the Cleric of Chaos, he welcomes a challenge. Meanwhile, on Shang Tsung's island, a storm brews, both literal and figurative. Kotal Khan, Johnny Cage, Sonya Blade, and Devora make a landfall with the Emperor's soldiers at their side. They don't get far before they're met by Reiko, Scarlet, and a squad of Red Dragon mercs. Reiko wastes no time taunting Johnny and Sonya for arriving late, smirking as if the entire war had already been won. Johnny fires back with a curse, but Kotal steps in, demanding to know why Reiko is inciting war with Earthrealm. The answer is simple: to finish what Shao Kahn started. Reiko intends to merge the realms and crown himself Emperor of everything. And then he shows them. Cassie Cage and Jackie Briggs, broken and brainwashed by the blood code, step forward like devout disciples. They look their parents in the eye and proclaim Reiko their god and vow to kill them to prove it. Blood God ends with those haunting words, bringing chapter 25 to a close. The next chapter kicks off with a power keg ready to blow. Kotal Khan's army and Reiko's Red Dragon mercenaries are locked in a tense standoff. Reiko, ever the smug tactician, mocks the situation with a twisted grin. Nothing makes him happier than bringing families together. It doesn't take long for that fuse to light. Sonya tries to reach through the corruption to her daughter, but Cassie, consumed by the blood code, lashes out without hesitation. Jackie does the same to Johnny, branding her father a coward for not showing up sooner. Sonya, ever the battle-hardened soldier, praises Cassie's strikes effortlessly. Her heart breaks with every blow. Meanwhile, Johnny struggles against Jackie's rage, managing to knock her back just long enough to piece together the truth. They're not acting of their own will, but before he can act, Jackie lands a punch that sends him reeling. Elsewhere, Kotal Kahn and Devore carve through Red Dragon foot soldiers in a bloody march towards Rico and Scarlet. Rico watches with amusement, goading Kotal with backhanded compliments, saying Shao Kahn would be proud to watch Rico destroy him and show how Kotal's own father would be ashamed of what his son has become. The words hit deep. Kotal snarls at Devore, ordering her to deal with Scarlet. Rico is his. Swords clash as Kotal charges, accusing Rico of always envying the power of a Khan. Rico blocks a strike without flinching. He isn't shy about it. Yes, he's envied Kotal's mastery of blood magic, but what truly sets him off is that Kotal never had the ambition to fully wield it. Rico catches Kotal's next attack barehanded and shatters the Emperor's sword, the steel crumbling under his might. With rage in his voice, the bloodlust in his eyes, he declared that if Kotal had possessed true will, he could have ascended beyond the throne. Rico hurls Kotal Kahn aside with a brutal uppercut, sending the Emperor crashing into the ground. Seeing her leader in peril, Devore lunges into action, only to be cut off guard. Scarlet drives her blade into her side, landing a critical blow. But Devore isn't finished. With a hiss, she sprays her own blood onto Scarlet, revealing it to be toxic. Scarlet recoils, weakened as the corrupted fluid clashes with her blood magic, disrupting her absorption ability. Fueled by desperation, Devore takes the fight and barrels towards Rico, but he's ready. With monstrous force, Rico snatches her mid-air and rips her body clean in half, ending her life in one terrifying display of power. Kotal Kahn watches in stunned horror, a moment of silence for the warrior general who had once betrayed Mileena for him, but now died trying to save him. Rico stands triumphant, offering Kotal one final chance: kneel and serve as his slave, or perish. Bruised and battered, Kotal rises, drawing one of his sickles. He meets Rico's gaze and rejects the offer with fierce resolve. Rico may have stolen his blood magic, his comrades, even his throne, but he didn't take everything. Not without Mileena's Edenian lapdog. Kotal still has the sun. As the light pierces the clouds, Kotal draws his strength from it, his skin glowing with power. Reinvigorated, he charges Rico, the battle reignited in full fury. But just as the duel escalates, a series of massive bombs echo across the island. Everyone pauses and turns towards the shoreline. A second ship has docked. Rico smirks, assuming reinforcements. Kotal's face hardens. It's not allies. Mileena has arrived. Flanked by her savage Tarkatan hordes, the deposed Empress lets out a bloodthirsty cry. All of you will die. She screams, storming the beach and plunging the island into chaos. This chapter closes with the world unraveling. Kotal versus Rico, Rico versus Mileena, and no one's safe from the storm. The next chapter begins with tensions at their peak, and the dust settles from Mileena's arrival. Scarlet steps between the chaos, standing firmly between Rico and Kotal Kahn on one side, and Mileena and her Cotton Horde on the other. She casually quips that the situation is awkward. Mileena eyes her coldly. Why would that be? Scarlet smiles with venom in her voice. Because Rico lost faith in you and turned to me. Mileena scoffs and warns that Rico's loyalty is a fleeting illusion, that he's loyal to no one but himself. But Scarlet brushes it off, laughing. You sound jealous. With that, she hurls a blood ball directly at Mileena, revealing her newly enhanced power, a gift from Rico's blood magic. The Tarkatan horde surge forward, roaring in defense of their Empress. Scarlet, unfazed, conjures crimson tendrils of blood from the sand that pierce and impale them mid-charge, dropping the warriors like flies. Mileena recovers, eyes blazing, and hurls her side with ferocity, impaling Scarlet cleanly. But instead of falling, Scarlet rips the blades out, undentured and burned with rage. I am a daughter of Shao Kahn, just like you. She screams, charging again. She begins to rant about immortality, ruling Outworld beside Rico, and conquering both realms with the blood code. But before she can strike, Ermac materializes, interrupting her monologue. Using his telekinesis, he freezes her mid-air, halting her advance. "Your delusion ends here," Ermac atones. He glances at Melina. "The honor is yours." Without hesitation, Melina lunges forward, unleashing her high roller brutality, shattering Scarlet's leg with precision. Scarlet screams in agony, collapsing. She tries to crawl away, but Melina stomps her head into the sand, knocking her unconscious. "You'll live long enough to wish you hadn't," she hisses, promising a slow and personal vengeance. From afar, Kodokan watches the carnage and smirks at Rico, murmuring a phase from Earthrealm. "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." Infuriated by Melina's interference, Rico charges back into the fray, unleashing a relentless fury of blows that hammers Kodokan into the ground. The Aztec Emperor, already exhausted, is quickly overwhelmed by Rico's blood-fueled fury. Not far from the chaos, Ermac reacts swiftly. He conjures Shao Kahn's Wrath Hammer and passes it to Melina. She seizes the weapon with a grin, takes aim, and smashes it directly into Rico's skull, destroying a large portion of his face and sending him crashing into the dirt. For a moment, all is still. But the calm doesn't last. Ermac's expression shifts. He realizes immediately that the blood code is already reanimating Rico. The flesh begins to regenerate. Melina acknowledges the severity of the situation. Rico won't stay dead. Not yet. Standing over Kodo, she levels her sai in his direction, teetering between ally and executioner. But instead of delivering the killing blow, she promises a temporary alliance, pointing out that her personal feud means nothing if Rico becomes unstoppable. Kodo, bloodied and burning with pride, agrees. Rico must fall before either of them can claim Outworld. Meanwhile, aboard Kodo's ship, the Shokin watch the spectacle unfold from a distance. Kintaro roars in approval, savoring the bloodshed below and already fantasizing about crushing both Melina and Rico in a single glorious sweep. The younger warriors are more lighthearted, tossing around the lewd jokes about Melina possibly sparing Kodo for reasons other than diplomacy. But that's when Shiva arrives. The new queen of the Shokin silenced them all. She considers the battlefield carefully and remarks that perhaps Kodo and Melina working together isn't such a bad idea after all. The others kneel, awaiting orders, but Shiva holds them back, reminding them that their forces are still depleted from the siege on Zanakara. She needs to be strategic. Later, she quietly pulls Kintaro aside. Depending on how the battle plays out, they may yet avenge Gorbak's death, but not with reckless sacrifice. They will strike only when the moment is right. Back in Earthrealm, Takeda approaches the Sky Temple, noting an eerie calm surrounds him. But the moment he steps inside, the horror becomes clear. Fujin is pinned to the temple wall, bleeding heavily, a weapon driven through his chest. Barely conscious, the Wind God manages to warn him. Raiden has been possessed again. The Thunder God took the Kamidogu and vanished. Takeda steadies Fujin and assures him that the Jinsei will heal him in time, but his mind is already racing. He tells Fujin that Raiden isn't the real danger. It's Havoc. The Cleric of Chaos is spreading, faster than anyone imagined. As the chapter closes, we catch a glimpse of Raiden soaring through the skies against blood-red clouds. His eyes blaze with corrupted light, the stolen Kamidogu clutched tightly in his hands. His destination is clear, Shang Tsung's island, and the storm is only beginning. The next chapter begins with Sonya Blade locked in a fierce battle against her own daughter. Still tried to appeal to the girl buried beneath the Blood Code's influence. Nearby, Johnny Cage hesitates, caught between his instinct to protect Jackie and his fear of harming Jax's child. But Sonya doesn't have the luxury of restraint. She hurls Cassie back with a punishing energy blast before pivoting to knock Jackie off Johnny with a second strike. She warns him that whatever this blood code is, it's not just possession, it's giving the girls enhanced strength, speed, and aggression. Johnny finally hardened to resolve. He dons his sunglasses, shedding his reluctance, and unleashes a powerful shadow kick, sending Jackie tumbling across the battlefield with a single glowing strike. The time for hesitation is over. Meanwhile, Kodokan stands shoulder to shoulder with Melina and Ermac, watching the grotesque process of Rico's body stitching itself back together. Half of his face obliterated just minutes ago, reforms as if undoing death itself. Melina mocks his monstrous new appearance, but Kodo is more measured. He acknowledges the blood code's formidable regenerative properties, while warning that its overdue may eventually consume Rico's soul entirely. Even immortality has limits. Melina hefts Shao Kahn's Wrath Hammer once more, ready to finish the job, but makes one thing clear. She isn't following Kotal's orders. She came to the island with her own mission, to destroy Rico, and nothing will stop her. Rico doesn't wait. With a primal roar, he erupts in a frenzy of blood magic, breaking free of Ermac's telekinetic grip and launching himself into a brutal assault. He hurls Ermac into Kotal and Melina, slamming the three into the earth. Then, drawing Aur's Kamidogu dagger, Rico slashes Kotal across the back, taunting the Emperor for losing such a powerful relic. As Melina leaps to retaliate with the hammer, Rico turns and slices her as well, inflicting the same curse that has plagued so many others. With both enemies at his feet, Rico stands triumphant. He entertains the idea of enslaving them to the Blood Code, but ultimately spares them. He wants witnesses. He wants the world to watch as he ascends. He begins to speak of his past, of the moment everything changed. Years ago, in the smothering aftermath of one of Shao Kahn's conquests, Rico stood inside the temple of a forgotten Korean goddess. As he burned the structure to ash in a ritual celebration of victory, one statue remained untouched by the flames. From his mouth came a chant, simple, ominous, and unforgettable. Rico's blood reigns. The prophecy that would define his every step forward has been spoken. Now, on Shang Tsung's island, it's about to be fulfilled. After his vision in the Korean temple, Rico had returned to Shao Kahn, believing his destiny was manifesting. The Emperor, impressed by Rico's brutality and devotion, named him his most ruthless general and even adopted him, shaping him as his heir. For a time, Rico believed the prophecy was real, but that illusion shattered the moment he saw Quan Chi whispering in Shao Kahn's ear, manipulating the warlord for the true architect of the plan, Shinnok, the fallen elder god. Rico realized then he wasn't chosen to rule. He was being groomed to serve. Furious, betrayed, he cursed the gods for her false prophecy. He returned to Outworld with only one intent, to end his life. If he couldn't rule, he would not exist. Before he can go through with it, a voice called out. A stranger cloaked in the shadows stepped forward, not to save him, but to encourage Yak, telling him that a man who loses everything stands to gain the most. Then came the shock. The stranger too had heard the goddess's chant, Rico's blood reigns. The stranger was Havoc. He promised Rico that his blood would indeed reign, but only if it ran first. Drawing a dagger, he plunged it into Rico's heart, offering him a dark rebirth, his first taste of blood magic. And from that moment on, every step Rico took led to this island, the moment of accession. Now, with Kotal and Melina at his feet, Rico declared himself the fulfillment of the prophecy. He was ready to become immortal. But before he could finish the declaration, he chokes, blood spurting from his throat. Kotal, blade glowing with solar fire, steps forward and reminds Rico of Havoc's own words. First, your blood must run. With one powerful slash, Kotal severs Rico's legs at the ankles. Melina follows up, gutting him with her sai, and Ermac finishes it by ripping Rico's head from his body with a burst of telekinesis. Rico dies again, this time permanently. As the dust settles, a calm but mocking voice echoes across the beach. Havoc steps from the shadows, amused at Rico's brutal end. Kotal confronts him, ready to end the madness, but Havoc is unfazed. He doesn't speak of war or vengeance. He simply asks, "Do you respect your gods?" And then Raiden arrives. Corrupted by the Blood Code, the once noble thunder god descends from the skies, his eyes glowing crimson, lightning burning red. He strikes the island with a storm of blood, sparing no one except his new master. The cleric of chaos smiles, and this chapter comes to an end. The next chapter begins as Raiden, now fully under Havoc's control, unleashes a torrent of crimson lightning upon the battlefield, decimating the remaining forces of both Kotal Kahn and Melina. Amidst the destruction, Havoc watches with amusement, only calling off the Thunder God when he declares it's time for the next phase. The ritual, he explains, demands mortal blood, specifically the blood of champions, and the fallen warriors now scattered around the island will serve that purpose. He then orders the Red Dragon mercenaries to retrieve Rico's mangled corpse and transport it to the flesh pits for resurrection. The unconscious bodies of the other fighters are to be delivered to the throne room, while Kotal, Melina, and their armies are all corralled into the dungeon like cattle awaiting slaughter. As the scene shifts, the sand on the beach begins to quiver. Insects begin to gather and crawl together. whispering the phase, this one, in unison. Slowly, Devora's form begins to regenerate, hinting at her death may not have been as final as it seemed. Back inside the throne room, Sonya Blade awakens, chained to a blood-soaked altar. To her horror, she sees her blood, along with that of Johnny Cage, Mileena, Kotal Kahn, and Ermac, being drained into a grotesque fountain. Havoc stands over them, preaching the power of the 7 Komidogu. Mid-sentence, she notices Sonya stirring. With a twisted smile, she takes a moment to taunt her, casually recounting the torture her daughter endured at his hands. Turning back to the centerpiece of his plan, Havoc presents a goblet of champion blood to the newly revived Reiko, who now sits upright on the throne, flanked by the blood code-possessed Raiden, Cassie Cage, and Jackie Briggs. Havoc invites Reiko to fulfill his long-awaited destiny. With a toast to godhood, Reiko drinks the blood. One by one, Havoc and his minions stab him with the Komidogu daggers, chanting in unison, Reiko's blood reigns. Reiko is engulfed in a violent storm of blood magic, collapsing onto the throne room in a deathly silence. For a moment, all seems still. Then, his hand shoots out, seizing Havoc by the throat. His eyes blaze with godlike power. He rises from the throne and declares, with thunder behind every word, he has died enough for one lifetime. Now it is others who must bleed, for the blood god has risen. Back at the Jinsei chamber at the Sky Temple, Takeda watches silently as Fujin recovers, Earthrealm's life force healing the wind god until he feels strong enough to tear a mountain down. Takeda is ready to pursue Raiden to Shang Tsung's island, but Fujin refuses, explaining that his role is now to remain behind and protect the Jinsei in Raiden's absence. Takeda presses the issue, reminding Fujin that the Kamidogu are already in enemy hands, but Fujin sees that as all the more reason to stay. To abandon the Jinsei would mean leaving Earthrealm's very soul unguarded. When Fujin states that a god must always serve the greater good, Takeda bitterly remarks that this is the very mindset Hanzo resented in Raiden. But Fujin isn't unmoved. He places a hand on Takeda's shoulder, clarifying he didn't say he wouldn't help him, only that he can't go with him. Instead, he hands Takeda a parting gift, a traditional Shirai Ryu mask and a pair of serrated energy whips designed for long-range precision. He reminds Takeda that Hanzo trained him to strike from a distance, patiently, deliberately, and with a purpose. Takeda tests the new gear, his expression firm. Hanzo didn't raise him for vengeance. He says, but for justice. As the chamber glows in the Jinsei light, Fujin tells Takeda that the moment has come. Earthrealm needs its champions. It's time to go to war, bringing this chapter to a close. The next chapter opens at the heart of madness. Rising slowly from his throne, the Kamidogu is still impaled through his body. Reiko begins to transform. The blood magic pulses through him, each beat stronger than the last. He thought his power would make him feel younger, invincible, but instead he admits he feels older, as if the god he was almost meant to be had simply been wanting to be set free. Blood-forged, armor forms over his frame as he grins with feverish ecstasy. He doesn't just want tribute, he starves for it. Off to the side, Havoc watches proudly with his blood codes-bound slaves. Their so-called champion has now ascended, and the Cleric of Chaos knows what every new god craves: mortal sacrifice. Reiko paces the throne room like a predator. His eyes fall first on the beaten Kotal Kahn and Mileena, muttering that perhaps his vengeance should begin with those who denied him Outworld's throne. Then he turns to Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade, wondering if Earthrealm should be the next to suffer. But before he can act, Havoc interrupts, reminding him that these champions still have value. Johnny and Sonya, Havoc explains, are essential to his research into the green energy bloodline, a power Havoc calls unique and deeply exploitable. As for the Outworlders, Havoc proposes something more theatrical, a public execution to secure Reiko's legitimacy as a god. Reiko likes the sound of that. When Reiko demands his tributes, Havoc reveals he's already arranged it, 100 prisoners, each one an offering for the new god. The first to be dragged is a defiant Tarkatan, who spits at Reiko and calls him a traitor. Reiko doesn't hesitate. A surge of blood magic erupts from his hands, vaporizing Tarkatan mid-sentence. Rico demands the rest be brought forward quickly. He wants the heavens to envy this display. He wants the elder gods to tremble. Meanwhile, off in the island coast, Kentaro and the Shokin watch a blood-red beam shoot into the sky from deep within the island. Even from a distance, the message is clear. Something ancient and unnatural has awakened. Kentaro defies Shiva's orders to wait and sends scouts ashore. He needs to know what they'll soon be fighting, or what kind of monster Havoc just unleashed. Inside Shang Tsung's palace, the carnage is unrelenting. Rico stands knee-deep in the mangled remains of over 100 prisoners, a river of blood and entrails, the aftermath of his divine hunger. And still, it isn't enough. He snarls for more sacrifices. But Havoc, watching calmly, tells him there are none left. He's already consumed them in a single blast. Rico freezes. Confusion replaces triumph. If he's become a god, why does he feel so empty? Havoc begins to speak of patience, but Rico suddenly turns on him, roaring in fury. He slams the cleric against a nearby pillar, his voice trembling with pain. He demands to know what has been done to him, this agony inside him, this endless hunger that won't go away. Havoc, stunned but intrigued, asks what hurts. Rico screams that the power is devouring him from within, tearing him apart. Clutching his chest, gasping, Rico cries out, "What makes a god suffer?" And the answer comes not from Havoc, but from 3 blood code possessed warriors. Raiden, Cassie, and Jackie speak in unison, their voices layered in eerie harmony. With great power comes great suffering. That is the blood code. Rico howls, his body begins to convulse, his muscles rupture, his flesh bubbles and peels, his form literally rejecting itself. He claws at his chest until he rips it open, blood gushing as his insides begin to melt. Desperate, pleading, he begs someone, anyone, to help. But Havoc doesn't flinch. He steps forward, placing his hands on either side of Rico's head like a father confronting a dying child. And then he gouges his eyes out with his thumbs. Rico screams until Havoc splits open his skull like a rotten fruit and rips out his brain, raising it high for all to see. And then, with a cruel smile, he crushes it between his fingers. The champions watch in horror. Rico was never the chosen one. He was never meant to be the blood god. He was a vessel, a stepping stone. Turning to the altar, Havoc lifts Shinnok's amulet high in the air, revealing what he truly sought from the very beginning. With his possessed slaves being behind him like apostles, he calmly turns to his bloody audience and mockingly asks, "Can one of you kindly confirm, is this the object you came to stop me from acquiring?" This chapter closes with that question lingering in the air, the horror of Rico eclipsed by the dark promise of something far worse. The next chapter opens in the shattered throne room of Shang Tsung's palace, where Havoc clutches the amulet of Shinnok, reveling in its power, mocking both Raiden and the Elder Gods. He scoffs at their pathetic attempt to conceal such a divine artifact, hiding it behind smoke and mirrors, behind rituals and relics like the Kamadogu. He declares that the amulet refuses to be hidden, that its hunger demands to be felt, and now it has sensed an audience. Outside the palace walls, hidden in the jungle bush, the Shokin scouts sent by Kentaro shift uneasily. One of them quickly realizes Havoc is referring to them. Panic sets in. He breaks formation, trying to run for the safety of the ship, but is stopped by another scout, one who's too curious for his own good, wanting to see what the amulet can truly do. He gets his answer. Havoc lifts the amulet and unleashes its fury, vaporizing one of the Shokin in a blinding red explosion. The shockwave obliterates a section of the palace and sends others flying around the trees. The demonstration leaves no ambiguity. This is God power. Stepping through the dust and fire, Havoc finds a barely conscious Shokin twitching in the dirt. With a sadistic grin, he plants his boot on the warrior's skull and taunts him. Guessing aloud that these scouts were sent by Queen Shiva herself, then, as casually as brushing the dirt off his robes, he rips the Shokin's arm clean off, laughing that it would be rude to keep royalty waiting. Aboard the Shokin vessel, Queen Shiva is already seething. Furious that Kentaro disobeyed her direct orders, he tries to explain, to justify, but she reminds him that her command requires loyalty, not ambition. Drawing her sword, she stops just shy of executing him, making it clear that the only thing sparing his life is how few of the people survived the Battle of Zenokura. Their argument is interrupted by a scout's report. The boat has returned, but carries no survivors, just body parts. Shokin arms, legs, and torsos are cruelly impaled on the spears, forming a grotesque warning. Shiva's fury turns to grim urgency. Grabbing her binoculars, she peers across the island, spotting Havoc standing on the beach, holding the amulet high, glowing like a blood-red star. Her eyes widen. She shouts a warning, but it comes too late. A blast of pure hellfire streaks across the water, striking the ship and engulfing it in a thunderous explosion. On the beach, Havoc calmly watches the carnage, flanked by his possessed slaves, Cassie and Jackie. The cleric chuckles, pleased with the results, while embers rain down like ash. Out in the water, Shiva breaks the surface, dragging Kentaro's unconscious body beside her. Gritting her teeth and swimming with every ounce of strength, she tells her fallen general to save his excuses and prepare to fight when they reach shore. Back inside Shang Tsung's palace, Havoc looms over the 4 remaining champions: Kotal Kahn, Sonya Blade, Johnny Cage, and Melina. Each one bound and weakened, each one staring down the Kamidogu now wielded by Havoc's blood code and slave servants. Turning his gaze to Kotal Kahn, Havoc launches into a venomous monologue. He mocks Rico's downfall, calling the would-be god a slave to nothing more than words. 3 simple words: no magic required. Just ego, ambition, and the illusion of control. He sneers at Kotal next, branding him no different, another mortal obsessed with the idea that history bends to willpower. Then Havoc laughs. He tells Kotal that all champions share this delusion, that they alone can shape fate, that they are pivot points of destiny. But history, he claims, belongs not to those who seek order, but to chaos. At his signal, Cassie, Jackie, Raiden, and the others raise their Kamidogu. Havoc declares that it was the defeat of Shinnok that fooled Earthrealm's heroes into believing order had won. Today, he says, they will learn otherwise. The Kamidogu come down like fangs, each one stabbing into a bound champion. Kotal, Sonya, Johnny, and Melina all corrupted in a single breath, their minds twisted, their will shackled. As blood drips from the daggers, the newly enslaved champions speak in unison. Chaos is truth, order is death. Havoc agrees. Death, he muses, is order's final promise. He lifts Shinnok's amulet, its glow intensifying, and reveals his endgame: to annihilate the Netherrealm itself. Bending over Ermac, Havoc begins extracting the soul mass from the construct's body. He explains that the cosmic barriers placed by Raiden between the realms have preserved the Netherrealm as much as they have quarantined it, but with Ermac's soul charging the amulet, those barriers will finally break. But just as the last Ermac's essence is about to be consumed, something whips through the air. A razor-sharp coil wraps around Havoc's wrist. Before he can react, his hand, the one holding the amulet, is severed in a flash of steel and blood. Takeda stands at the threshold of the throne room, armed with his newly serrated whips, eyes locked on the Cleric of Chaos, calm but resolute. He nods to Havoc and remarks, "You look busy." Takeda coils his whips ready to finish what Hanzo started, bringing this chapter to a shocking close. The next chapter opens at sea, as smoke rises from the wreckage of the Shokin vessel. Shiva and Kentaro finally reach the shoreline, drenched and exhausted. As they catch their breath, Shiva hears voices ahead, Red Dragon mercenaries sneering in disgust as they watch swarms of insects wrangle across the sands, devouring the remnants of Devora's body. The soldiers scoff at the sight and begin joking about torching what's left, until the insects turn on them. In an instant, the swarm lashes out, reducing the mercenaries to bones and screams, stripping them clean in seconds. The swarm quivers and then reforms. Devora is reborn, her new body rising from the mass. Coldly eyeing the carnage, she spots Shiva and Kentaro watching nearby. She expresses genuine relief to see Shiva alive, and then mutters that even Kentaro survived. Kentaro growls in return, but Shiva raises a hand, keeping them from clashing. Unimpressed, Devore extends a venom-dripping stinger to Shiva's throat, demanding to know where her forces were while Kotal Khan was captured. Shiva explains, Havoc destroyed her fleet. Everyone aboard is dead. Devore receives, but lowers her stinger. She spares the Shokin for now and demands they follow her. When Shiva asks where they were headed, Devore reveals that Kotal, anticipating a betrayal, hid emergency supplies on the island before the assault began. With those catches, they'll be able to rally reinforcements and take the fight to Havoc and his corrupted slaves. Back inside Shang Tsung's palace, Takeda now stands alone against Cassie and Jackie Bridge, both under the influence of the Blood Code. Havoc and the remaining champions turned puppets linger in the shadows, watching with quiet anticipation. Cassie and Jackie smirk as they approach Takeda, mocking his past, a boy raised among killers, a loner without a childhood. When was the last time you played with anyone your own age? They taunted him with that. Takeda smirks back, unfazed. He dodges their fury of attacks with ease, the serrated ends of his new whips flashing through the air, but notes that their training was rooted in discipline and tournaments, not survival. He strikes fast, pulling Cassie's legs from under her and flinging her into Jackie's path. Before either can recover, he wraps his whips around both of them and pins them in place. Calmly, he tells them, growing up around killers didn't break me. It taught me how to stay alive. As the fight continues inside Shang Tsung's palace, Takeda lands a clean strike and severs Havoc's hand, only for the Chaos Cleric to calmly retrieve and reattach it. Instead of retaliating immediately, Havoc takes the opportunity to twist the knife emotionally, bringing up Forrest Fox, Takeda's first mission target. While possessed by the Blood Code inside Fox, Havoc claims to have witnessed the assassin's genuine affection for Takeda, even as he died by his hand. But Takeda refuses to be rattled. He tells Havoc to press every emotional button he wants. Nothing is left inside for him to break. Hanzo is gone. Fox is gone. His own sense of peace died long ago. With only vengeance left driving him forward, Takeda drags his serrated whips behind him, closing in on Havoc with lethal resolve. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's his reason to exist. Havoc smiles. That's exactly what he was counting on. He gestures towards the corrupted champions at his side, Raiden, Melina, Johnny, Sonya, and Kotal Khan, and wonders aloud where one of them is gone. Before Takeda can react, Melina teleports in, landing a brutal drop kick that staggers him. The rest follow in quick succession. Kotal slams an elbow into his back. Sonya blasts him off his feet. Johnny lands a mocking blow below the belt, and Raiden finishes the chain with the jolts of blood-red lightning to the skull. Each corrupted warrior jeers as they strike, ridiculing Takeda for thinking he could stand against legends after only defeating their children. They taunt him with twisted echoes of Hanzo's disappointment, driving their corrupted warriors deeper than any blade. Crashing to the ground, Takeda is badly hurt. Havoc towers above him, holding Shinnok's amulet aloft and delivering his ultimatum. Takeda can either sacrifice his blood to the Kamidogo and become a puppet of chaos, or he can die and join Hanzo in oblivion. There's no other path. Elsewhere, in a realm engulfed by fire, Hanzo Hasashi stands alone. The air is thick with smoke and ash, flames licking the charred village rooms around them. A voice speaks to him from the inferno, telling him that this fire is now his home. Hanzo rejects it. He doesn't see the flames as home, but as the heartbeat in his chest, the raw embodiment of his will to protect, to survive. Across from him stands a twisted reflection, Scorpion, the vengeful demon he once was. The two face off in a psychological battlefield, two identities at war. Scorpion insists that without him, Takeda cannot be saved. Hanzo doesn't flinch. His time wrestling with his inner demon is over. One final clash looms between them. The human and the reverent charge each other through the blaze, one fighting for vengeance, the other for redemption. The past and present hurtle towards collision, and this chapter ends with fire, fury, and fate on the line. Chapter 32 opens to the battle where Hanzo Hasashi's soul rages. He faces his inner demon, Scorpion, who dodges Hanzo's initial kunai throw with ease, mocking the predictability of the attack. Scorpion quickly overwhelms him with a brutal flurry of blows, slamming a knee into his gut and summoning demonic familiars to pin Hanzo down. He taunts his human half for refusing to embrace the fire within, accusing him of being a broken man shackled by guilt and shame. Cornered and bleeding, Hanzo confesses he turned the memory of his family into a weapon, but while Scorpion insists their deaths demand endless retribution, Hanzo bites back. Their vengeance was fulfilled long ago. Scorpion rejects this, drawing his sword and claiming that the world still burns for their loss. When Hanzo declares to ask if Takeda will be sacrificed too, Scorpion coldly declares the boy already dead, then drives a blade into Hanzo's chest. Meanwhile, back in Shang Tsung's palace, Havoc towers over a broken Takeda, giving him a final ultimatum: surrender to chaos or be cast aside like the rest. He amplifies the agony by channeling energy from Shinnok's amulet, demanding Takeda's blood as a sacrifice. As Takeda weakly mutters a response, Havoc leans in, only to be met with a surprise. Takeda slams his forehead into the cleric's face in defiance. He'd rather die fighting than serve. Havoc, momentarily amused, prepares to finish him, until a blast knocks the amulet from his hand. A portal opens. Out steps Aaron Black, flanked by the long-awaited reinforcements Devora, Reptile, Farah, Antor, Shiva, and Kentaro. Devora holds Kotal Khan's portal stone, having used it to rally allies from Outworld. When Farah questions their location, Havoc answers through all his enslaved warriors, welcoming to their living nightmare. Devora wastes no time. She turns to Aaron, asking if he's ready to redeem himself. He shrugs, more interested in who needs killing. She tells him to keep Raiden busy and to die if that's what it takes. Aaron simply nods and opens fire on the possessed Thunder God. Chaos explodes across the battlefield. Reptile unleashes acid on Melina. Shiva takes on Johnny and Sonya simultaneously, half joking to Kentaro that this better be a glorious battle he wanted. Kentaro barely gets a breath before Jackie and Cassie blindside him with a brutal combo, an uppercut and a shot to the groin. Farah is horrified as Tor gets slashed by the still corrupted Kotal Khan. Devora attempts to command her former emperor, but he answers with a punch. Amid the chaos erupting in Shang Tsung's palace, Havoc takes a moment to enjoy the carnage, but quickly remembers he still has a loose end: Takeda. To his surprise, the young warrior has vanished, along with Shinnok's amulet. Catching sight of him fleeing, Havoc gives chase, taunting him for running away and mocking what Hanzo would think of such cowardice. Takeda stumbles, and Havoc closes in fast. As he looms over him, Havoc reveals a cruel truth. He heard everything Raiden said during his fake moment of clarity. Raiden's redemption was always an illusion, another pawn moved by the cleric's hand. Still defiant, Takeda raises the amulet and points it at Havoc, declaring it holds the power of an elder god, and that it's enough to end him. But Havoc grins, reminding Takeda that Raiden never taught him how to use the amulet. Grabbing the relic, the cleric offers to demonstrate. Meanwhile, deep within the firelit background of Hanzo's soul, Scorpion continues his onslaught. He impales Hanzo again, yelling that emotions like guilt do nothing but chain them to the past. What matters now is power, what they could become. But Hanzo, no longer trembling beneath that guilt, declares he's sworn those chains long enough. With resolve, he vanishes into a pillar of hellfire. Scorpion blinks in confusion, then staggers as a fireball erupts through his back and chest. Hanzo appears behind him, transformed, centered. He steps forward and tells his darker half, it's time their actions, not their grief, define them. With a clean arc of his blade, Hanzo severs the remnant's mask from his face. No more vengeance, no more guilt, only justice. Back in the mortal realm, Havoc continues to torture Takeda, channeling raw chaos through the amulet. He sneers at the boy's resilience, attributing it to the Jinsei-infused soul within him. But resistance, he promises, only prolongs suffering. Earthrealm will meet the same slow death, a consequence of Raiden's deluded belief in peace. But before Havoc can deliver the final blow, a hand slams across his neck. In one fluid, brutal motion, Hanzo appears behind him, no longer fractured, no longer conflicted, and rips Havoc's head clean off his shoulders. The cleric's body crumbles, and his disembodied head stares in disbelief. Even in death, Havoc admits he never saw this coming. Hanzo simply states the truth. He can't rely on anyone but himself. With that, he vanishes in a flash of flame, taking Havoc's head with him. Left alone in the ruined chamber, Takeda weakly calls out for his master, surrounded by blood, stone, and the corpse of Chaos himself. This is how this chapter ends. In chapter 33, the battle rages on inside Shang Tsung's palace, but the tide has turned, and not in favor of the outworld reinforcements. Devora and her allies are fighting tooth and claw, but Havoc's corrupted champions are relentless. As Melina tears into Reptile, Kotal Khan continues hammering Devora with furious sword strikes. Kentaro finds himself overwhelmed by Cassie and Jackie, who coordinate their attacks with brutal precision. From the sidelines, Shiva urges Kentaro to fight harder, but her words come too late. Sonya Blade delivers a final blow, decapitating Kentaro as Shiva watches in horror. Raiden, still possessed, lashes Aaron Black with a surge of blood-red lightning. Elsewhere, Kotal pins Devora to a wall by the throat, blinded by the rage that still consumes him. Then suddenly, everything shifts. As if snapped from a trance, streams of blood magic begin pouring from Sonya, Cassie, and Jackie's bodies. Sonya, still holding Kentaro's head, drops in horror as her mind clears. Cassie reels back in shock, and Raiden halts his assault, confused by his own actions. Aaron collapses at Raiden's feet, smoldering. Kotal lowers his blade, stunned, and turns to Devora, asking what happened, his voice trembling with guilt. Sometime later, the battlefield quiets. Mourning replaces mayhem. Sonya approaches Shiva, offering a broken apology. Shiva, still grieving Kentaro, manages to respond with dignity. Kentaro died as a warrior should. Meanwhile, Takeda isn't holding back. He confronts Raiden directly, demanding to know why the truth about the Kamidogu and the amulet was kept hidden. Their secrecy, Takeda says, nearly destroyed them all and cost too many lives. He returns the amulet in disgust, placing it back into Raiden's care, not out of trust, but necessity. In a quieter corner, Johnny Cage tries to console Jackie, who's spiraling with anxiety about what her father Jax will think, especially after everything she was forced to do while corrupted. At the same time, Sonya turns her frustration on Cassie, scolding her for the choices that led to her capture, but her anger breaks into tears. She pulls Cassie into a hug, finally admitting the words her daughter had waited a long time to hear. I love you. Elsewhere, Melina takes the opportunity to free Ermac. With the battle behind them, she sees a new path forward, reclaiming the throne of Outworld while it sits undefended. But Ermac refuses. He acknowledges her fire, even her cunning, but says she's too reckless to rule. When Melina insists she's the rightful heir, Ermac calmly rebuffs her, stating that Outworld needs stability now, and Kotal Khan is the one who's proven he can provide it. Melina's fury simmers, but for now, she walks away. As Cassie animatedly recounts her cage match to Sonya, the mood is briefly light, until Kotal Khan and Raiden step forward. They interrupt with urgent matters. The enter-realm ones, and Sonya's expression shifts as they begin to speak. Kotal offers a respectful nod, acknowledging how good it is to see Sonya reunited with her daughter. But Sonya cuts through the pleasantries, reminding him that her daughter's kidnapper is standing among his allies. Kotal doesn't deflect. Instead, he commentates that Aaron Black has already paid for his betrayal, Raiden's brutal lightning strike being punishment enough. Still, Kotal doesn't demand Black's pardon. He asks Sonya to consider offering it, saying a second chance should only be granted with her approval. Before she can respond, Raiden steps in, steering the conversation towards larger threats. He reveals that Reiko and Havoc were backed by Dagon and the Red Dragon. With future attacks looming, Raiden proposes a formal accord, an inter-realm agreement between Earthrealm and Outworld to prevent further bloodshed. Kotal supports the proposal, but says it hinges on Sonya's consent. It would be a non-aggression pact, nothing binding beyond what each realm freely chooses to honor. To show he means it, Kotal promises the return of weapons of mass destruction he confiscated from Kano, a rare gesture of diplomacy. Sonya, recognizing the significance, agrees. The accord is made. Then Raiden unveils one final matter, the amulet of Shinnok. Holding the cursed relic, Raiden confesses he can no longer bear its burden. He fears its influence, its ability to twist his will, and says he won't bury it behind secrecy again. The amulet must be guarded, but not by gods. It must be entrusted to a champion. Kotal declines without hesitation. With Melina on the loose and Outworld still reeling from Civil War, he can't guarantee the amulet's safety. Sonya accepts instead. With Steve Lee resolve, she assures him that Special Forces will make the amulet vanish secure where no one can ever find it. And so, peace is tentatively restored. But far below, in the dark pits of the Netherrealm, a new chapter begins. Scorpion, now fully resolved and walking his own path, approaches the fiery gates of hell. There, he's greeted by Moloch and Draman, stunned to see him, and even more stunned when he tosses them a severed head. Havoc's. The Chaos Cleric's mouth still curls into a smug grin, even in death, promising that everything Scorpion knows will die because of his choices. Draman seems delighted. The Chaos Realmer is a rare treat for Torment. As Scorpion turns to leave, Draman blocks his path, invoking his betrayal of Quan Chi. Scorpion glances back. He says he didn't come for a fight, then smirks. But if you insist, this chapter closes not with peace, but with fire still smoldering beneath the surface. Chapter 34 opens up a week since the chaos of Rico's fall. The dust has settled, for now. Jackie Briggs returns to the familiar land of her family's farm, though she's visibly carrying the weight of what she endured. From a distance, the Cage family looks on as she approaches the porch where her parents wait. Nerves fray as she faces her father, but Jax, with a little convincing from Vera, takes a different approach than expected. Instead of grounding his daughter or pulling her into a protective shell, he hands her a firearm, not out of fear, but out of trust. It's a symbolic moment. Jax once told her that the only way she'd ever touch a gun was by joining Special Forces, but times have changed. He now understands he can't always be her shield, but he can teach her how to protect herself. Jackie finally opens up about the trauma of her capture, but rather than crumble, she draws strength from her father's own battles. The memory of Jax's perseverance kept her fighting when hope seemed lost. They embrace, not as a soldier and her commanding officer, but as a daughter and her dad. Watching from a quiet spot nearby, Johnny Cage grins and calls it a Hollywood ending. Sonya nods in agreement. Jax earned that peace. Cassie adds that the Briggs family deserves it, but there's no time to linger. Sonya's already thinking ahead. The so-called Rico Accord between realms demands attention. She's eager to move. Johnny tries pitching the idea of a father-daughter trip, but Cassie, already 2 steps ahead, choosing training over vacation. As she hurries off under Sonya's command, Johnny shakes his head, equal parts proud and playfully defeated. Meanwhile, in the Himalayas, the quiet halls of the Shirai Ryu temple echo with the sound of Takeda's hammer as he finishes placing makeshift graves for his fallen clan. He lingers at a forest fox's, binding his final farewell before turning to begin one for his master. But peace is short-lived. A portal-swirling hellfire opens behind him, and from its churning maw, Scorpion claws his way back to the realm of the living. Moloch follows, grabbing Hanzo's leg to drag him into the underworld. Takeda doesn't hesitate. He swings the hammer straight into Moloch's skull, forcing the demon to release Hanzo just as a portal collapses shut. Hanzo catches his breath and thanks his student for the save. Takeda, wide-eyed, is still processing what he's seeing. Last he saw, Scorpion was a ghost, taking Havoc's head and disappearing into myth. Hanzo simply says he knows the way to hell by heart. Looking at the line of memorials, Hanzo walks quietly beside his student. He reminds Takeda that while he still has much to learn, he's become the pride of the Shirai Ryu. Takeda nods, humbled by the words. Then with curiosity, and maybe a little fear, he asks a question that's been lingering since that final battle. What happened to Havoc? Deep within the Netherrealm, a grotesque echo of laughter reverberates until it's silence. Havoc's severed head, still ranting about the chaos consuming all realms, is stomped into paste under the boot of Quan Chi. The sorcerer isn't just angry, he's seething. Havoc was supposed to deliver Shinnok's amulet, empowered by Natara's blood magic and corrupted through the Kami Dogu. But instead, he hoarded it for himself and failed. Quan Chi's fury spreads. Moloch tries to reason with him, but Quintana, now a revenant, executes him without hesitation. Draman grovels for his life, reminding his master of his title, Chief Torturer. But Quan Chi dismisses him coldly, stating he'd trade 1,000 Dramans for 1 Hanzo Hasashi. With a blast of neurotic magic, Draman is obliterated, his bones shatter beneath Quan Chi's heel. Turning to Liu Kang and Kung Lao, Quan Chi tempers his rage. Havoc's failure still serves a purpose. The amulet is no longer knocked behind Raiden's protections or the Kamidogu. It's exposed now, vulnerable. Katana is eager to act, but Kung Lao advises caution. Earthrealm and Outworld on high alert after the Blood Code disaster. Instead, he proposes a quieter route through Shinnok's newest acolyte, Devora. After witnessing the amulet's true power, her loyalty has now shifted. To her, Kotal Khan's vision of Outworld seems obsolete. Shinnok's darkness promises something grander. Meanwhile, in the lush island of Bali, Master Bo Rai Cho receives an unexpected visit. Kung Jin, the sharp-tongued young thief, has returned early. He hands Bo Rai Cho a sealed envelope. Payment is exchanged, and a few words are shared. Bo Rai Cho, ever the mentor, notes the fire in Jin's spirit and offers him a path to the Shaolin Temple. But Kung Jin refuses. He's not interested in honor or tradition. "You don't know me," he says faultily, before vanishing back into the streets. Bo Rai Cho returns to the training grounds where Sub-Zero, Kuai Liang, has been honing his power with calm, punishing precision. They open the envelope together. Inside isn't a letter. It's a flash drive, marked with skull and crossbones. Bo Rai Cho raises an eyebrow. Sub-Zero's expression hardens. "The Cyber Lin Kuei," he says. "It's time we shut them down." And here is how Chapter 34 ends. Now, Chapter 35 opens up near China. The cold winds blow across an abandoned fallout shelter, the hidden stronghold of Sector Cyber Lin Kuei. Sub-Zero and Bo Rai Cho stand before its entrance. Kuai Liang identifies the vault-like door as the only way in or out. As he prepares to breach it, Bo Rai Cho raises his staff and promises any escaping machine a swift lesson in Jojutsu. With a sharp breath and a flash of ice, Sub-Zero freezes the reinforced door and shatters it open, initiating a full-on assault. Alarms blare as Sub-Zero dashes through the corridors, striking down wave after wave of cybernetic ninjas with absolute precision. Sparks fly and metal screeches under the might of his power. In moments, he reaches the server core and uploads the mysterious flash drive Jin delivered, an encrypted virus meant to bring the Cyber Lin Kuei to its knees. The system flags its presence. Conversion protocols are activated. Sub-Zero barely escapes the serving room before arriving at the factory's dark heart, its cloning chambers, and what he sees there turns his stomach. Cloning pods line the walls, each one housing an unfinished cyber ninja. Sector isn't just upgrading his army, he's multiplying it. Sub-Zero leaps into action, taking down nearly a dozen enemies in a brutal flurry of ice blades and martial prowess. But the numbers are too great. He's eventually surrounded, stunned, and shackled. As they drag him through the facility, Sub-Zero demands to know where he's being taken. The answer is what he feared: to their master. Elsewhere in the facility, Sector towers over a console as Cyrax reports troubling news. The virus is spreading, destroying their systems, but the damage is invisible yet. That uncertainty unnerves Sector. Soon after, Sub-Zero is thrown before them. Sector greets him with a sneering "welcome back, traitor," and mocks his return to the Lin Kuei. Sub-Zero spits back, calling the Cyber Lin Kuei a failed experiment that earns him a rocket-powered punch to the face. Sector decides Sub-Zero won't be converted after all. He'll be executed. Before he pulls the trigger, he learns one final lesson. What's in the virus you uploaded? Facing down at his former clan master, Sub-Zero doesn't fear just a warning. He tells Sector that the virus isn't breaking their system, it's fixing it. In one fluid motion, Sub-Zero shatters the ice around his restraints and freezes his guards solid. As chaos erupts, Sector panics and orders an emergency memory dump to purge the virus, but Cyrax hesitates. That hesitation proves fatal to Sector's plan. The virus completes its upload. Sub-Zero wastes no time. As Sector launches a missile from his chest, Sub-Zero grabs one of the frozen cyber ninjas and uses his body as a makeshift shield. The explosion rings through the facility. Just then, the base system makes a chilling announcement. The slaving protocols have been disengaged. But Sector only laughs. The virus may have freed minds, but he claims it's meaningless. His new cloning program doesn't need free will, it only needs obedience. He declares that the Lin Kuei have transcended humanity. Another missile is fired. Another explosion rocks the hall. Sector turns to Cyrax and demands he immobilize Kuai Liang. For a moment, Cyrax powers his energy net. Sub-Zero pleads with him, telling him that he still has a choice. Cyrax lowers his head and whispers, he's doing this for humanity. And then he fires, not at Sub-Zero, but at Sector. The energy blast blasts Sector off his feet. Sub-Zero rushes to Cyrax's side, helping him. Welcome back, he says. But the moment is short-lived. Sector teleports behind them, flames erupting from his arms in blind rage. The Lin Kuei will not tolerate dissent. He roars, as wave after wave of cyber ninjas charge in from all directions. The war for the soul of the Lin Kuei has begun, bringing chapter 35 to a close. Now we're at the very last chapter, chapter 36. Within the Cyber Lin Kuei fortress, Fire and Frost clash in a final stand. Sub-Zero braces against Sector's flamethrowers with a wall of ice, warning Cyrax that the enemy can't keep this heat up forever. Cyrax isn't as optimistic. He knows Sector only needs a few more seconds. The army of cyborgs swarming them isn't slowing down, and without a central command, they'll never stop. Only Sector can shut them down. Sector bellows for Sub-Zero to surrender, his gauntlets blazing as he boasts that every clone has analyzed Sub-Zero's fighting style. According to the data, Sub-Zero cannot withstand the current level of heat. He's wrong. Sub-Zero charges through the inferno, shielding himself in ice while wielding a gleaming Kori blade. He closes the distance fast. One clean slash severs Sector's arms. A second finishes it. Sub-Zero flips overhead and decapitates the red demon of steel in one final decisive strike. The room falls still. The clone army halts, their programming disrupted. They scan for new leadership, their code seeking a command source. It doesn't take long. They kneel before Cyrax, recognizing him as the last original Cyber Lin Kuei. A stunned Cyrax looks to Sub-Zero in disbelief. I am not your master, he says. But one of the clones speaks, you are the last of us. Cyrax orders the clones to leave. He needs a moment with Sub-Zero. As they disperse, Kuai Liang expresses hope. With Cyrax in charge, maybe these cyborgs can reclaim some shred of the lost humanity. But Cyrax isn't convinced. In his eyes, Kuai Liang is the only one with the future. Still processing the weight of it all, Cyrax softly says, fighting beside you as a true Lin Kuei one last time, that was real. Kuai Liang tries to interrupt, sensing something final in his tone. But Cyrax already made peace. There's hope, he agrees, but the Lin Kuei needs a clean slate. He activates the self-destruct sequence. You are the Grandmaster now. Make it count. Outside, Bo' Rai Cho leans on his staff, battered but satisfied, surrounded by the remains of cybernetic warriors. Behind him, the mountain roars as the entire base explodes in a firestorm. The old master, caught in the blast, flames scorching his robes until frost spreads over him. Sub-Zero emerges from the blaze, untouched, Sector's severed head in one hand, a shimmer of icy power shielding his body. Without a word, Kuai Liang freezes Bo' Rai Cho to extinguish the fire, then shatters the ice to free his wounded mentor. As the flames of the Cyber Lin Kuei base still smolder in memory, Bo' Rai Cho is bent over, vomiting onto the charred dirt. Sub-Zero stands beside him, apologizing for freezing him to stop the fire. The old master just grunts and tells him to buy the next round of drinks. Kuai Liang agrees. Just one? But even victory comes with weight. Sub-Zero turns away, his breath visible in the air, and says he needs some time alone. Weeks later, at the Lin Kuei temple nestled deep in the Arctica, Sub-Zero meditates silently before the statue of Buddha, finding a rare stillness after the storm. That peace is suddenly broken by a presence at his back, a hand reaching for his shoulder. In a blur of instinct, he flips the intruder over his shoulder and slams him into the ground. It's Frost. She's more surprised by how effortlessly he subdued her than by icy floor beneath her. When impressed, she explains she was sent by Raiden. A new Lin Kuei tournament is being held, an open audition for the next generation of warriors, and she's here to prove herself. With a smirk, she tries to freeze Kuai Liang's wrist mid-sentence, but he doesn't even flinch. What does shock him, however, is that she isn't alone. Behind her stands an entire lineup of potential recruits eager to be tested. Sub-Zero sighs and accepts the responsibility, but before leading them away, he makes one rule clear. None of them are to attack their new master, especially her. As he watches the hopefuls march behind Frost, Kuai Ling mutters to himself that he and Raiden will need a long conversation. Meanwhile, in a mist-shrouded Crimson Forest, Goro arrives at the gates of the Red Dragon stronghold, demanding an audience with Dagon. The guards sneer, mocking the once proud Shokin prince as a cripple. That mockery dies quickly under Goro's heel as he crushes one of the guards into the mud. Dagon emerges from the shadows, amused but attentive. Goro isn't there to posture, he's there to make a deal. He studied the text of the Dragon King Onaga and believes the Red Dragon's knowledge of regeneration could restore what he has lost. Dagon listens, skeptical, until Goro reveals a gift, the beaten unconscious body of Kenshi Takashi, the spy who dared betray the Red Dragon. Tossed at Dagon's feet like a trophy, the blind swordsman is the leverage Goro needs. With a slow, satisfied nod, Dagon agrees. Thus ends the comic saga of Mortal Kombat X. Now it's time to fully get into the narrative seen in the Mortal Kombat X story mode. This story kicks off with Johnny Cage narrating the tale of Shinnok, the fallen elder god who betrayed his own kind and tried to invade Earthrealm. Thankfully, Shinnok was stopped by Raiden and the other elder gods, and as punishment, they banished him to the Netherrealm. Johnny keeps rolling by, pointing out that Shinnok wasn't the only one who tried to pull that stunt. Cue Shao Kahn. To protect Earthrealm from threats like these, Raiden convinced the elder gods to create the Mortal Kombat tournament, giving Earthrealm a fighting chance to defend himself. For generations, Shao Kahn played by the rules, until Liu Kang handed him an L in a tournament that would have allowed him to merge Outworld with Earthrealm. Not ready to take the loss, Shao Kahn threw the rules out the window and invaded Earthrealm anyway. A lot of defenders were killed and turned into revenants, but in the end, they stopped him. And for defying the Elder Gods, they wiped him out. Then Johnny hits us with a twist. Shao Kahn wasn't even the main villain. It was Shinnok all along, plotting his escape from the Netherrealm and planning to pick his war back up with the Elder Gods. After Johnny's retelling, we cut straight to the chaos of the Netherrealm-Earthrealm war. Demons and humans are throwing down and the casualties are racking up on both sides. Meanwhile, in a military aircraft, Johnny Cage, Major Sonya Blade, and Kenshi are flying with a squad of soldiers preparing for an assault on Raiden's Sky Temple to confront Shinnok directly. Kenshi gives the mission rundown. Shinnok's goal is to corrupt Earthrealm's life force, the Jinsei. Just as things start sounding serious, turbulence rocks the plane, and it's not weather. Scorpion hurls a spear straight through the cockpit, right into the pilot's face. He boards the plane like it's Mortal Kombat Airlines and takes out every soldier on board, leaving Johnny, Sonya, and Kenshi as the only survivors. Kenshi grabs Scorpion and flings him out the side, but now both of them are hanging on to the plane's edge for dear life. And if that wasn't enough, here comes Sub-Zero, still rocking that Quan Chi brainwash, stepping up to Johnny Cage for a mid-air brawl. The two start throwing hands until Scorpion sneaks back in. Johnny thinks fast, elbows Scorpion, nut punches Sub-Zero, and finishes it off with a headbutt to both ninjas. Straight chaos. Kenshi finally gets his footing and uses his telekinesis to yeet Sub-Zero off the plane. Johnny tries to help, but ends up getting knocked out with him, while Sonya crash lands the plane with Kenshi, both of them surviving the wreck. As Johnny checks on Sonya, Scorpion shows up again, clearly not done yet. Round 2 begins, and once again, Johnny comes out on top. But before he can breathe, Sub-Zero shows up and freezes him. Surprisingly, Johnny shrugs off the frost and breaks out. Now, we got a rematch. Johnny throws down with the Icy Ninja and wins again. Finally battered, but not broken, Johnny stumbles over to check on Sonya. Again.
I liked it better when we fought on the same side. You okay? We fared better than the men. Add them to the list of things Shinnok will answer for.
At Raiden Sky Temple, things are clearly looking grim. Raiden and Fujin are throwing hands with wave after wave of Netherrealm demons, doing their best to hold the line. But as the numbers start to overwhelm them, Quan Chi makes his grand entrance, tossing out smug taunts like confetti. Just to twist the knife, he unveils the remnants of Stryker, Sindel, and Cabal, all ready to jump in and finish what the demons started. Meanwhile, down at the base of the temple, things are just as bloody. The remnants of Jackson Briggs and Smoke, who now goes by Enenra, are cleaning house, disposing of the fallen Shaolin monks. But Cage, Sonya, and Kenshi roll up with an ambush. Just as they're about to strike, a portal rips open behind them, and out steps Nightwolf, now corrupted and deadly. Kenshi squares off with the fallen shaman while Johnny takes on Enenra in a heated one-on-one. Johnny starts getting the upper hand, but spots Sonya struggling against Jax. This time, Johnny steps up. No Mortal Kombat 9 repeat here. Cage throws down with Revenant Jax and walks away with the W. After the fight, Johnny and Sonya regroup. Sonya's clearly still hurting, grieving the fact that Jax, her best friend, is now just a ghost of who he was. Johnny has to ground her in reality, reminding her that the man they fought isn't Jax anymore. With heavy hearts, they push forward. Kenshi, guided by the spirit with Sento, locates a portal entrance to the Sky Temple. He opens the way and the squad steps through. And that's when things start to kick into high gear. At the temple's peak, Shinnok finally steps into the scene, fully confident, thinking the tide is about to turn in his favor. But right when he's feeling himself, a new challenger steps up.
You see it now, Raiden. Your legacy. You poisoned their hearts with hope.
And what do you offer? The same as you did millennia ago, when you betrayed your fellow Elder Gods and attacked Earthrealm. We stopped you then, imprisoned you in the Netherrealm. We will do so again.
Remove the shadow from the light. The shadow grows. The legacy of life is death, Raiden. My followers accept this and live on. They fight for me.
Will not touch the Jinsei.
Oh, I will. And all of Earthrealm will learn the truth of death.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Didn't see you there.
Miserable wretch! Insignificant speck of feculent scum! How dare you! That is mine!
Ready? As always.
She will be the first to join me.
No! I'm not sure what just happened to me, but I am sure of this. You don't even think of hurting her.
Johnny Cage steps up and goes head to head with Shinnok, and somehow, some way, he manages to beat down a fallen Elder God. As Johnny gains the upper hand, Raiden calls out for the amulet. Without missing a beat, Johnny boots it across the chamber, and Raiden uses the relic to seal Shinnok away once and for all. With the battle won, Johnny immediately rushes to Sonya's side and embraces her, still wounded but alive. Kenshi and Fujin arrive shortly after, letting everyone know that Quan Chi and the rest of his forces have retreated. For a moment, Earthrealm breathes in a sigh of relief. The heroes stand together, victorious, but the mood turns sober. They've defeated Shinnok, yes, but they can't destroy the amulet. Raiden and Fujin decide to leave it in search of the guidance from the Elder Gods, leaving the others to reflect on what happened. As Kenshi stands nearby, still trying to process everything, he notices Johnny holding Sonya and smiling. When he asks why the grin, Johnny just chuckles and says, "Because for the first time ever, she called me Johnny." Now we arrive at the time skip. And understand, the time skip is told in the comic we went through earlier in the video. Johnny finishes retelling the whole story to the new blood, Cassie Cage, Kung Jin, Takeda, and Jackie Bridge. The torch has officially been passed.
Told me later that I'm descended from some Mediterranean war cult. Bred as warriors for the gods. I've never been able to resummon that green halo. Raiden thinks it was triggered when I saw a loved one about to die. How about you, Cassie? Can you summon anything like that? Or did it skip a generation?
Take it easy, Jin. We didn't need a halo in Darfur, or Iran, or Kurdistan. Did we, Jackie?
Nope, we didn't. Shaolin monks ever send you there, Jin?
I've seen plenty of action. Takeda and I both. Stuff that blow your special forces mind. At ease. You're all here because you deserve to be. You're beautiful and unique snowflakes. Now, as I'm sure you're unaware, judging from the lack of gift cards, today is our team's 6-week anniversary. Secretary Blake says he's pleased with our progress. You could spit in his hair and he'd be pleased with our progress.
He was smart enough to have Mr. Cage put this team together.
I'm glad the Shura Ryu chose me to join. New places, new faces.
As the secretary pointed out, us older folks are gonna retire someday. So it's time for your generation to step up. Shaolin, Shirai Ryu, SF. Together. For your team's first mission, you're going to the Lin Kuei Temple. We haven't heard from the Grand Master in a while, so we need to make sure he's still on our side. That he's got our backs if things flare up again with Outworld. You need to bring him in, but don't be surprised if Sub-Zero's not willing to cooperate.
Why be worried about Outworld? I thought Kotal Khan respected the Reiko Accords.
He does, but he's facing a civil war. The rebels win, those accords will be history.
The story now shifts over to Outworld, where Kotal Khan, Devora, and Kano are riding in a carriage, deep in negotiation. Kano's peddling black market weapons and insider knowledge claiming his firepower could tip the scales in Outworld Civil War. Most importantly, he knows Melina's whereabouts. Kotal wants that info, but Kano's holding out for a steep $50 million payday. While the deal is on the table, we cut to the rooftops. Melina and Raiden are trailing the carriage from above, watching every move. As the ride continues, the carriage suddenly jerks to a stop. Ambushed. On the roof with Melina is Tanya and a whole squad of Tarkatans. Raiden questions Melina's endgame, but she shuts him down quick. Pulling out her trump card, Shinnok's amulet. Turns out Melina had already hired Kano to double-cross Kotal. If Kotal had paid up, Kano might have turned on her instead. Back in the chaos below, Devourer starts clearing a path for Kotal while Tarkatan warriors swarm the area. Ermac and Aaron Black are seen holding their own, fighting back the horde. Kotal, still stuck in the carriage, finds himself face to face with betrayal. Kano makes his move, but the assassins fails. The two burst out of the wreckage carriage and take the fight to the streets. Kotal overpowers Kano, and just as he's about to finish him, Tanya intervenes. She steps up, but can't match Kotal either, and falls in battle. Kotal moves on, cutting through more Tarkatans until she spots Melina watching from above. He teleports up to confront her, but she sends her in her goons. None of them will last long. Kotal beats them down and goes straight for Melina. After slamming her around, she gets tossed off the edge, forcing Kotal to turn his attention to Raiden. The two clash, and Raiden loses. As Aaron Black lines up a final shot to finish Raiden, Melina throws herself in the way and saves him. Now it's Melina's turn to square off with Kotal. It's a brutal fight, but she ultimately goes down. Defeated, Melina pulls her final move, activating Shinnok's amulet. The blast overpowers Kotal, forcing him to retreat as Melina makes her escape.
The stair path to the fire's edge.
What did my emperor see?
A mere cub, grown to be a jaguar.
The story shifts back to Earthrealm, where the young bloods of Special Forces are prepping their mission to the Lin Kuei Temple. Their goal, seek out Sub-Zero. Meanwhile, at the temple, Sub-Zero is informed by two Lin Kuei warriors that there are intruders, 4 of them roaming the grounds. Calm and collected, Sub-Zero steps out of his chamber and joins his clan as they kneel in front of a palace statue to meditate. Back outside, the Special Forces team is trying to strategize how to approach the Grand Master, but before a plan can even get formed, Kung Jin, being Kung Jin, charges in solo, cutting through the silence like a brick through the glass. Cassie immediately pulls him back, trying to salvage the situation. Sub-Zero, already less than thrilled about having his meditation interrupted, makes it clear that he does not take kindly to uninvited guests. Cassie attempts to speak, but they suddenly find themselves surrounded by Lin Kuei warriors. Tensions rise, and when things are getting heated, Kung Jin, true to form, decides to skip the diplomacy and jump straight into combat mode. That's Sub-Zero's cue. The Grandmaster faces off with Cassie first, calling her out for being the leader in the name only, because her team doesn't act like she is. They fight, and Sub-Zero wins. Takeda steps up next, only to be reminded while he's skilled, he's still a student. He goes down too. Jackie tries to reason with Sub-Zero, even invoking her father Jax, but Sub-Zero quickly reminds her they share a dark history before defeating her as well. Last up is Kung Jin, still hot-headed and impatient. Sub-Zero tells him he lacks control, but Jin insists on testing his luck. Spoiler alert, it doesn't go well. The entire team ends up beaten and confused until the twist hits. This wasn't a real fight. It was a test.
Any ideas?
Sub-Zero, let's talk.
That opportunity has passed.
Got a new plan, Cage?
You could have followed the old one, Jin.
You're gonna catch hell if you kill us.
Yes, I suppose so. Shuo Dangjin.
That worked?
This was all a
training exercise.
Damn, I should have seen it.
You and your friends show much promise, Cassandra Cage. But until you function as one, you will fall short.
So other than that, you enjoyed your visit?
The Lin Kuei shredded us.
You maybe.
I see plenty of frozen boot prints on your ass, too.
Come on now. You're all winners in my book. New orders from General Blade. Priority 1, Outworlders. Here in Earthrealm.
An invasion?
Couldn't be.
You're not afraid, are you, Mr. Cage? Outworlders, I can handle.
Back at Special Forces HQ, the Next Generation squad is getting a full debrief alongside Johnny Cage and Kenshi. The topic? Outworld. Apparently a portal opened down by the docks and 5,000 refugees spilled out, fleeing the chaos of the Outworld Civil War. As Kenshi lets them through, he spots his son Takeda skulking over his loss to Sub-Zero. Kenshi offers him some quiet encouragement before the men head inside to the base. Inside, Raiden is already in deep discussion with an Outworld refugee, Li Mei. She tells the team her village was at the heart of the conflict and barely made it out alive. But what really turns heads is when she says this wasn't just another civil skirmish. No, she saw Melina wield Shinnok's amulet. Sonya's immediate reaction is disbelief. The amulet is under lockdown. Raiden himself secured it, but Raiden, visibly shaken, says he needs to be sure and vanishes to investigate. With the room tense, Johnny tries to lighten the mood with a bit of signature Cage charm. Li Mei shuts it down, but throws a curveball, saying he reminds her of another Earthrealm warrior, one with a glowing red eye. That single line shifts the entire energy in the room. Johnny and Sonya exchange a knowing glance. That can only mean one thing. Kano is an Outworld. Determined to act fast, Sonya gears up for a strike and sends Johnny off on a, let's say, less important mission. With Cage sidelined, the Special Forces squad heads to Outworld to verify Li Mei's claims. But the second they hit the ground, they're intercepted by Aaron Black, and their boots on the ground Raycon mission turns into front row seats to a brutal execution.
I don't know, I expected the sky to be purple or something.
Don't believe everything you see online.
And what makes you an expert?
The Shaolin Archives. I studied a lot about Outworld.
No substitute for experience.
So what makes you our leader?
Guys, let's stick to the mission.
Li Mei has to be telling the truth.
An invasion would violate the Reiko Accords.
Because you can always trust an Outworlder.
But if Outworld's our ally, why didn't they help us during the Netherrealm War? Against Quan Chi and his team of...
Revenants? Like Jackie's dad?
Asshole.
It's not an alliance. Non-aggression pact. Outworld is not our ally.
A point you might make with more subtlety, given your surroundings. Now state your business, including a reason why we shouldn't kill you.
I can read you. You're not from Outworld.
I'm from Earthrealm, like you. But my employer, Kotal Khan, is from Outworld. So now I'm from Outworld. State your business.
We're emissaries. We need to talk to Kotal Khan. Here, we have Raiden's official seal.
I can buy one of those at that stall right over there.
Look, you can arrest us, even kill us. But if we're telling the truth, you probably get a pay cut. Or worse. You take us to the Khan,
I'll tell him you took us down. Maybe you get a bonus. You can't lose.
Follow me.
In these times of war, we are required to view every resource as a weapon for our Emperor to use at his discretion. To take without his leave is to steal from the hand of Kotal Khan himself. Therefore, having been found guilty of theft, you shall be put to death.
I was hungry.
Your sentence will be carried out immediately.
Death? For petty theft?
Remember where you are.
Jin?
Get out of here. Go.
I knew I shouldn't have listened to you.
A lesson in trust from a mercenary.
Here's another learning opportunity.
After Kung Jin throws hands with Aaron Black in town square, the squad barely has time to breathe before another brawl breaks out, this time with the duo of Farah Tor. When Tor charges the team, Kung Jin steps into the action, firing arrows to keep the brute at bay. That gets their attention. Farah Tor turns their rage towards Kung Jin, and the two clash. Jin holds his own and comes out on top, but the celebration is short-lived. Before they can regroup, Outworld guards surround them. Just as things look bleak, Devore arrives on the scene, with a usual mix of venom and diplomacy. She reminds them that meddling in Outworld affairs typically earns you a one-way ticket to the grave. But thanks to the Rico Accords, she's willing to let this one slide, on the condition they come meet with Kotal Khan directly. As Devore leaves, Cassie wastes no time lighting into Kung Jin. She calls him out for not thinking ahead, dropping some harsh language while she's at it. Takeda backs her up, questioning whether starting an inter-realm war was really worth it for a literal bread thief. That's when Kung Jin starts reflecting, flashing back to 5 years earlier when he was just like that guy. Back then, he was a thief too. We see him sneaking into Raiden's temple, staring at portraits of fallen legends Liu Kang and his own cousin Kung Lao. His eyes land on a family heirloom, and just like that, he pockets it. He tries to dip out quietly, but Raiden appears calm but disappointed. Raiden gently tells him he'd rather he didn't steal, but Kung Jin isn't in the mood. He lashes out, blaming Raiden for Kung Lao's death and claiming it was foolish to send him to fight Shao Kahn in the first place. Tensions explode into a fight, Jin versus the God of Thunder, and shockingly, no pun intended, Jin wins. Still, Raiden isn't angry. Instead, he gets through to him the only way he knows how, reminding Jin that he carries a powerful legacy, and if he wants to truly honor his family, he should train with the Wuxi Academy. Back in the present day, Kotal Khan arrives at the site where Special Forces previously threw down with Aaron Black. He makes it clear that he had no idea refugees were fleeing the Outworld to seek asylum, which was news to him. But he's also not thrilled Earthrealm showed up unannounced during a civil war, suspicious they might be siding with Mileena. That skepticism vanishes the second Cassie mentions Shion's amulet. Instantly, Kotal's tone shifts. His anger flares. His demands to know how they have the amulet, considering it was supposed to be locked up safely in Earthrealm. Kung Jin steps forward to calm the tensions, explaining they're not enemies and that they're equally concerned about the amulet falling into the wrong hands. Kotal listens, respects the courage Jin shows, but still sees them as intruders who may be aligned with Mileena. That's when Kung Jin makes a bold move. He invokes Outworld law, requesting the right to defend Earthrealm's honor through Mortal Kombat. Kotal, being the warrior he is, accepts the challenge. What follows is a brutal one-on-one deathmatch between the Emperor and Kung Jin. And in the end, it's Kung Jin who stands tall. With the fight over, Kotal declares the accusations against Earthrealm null and void. and fully expects execution for his misjudgment. But Kung Jin, ever the strategist, lets him know that there's no need for more blood. They're after the same goal, making sure Melina doesn't hold the amulet. That handshake seals the deal. An unexpected alliance is formed with mutual respect established. Kodo agrees to speak with Sonya Blade.
Emperor, they cannot be trusted.
Flora, can you not perceive? I am indebted to them.
You honor us, Kotal Khan. Our gratitude is wide like the ocean.
I'll talk to General Blade. Tell her about our new arrangement.
Back in Earthrealm, Sonya is still posted at the docks, continuing her hunt for Kano. She figures if the refugees are seeking sanctuary, Kano might be lurking nearby trying to blend in with them. Her suspicion pays off. She finds a refugee corpse with a clean throat slice, a textbook execution. One look and she knows that's a Kano necktie, one of his signature moves. Before she can dig deeper, Raiden calls in with urgent news. Shinnok's amulet has been stolen and replaced with a fake. Before he can explain further, something grabs his attention and the call abruptly cuts out. Sonya immediately dispatches a squad to investigate Raiden's location, but she stays behind to continue combing through the docks. That's when Johnny Cage shows up, fresh from that forgettable side mission she sent him on. Sparks fly, but not the romantic kind. The two start arguing, rehashing old wounds from their failed marriage. Johnny, frustrated, reminds her that once upon a time, family actually came first. And with that, we get a flashback 20 years earlier, right into the heart of Quan Chi's fortress.
Quan Chi needs to clean up his man cave.
It's cleaner than yours.
You're comparing me to Quan Chi?
Only in terms of cleanliness.
What's this?
I wouldn't do that.
Aw, come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
You wish for adventure? You shall have it.
Fire!
I have no need of your soldiers, but you and Mr. Cage will serve me well, once you are dead.
Don't know when to quit, do you?
After Sonya takes down Scorpion, she immediately tags in for round 2, this time against Sub-Zero while Johnny Cage throws hands with the Revenant version of his old buddy Jax. The two eventually regroup and confront Quan Chi together, but when it looks like they've got the upper hand, Jax rings back up and stabs Johnny in the back. Literally. As Johnny starts fading, his body begins to emit a dark Revenant energy. It's a countdown. Sonya snaps and goes full throttle, laying out Quan Chi, but she doesn't stop there. She turns to Jax, her former commanding officer and friend, and takes him down too. As she cradles Johnny in her arms, watching the light fade from his eyes, Raiden arrives just in time. He begins a complicated ritual to reverse Quan Chi's spell. Quan Chi tries to stop him, but Sonya intercepts and throws down once more with the demon sorcerer. With Raiden shouting that he needs the link severed, Sonya delivers a savage beatdown on Quan Chi, finishing him off with a nut kick so brutal it earns its own trophy. The impact buys Raiden enough time to complete the spell. In doing so, not only is Johnny Cage saved, but so are Sub-Zero, Scorpion, and Jax. Raiden explains he was able to save their souls by combing through his divine magic with Quan Chi's dark arts. Flashback ends. Back in the present, Sonya, Kenshi, and Li Mei are on high alert, waiting for Kano to finally show. When he does, Sonya wastes no time. She charges in, and after years of chasing this man, she finally gets her shot. The two go all out, But in the end, Sonya gets a W. Overcome with emotion and fury, she nearly goes too far until Johnny steps in and pulls her back from the edge.
All right. Get off me.
Sonya, ease up.
You kill me. Never fight. Amulet.
Sonya, we need that info. Sonya, don't make this another thing you'll regret.
Talk.
Back in Outworld, Special Forces are getting the rundown on Kano's intel regarding Melina's whereabouts. As Kotal Khan and Devore arrive, they're briefed on her location. Devore wastes no time strategizing the army's approach, but Cassie reminds them they're not going in alone. We then flash back 5 years to a younger Kotal Khan, flanked by Devore and Reptile quietly plotting a coup against Melina, who at the time still holds the title of Khanum. During the meeting, Reptile offers critical intel on Melina's movements that only he has access to. But before the plan can go any further, they're ambushed by a squad of Tarkatans, Ermac and Melina herself. Kotal speaks his mind, expressing concern about another war with Earthrealm, and suggests that Outworld should form an alliance with Earthrealm. Melina immediately rejects the idea, still blaming Earthrealm for Shao Kahn's death and threatens to kill anyone in the room. That's when Reptile steps forward and drops the bombshell. Melina isn't the rightful heir. She was created in the flesh pits, a clone, a construction. Baraka lashes out, attempting to strike Kotal, but Devore intercepts, defending her leader. Ermac then makes a game-changing move. He turns his back on Melina. As a confrontation explodes into violence, Devore and Baraka duel spills outside, where the insectoid assassin immediately defeats and finishes the Tarkatan warlord. Returning to the others, she coldly informs Melina that Baraka is dead. One by one, the room pledges allegiance to Kotal. Melina is seized and dragged away, her reign brought to an abrupt end. The story shifts back to present day, where Cassie Cage and Devore are deep behind enemy lines, stirring up chaos in Melina's camp. The two confront Rain directly, questioning why someone of his royal blood would side with Melina when he arguably has a stronger claim to the throne. Rain lays out his plan. He's already stolen Shina's amulet, and every time Melina uses it, it eats away at her, physically and mentally. His endgame, let the power destroy her from inside so he can swoop in and claim the throne by default. Before the conversation can go further, Tanya sneaks up on Cassie while Devore and Rain break out into a brutal skirmish. Devore overpowers the Adenian prince, and Tanya steps in to avenge him, only to catch the same fate. Just as Devore is about to finish them both off, Cassie pulls her back, reminding her that there are bigger objectives than personal vendettas. They begin to infiltrate Melina's stronghold, and just as they're cracking into her vault, Melina makes her entrance. The confrontation does not last long. Devore overwhelms her and takes her down. With Melina at her mercy, Devore promises she'll be delivered to Kotal Khan for judgment, but what follows is anything but diplomacy. As the dust settles, Devore locks eyes with the amulet, and that's when things take a dark, decisive turn.
I may join my father.
You do not deserve death by an emperor's hand. Instead, I give the honor to my worthy first minister. The rebellion is over.
Well, thanks for that. I know I'll never eat again. With your leave, we're gonna head back to Earthrealm. Put the amulet back where it belongs. The hell are you doing?
Earthrealm cannot be trusted to protect the amulet. It will remain with me.
The Reiko Accords require
The
that
Accords no longer concern me. But you may prove useful when Raiden comes for this.
After Special Forces are taken away, we cut to a secret meeting, one that flips everything on its head. Devora, who's been riding with Kotal Khan this whole time, is revealed to be a double agent, secretly loyal to Shinnok. She's meeting with none other than Quan Chi, who tasks her with bringing him Shinnok's amulet so the fallen Elder God can be reborn. As Devora walks away, with 2 guards escorting the sealed amulet, she does not hesitate, killing them both and walking off with the amulet in hand. Meanwhile, over in Earthrealm, we find Jax living the quiet life on his farm, until Sonya shows up at his doorstep asking for help. It's here we get a deeper glimpse into his reluctance. He never wanted Jackie joining the Special Forces in the first place. But when Sonya explains that the amulet is missing, and Quan Chi resurfaces in another realm, Jax immediately knows something bigger is brewing. He warns that if Quan Chi is showing his face again, it's not by chance, it's part of a much bigger play. That's when Johnny Cage arrives, pushing for Jax's help and making it clear they need his experience with all things dark magic. Johnny admits they're hoping to hear everything's under control, but deep down, they all know better. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, the story comes back to Outworld, where Special Forces sit locked in a cell, already working on their next move.
So what you guys think? Are they gonna kill us?
They would have done it by now.
Unless Kotal Khan's planning on having us as guests at the Coliseum.
Well, if they don't kill us, my mother will. Me, at least.
Tough being the General's daughter?
You have no idea.
I do. My great-whatever grandfather took down Shang Tsung. Saved Earthrealm. How often do you think that comes up at family gatherings?
That was 600 years ago.
And yet, you'd think it happened yesterday.
No pressure there.
I've trained all my life. Can fight my way out of nearly anything. But I still feel like a second-rate Cage.
At least you grew up with people expecting things from you.
I thought you and your dad were best friends.
Now, he was a no-show for a long time.
I can relate.
What was that like growing up? Having an ex-revenant father?
Jen.
No, I'm asking. Couldn't have been easy.
He was just a bit overprotective. When I joined SF, Mr. Cage insisted on being the one to tell my dad. He thought it'd go smoother.
I'll never forget that day. My dad came home with a broken jaw.
All right, I got this.
You've got what exactly?
Trust me.
Away from the bars.
How'd you do that?
I overloaded his senses. It only works at short range.
Being the son of a telepath has its perks.
I didn't used to think so.
The story now jumps 5 years back where younger Takeda is deep in his training under Grandmaster Hanzo Hasashi. Hanzo's impressed with the boy's dedication and awards him a new rank, but with it comes hard truth. Hanzo tells Takeda that his path won't remain with the Shirai Ryu. He tries to bring up Takeda's father, Kenshi, but Takeda shuts it down immediately. He wants nothing to do with him, and he declares he doesn't have a father. Right on cue, Kenshi appears. Takeda's rage boils over. After 10 years of silence, he's not interested in excuses, and even as Hanzo insists Kenshi is not his enemy, the son charges at the father. They fight, raw emotion behind every strike, with Takeda unleashing the resentment he's carried for a decade. But just as he's about to land the finishing blow, Hanzo intervenes. Hanzo finally tells Takeda the truth. Kenshi didn't abandon him. He brought him to the Shirai Ryu to protect him from the very people who murdered his mother. Those responsible? Red Dragon assassins. Kenshi was the real target. Takeda, devastated, screams that it's Kenshi's fault, that his choices got his mother killed. But Hanzo stands firm, revealing that Kenshi has spent every year since then hunting down Red Dragon agents in her memory. When Takeda demands why he wasn't told, Kenshi explains if he'd known, he would have rushed in untrained and died. But now, after years of training, he's ready. That's when Takeda learns the truth of his next stage, telepathy, a gift he shares with Kenshi. Father and son finally united in purpose, ready to hunt down the Red Dragon together. We snap back to present day Special Forces, now free from the cell, observed from the shadows as Reptile, Aaron Black, and Ermac investigate the bodies of guards Devore had just murdered.
Like these.
That Devore is full of surprises.
Question is she working with anyone else? What is it?
Damn, he's made us.
Okay, guys, standard diamond formation. Takeda, you're on point. Jackie, bring up the rear. Kung Jin, air cover.
You got it.
The Earthrealmers. Devore freed them.
Natagasu!
Takeda holds his own against Reptile and Aaron Black, but it's Ermac who throws him off, bombarding Takeda's senses with the chaos of countless souls screaming at once. It's overwhelming, but Takeda pushes through. He wins. The team regroups and moves quickly, following Devore's trail before it gets cold. And meanwhile, Cassie's team is freed. Right after Devore's betrayal goes public, Kodokan, furious and paranoid, believes Devore might be working for Raiden. That's all the justification he needs. Kodo begins mobilizing his army to launch a strike on Earthrealm, planning to rip the amulet from Raiden's hands if necessary. Cassie's team tracks Devore to the Sea of Blood, where they link up with Jax. He reveals there's a portal nearby that leads straight into the Netherrealm. That's when Jackie hears something that stops her cold. Her father's voice. Confused, she asks why he's in such a cursed place. Jax simply tells her he's doing what's necessary to help Special Forces. Jax and Kenshi approach Serena, who lets them know Quan Chi isn't at full strength. Turns out Shinnok was his power source, and with the big bad sealed away, Quan Chi's magic is running on fumes. Together, the team waits in the shadows as Quan Chi approaches with his reverence and Tao. Special Forces springs into action, opening fire on Quan Chi. His revenants move to protect him. Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Katana, Sindel, and more. Jack wastes no time, rushes Kung Lao, knocking him out in a fierce brawl. He gives chase to Quan Chi, but Sindel cuts him off with a banshee scream that nearly bursts his eardrums. She uses her hair to whip herself back onto the platform, but Jack turns the tide, grabbing her hair and flipping himself up to safety. He takes her down in combat. Elsewhere, Katana and Serena square off. Serena tries to reach the old Katana buried beneath the Revenant, begging her to fight off Quan Chi's control. Words fail, so fists take over. Katana gets the upper hand and is about to end Serena, until Jack jumps in to stop it cold. He steps in and takes the fight himself, defeating Katana. As the dust settles, Jax pauses to console Serena, grateful she's still breathing. The battle isn't over, but they've just turned the tide.
We've lost many. The rest are wounded.
And our friends?
The tide turned against them. They fled.
How you two doing?
I'm fine.
That's what I thought.
Where are you going?
Gonna bag me a sorcerer.
Alone?
You'll be killed.
Wouldn't be the first time.
In your weakened state, is it possible for you to release Shinnok?
I am more than capable.
And Devora? Are you certain she is capable?
She will bring the amulet to me.
And I'll be waiting for
Jackson Briggs. A pleasant surprise.
nothing pleasant about it.
So you return to Raiden?
Jax and Liu Kang share a heated conversation that quickly escalates into an intense showdown. Jax holds his ground and manages to beat Liu Kang down, proving just how far he's come. With the fight over, he delivers a crushing uppercut straight to Quan Chi's jaw. Sweet payback. Quan Chi is finally in custody, locked down tight as the team waits for the prisoner's transfer. Meanwhile, Cassie checks in with Sonya, updating her on the situation and admitting they've lost Devora's trail. As they talk, Hanzo Hasashi, Scorpion, arrives on the scene. Kenshi senses his intent instantly. Hanzo didn't come to talk. He came for Quan Chi's head. Sonya steps in, trying to reason with him. She explains they need Quan Chi alive so Raiden can reverse the Revenant curse for all the others lost. Hanzo isn't interested. He's done waiting on redemption through diplomacy. The two clash, and despite her best efforts, Sonya goes down. Hanzo makes it clear he doesn't want to hurt her, but he won't be stopped. Kenshi attempts to stop him next, but Hanzo disarms him and keeps going. That's when Johnny Cage steps up. No powers, no cheap shots, just straight up brawl between Movie Star and the Fire Demon. The two fight hard, but it's clear Hanzo isn't leaving without blood. Kenshi tries one more time to get through to him, pleading with Hanzo to let go of his vengeance. And that takes us to 5 years earlier. At the Lin Kuei Temple, Scorpion, still consumed by the loss of his clan and family, is greeted by Grandmaster Sub-Zero. Hanzo's cold, skeptical, still believes the Lin Kuei are responsible for everything, but Sub-Zero isn't there to fight. He's there to make peace, and the conversation gets tense. Frost leaps in with a sneak attack. Bad move. Hanzo and Sub-Zero throw down, but it's Hanzo who comes out on top. Just as Frost is about to strike from behind, Sub-Zero freezes her solid, refusing to let the cycle of violence continue. He offered Hanzo something rare in their world, truth and peace. For the first time, Hanzo listens.
What is this? I did not bring you here for treachery. Frost is strong, but lacks judgment. She cannot see the wisdom of peace. I will deal with her.
You spoke of the Lin Kuei's lost honor.
For years, I had thought you had unfairly blamed the Lin Kuei for the deaths of your family and clan. But Sector's cyber-preserved memories revealed the truth.
The Lin Kuei need to abide their agreements, Sector. The Grand Master gave Shinnok his word.
Shinnok's currency is lies, as is yours.
Payment is due. I exterminated the Shirai Ryu as promised.
Hanzo Hasashi lives. He's your Spectre Scorpion.
I created Scorpion from Hasashi's soul after he died. We observed the agreement.
The letter, not the spirit. You are owed nothing.
Harumi. Satoshi.
Had I known of my clan's complicity in the Shirai Ryu's extinction, our history would be different.
I killed your brother because I thought he...
Quan Chi is responsible for Bihan's death.
Sector was wrong. There is a debt to be paid, and Quan Chi will pay it.
Unbind him.
Scorpion, we can't.
My name is Hanzo Hasashi! You killed my wife, my son, and then you burrowed your way into my head, misdirected my vengeance, cost me my one chance to have them restored!
Your family,
Ah! Quiet, sorcerer. Nothing can help you now.
Scorpion finally gets his revenge and is brutal. He beats the absolute dog crap out of Quan Chi, unleashing years of rage, betrayal, and pain with every blow. But just as he's about to finish the job, Devore shows up, trying to swoop in and protect Quan Chi. She jumps in to save her ally, but quickly finds out Scorpion isn't done yet. The fight is far from over. Earthrealm is suddenly in grave danger because what he was holding back is now unleashed.
get over here!
Blood for blood. Your debt is paid.
Free us, now!
How small they are.
This one greets Lord Shinnok.
Quan Chi chose his servants well. He was wise to restore me in Earthrealm, behind their defenses.
Quan Chi deceived them, allowed himself to be captured. He knew they would bring him here.
A pity he did not live to see his work completed. There will be no surprises from you, Mr. Cage. Bring him.
Praise be to Lord Shinnok.
Let us be on our way.
There is an Earthrealm force in Netherrealm.
I am aware. They will be neutralized.
Oh, shit. Mom! Where's Dad?
Shinnok.
Mom, where'd they go? Mom?
Your father, Shinnok's prisoner, at the Sky Temple.
At the Sky Temple, Master Bo Rai Cho is kicking back with a good old-fashioned drink when Raiden appears. The two greet each other like old friends, but the reunion doesn't stay lighthearted for long. Bo Rai Cho brings up his growing fear. He senses Shinnok's return and it's weighing on him. Raiden confirms the threat is real. When Kano stole the amulet, he left behind a fake, and to safely disable it, Raiden had to travel through strange realms tapping into all kinds of energies. Now drained, Raiden tells Bo Rai Cho he needs to recuperate in the Jinsei chamber. Inside, we learn his real motive. Raiden wants Quan Chi alive so he can force him to release the trapped souls of Earthrealm's defenders. While in the chamber, the two reflect on the past, specifically 25 years ago, when Raiden and Liu Kang and Kung Lao fought to rescue the Shaolin Masters during the events of Mortal Kombat 2. As they prepared for battle against the Tarkatans, Devore was already meeting with Baraka, insisting the hostages remain unharmed. But peace was never an option. Raiden and the monks clash with the Tarkatans. Raiden defeats Baraka, then turns his attention to Devore and Basher as well. Cutting back to present, Raiden is in the middle of recharging within the Jinsei chamber until something feels off. The chamber starts shaking. Through the distortion, he sees Bo Raicho, battered and trying to call out to him. Raiden rushes outside, only to witness Bo Raicho being blasted by Shinnok wielding the stolen amulet. Surrounded, Raiden faces off with his greatest failures. Liu Kang, Kung Lao, Katana, Sindel, and Smoke, all revenants now. He locks eyes with Shinnok, who casually strolls towards the Jinsei with Devore and Tao. Johnny Cage clutched in her grasp. Shinnok gives one command: keep Raiden alive, but make him suffer. And just like that, Raiden's worst nightmare begins. Facing the revenants of his former champions, he fights back with fury. First, he goes toe-to-toe with Kung Lao. Then, Liu Kang emerges victorious, but wounded in more ways than one. We then cut to Shinnok standing triumphantly in the Jinsei chamber, preparing to do what he's waited ages for.
Not defile the Jinsei, Shinnok.
We have battled for eons, Raiden. Now, finally, it ends.
Tremble before me, Elder Gods, as I absorb Earthrealm's power.
No, Shinnok. Even now, others come to defeat you.
We then cut back to Special Forces Squad. Cassie and her team are mid-flight, heading towards Raiden Sky Temple. As they close in, a blood-red storm cloud starts barreling their way. The team grounds the ship and realizes they have to finish this mission on foot. While trekking through the woods, Jackie and Takeda begin to bond. There's a quiet connection growing between them, even amid the chaos. Suddenly, a portal opens nearby. Outworld's forces led by Kotal Khan step through. Cassie signals her squad to hide. As Kotal's warriors fan out, searching in the forest, the Special Forces team manages to ambush a few of them and gain the upper hand. Reptile attempts to sneak up on Jackie, but Takeda warns her just in time. Jackie handles the ambush like a pro, taking Reptile down and helping Takeda clear his eyes after the attack. Just when things start to settle, Ermac appears, cutting their moment short. They try to escape, but Kotal's forces quickly surround them. Takeda goes straight forward for Kotal while Jackie squares up with Ermac, seeking payback for what he did to her father. She beats him, no hesitation, but it's not over yet. Ferrator charges in, and Jackie stands her ground once again, emerging victorious. She tries to appeal to Kotal with diplomacy, laying out what's at stake and why Earthrealm and Outworld need to work together, but Kotal isn't hearing it. He sees it as too little too late. The alliance is off the table. Jackie, determined to finish the mission, takes the fight to Kotal himself and holds her own. Just when it seems like their odds are running out, unexpected reinforcements arrive.
That's enough.
Fuck me. Don't know about you guys, but I'm living the dream.
You have odd dreams.
Shadow, you die tonight. Nita!
You stood together against formidable odds. Lesser warriors would not have fared so well.
Thanks, Grandmaster.
I will remain here to push Kotal Khan back to Outworld. Proceed to the Sky Temple. Earthrealm's fate lies with you.
Back at the Sky Temple, Cassie and her crew are creeping through the shadows, trying their best to keep it stealthy. They overhear Shinnok's big bad monologue. He's almost done corrupting the Jinsei and is sounding real apocalyptic. But as they are eavesdropping like pros, their cover is blown. Cassie and Kung Jin spring into action, each throwing hands with Sindel and Katana. After both ladies get put on ice, Cassie helps Takeda while Kung Jin helps up Jackie. Before they can catch their breath, Smoke, Liu Kang, and Kung Lao pull up like they're heading into a reunion tour. Takeda and Jackie step up saying they'll hold the line and buy the others time. Classic ride or die moments. Cassie and Kung Jin break off and make their way back into the chamber, where Johnny's strung up like bait, barely hanging on while Devore's bugs are working him over. Cassie's not having it. She plays Exterminator and starts swinging on Devore. Once the fight's over, Cassie rushes to Johnny, but he tells her to forget him and get to Shinnok. That's all she needs to hear. Cassie steps forward and squares up with Shinnok himself. And right then and there, history pulls a full circle moment. The same power Johnny used all them years ago. Cassie taps into it. It's pure will, raw emotion, all to protect her dad. She unlocks her true strength and goes toe-to-toe with the fallen Elder God, and she wins. With Shinnok defeated, they rush to free Raiden and toss him into the Jinsei, giving him the juice he needs to purge the corruption and save Earthrealm. Just as the light returns to the temple, Sonya finally arrives, and the family gets their moment, battered but still standing.
That you? Nice.
Cassandra Cage. Put me in the Jinsei.
What?
But it'll kill you.
Must be cleansed. Hurry. Watashi wa Joka Shimasu. Joka Shimasu.
We must withdraw.
That moonlight walk. Can it wait?
No walks. Poolside. Umbrella drinks.
Deal.
Is he alive?
Barely. I'll help him. Help your father.
And to think, I was worried when you started dating.
Afraid I'd come home with someone like you?
Funny, beautiful, saves the world. My work here is done.
This way. In here. Isolate Shinnok and Devora. And get the medic. We'll fix you up. Help is on the way.
You should have seen Cass. Wipe the floor with Shinnok.
I believe it. And you did a great job with your team, Johnny.
You hear that, Cass? She called me Johnny.
I thought she might.
Now, just when you think the story's all wrapped up with a neat little bow, bam, we get a gut punch of an ending. Turns out peace was short-lived. Raiden has changed, and not in a good way. The once noble protector of Earthrealm has gone full dark side. In a chilling final scene, he appears before his new rulers of the Netherrealm, none other than Liu Kang and Katana, offering them a twisted gift, the severed head of Shinnok. Cold, ruthless, and absolutely shocking. It's a brutal, unexpected turn that flips everything on its head. And just like that, the story comes to a close.
Too long have I allowed Earthrealm to endure the horrors of war. Time and again we've defeated our enemies, but we've exacted no retribution, demanded no remuneration. What have we gained for our mercy? More intrigue, more senseless violence. As the new rulers of the Netherrealm, heed me. No longer will I simply defend Earthrealm. I will seek out and destroy all who threaten it. No mercy will be shown, no quarter given. Shinnok was an elder god, impossible to kill. There are fates worse than death.
Round 4. Fight!
To understand what this entry was doing, we need to take a step back. Remember Mortal Kombat 9 was the reboot? The game that retold the classic trilogy we know and love? It covered the stories from MK1 through 3, so naturally this next entry had to follow up with Mortal Kombat 4 as a continuation. And to be fair, it does, at least to a degree. Shinnok being the main villain makes perfect sense, if you know the timeline. But here's the thing, Mortal Kombat 4's story was never that immersive to begin with. If you recall, MK4 marked the beginning of the franchise's decline after its early success. It was kind of a mixed bag, and the story felt a little all over the place. You had Goro going into hiding, Sindel somehow releasing Shinnok and Edenia, and it had its highs and some lows. That said, MK4's narrative is still essential to this entry. Just look at the roster. Most of the key players from MK4 are here. Rico shows up in the comic run. He was originally trying to become the new Shao Kahn. Tanya betrays Edenia again, and of course, we have Quan Chi and Shinnok, who made their big debut in Mortal Kombat 4. The game absolutely respects the continuity, but we also have to remember, this is a new timeline, a fresh take on the events we thought we knew. And speaking of which, do you remember Rico's ending from Mortal Kombat 4? That's interesting, because in the comics, he's front and center. And that brings me to something I've been thinking about. I believe this entry is both a retelling of Mortal Kombat 4 and a reshaping of the PS2 era storyline. Here's what I mean. In this version, Johnny Cage, not Liu Kang, is the one leading the charge against Shinnok. That's a big change. And here's a fun bit of trivia. When Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance was still in development, the original idea was for a dead Liu Kang and for his son to battle a reincarnated Shao Kahn in the form of Rico. If you want the full story on that, I covered it in detail in my Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance retrospective video. Now, I couldn't find multiple sources to confirm this, but I came across an interesting piece of Mortal Kombat history from a YouTuber named Brust Poet regarding John Tobias' original plans for Mortal Kombat 5. I figured it was worth touching on here, so let's look at it. According to Brust Poet, the original concept for Mortal Kombat 5 also involved Liu Kang's death, but instead of Earthrealm being left without a champion, the story would have introduced his son as the new protagonist. The game will follow Liu Kang's son as he reluctantly steps into his father's legacy, learning along the way just how important his father was to Earthrealm. Jax and Sonya would serve as his mentors, guiding him through his journey. The story would have culminated in Liu Kang's son facing off against a reincarnated Shao Kahn, ultimately defeating him and bringing balance back to the realms. Now, of course, Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance ultimately went in a different direction, with Liu Kang's death being one of the only major elements that remained from Tobias' original vision. So, from the comics, we saw Rico's blood reign in full swing. He was positioned as the main villain, the big bad running the show, but then in the game, after the jump, it's Cassie Cage who steps up and takes down Shinnok. What we're really seeing here is Mortal Kombat X pulling from the skeletons of Mortal Kombat 4 and what Mortal Kombat 5 was supposed to be, and blending them into a new narrative. It brings everything full circle. This time, it's Johnny Cage's daughter who defeats the big threat while he's still alive. Basically the inverse of that original MK5 concept where Liu Kang was dead and his son was the one who took down Rico. Here, Johnny Cage is alive and his daughter takes down Shinnok. The structure is different, but the DNA is still there. Now, when I mentioned the PS2 era, I wasn't just talking about Rico. The comics also brought back Havoc. And for a moment, it also looked like he was being set up as the next major antagonist. And honestly, it worked. He had that chaotic, unpredictable energy that made him feel like a serious threat. But just when things started to get interesting, Quan Chi stomped in his head. Literally. So his arc had potential, but it ended just as fast. And then there's Evil Raiden. This is where it really gets interesting. We first got a taste of Dark Raiden back in Deception, and by Armageddon, he was fully in that role. Mortal Kombat X picks up that idea again. After Cassie defeats Shinnok, Raiden purifies the Jinsei, drawing Shinnok's corruption into himself, something that ends up corrupting him instead. In the epilogue, we see him take a far more ruthless approach to protecting Earthrealm. No more mercy, no more warnings, just elimination. What's really fascinating is the comics laid some groundwork for this too. Raiden was corrupted by blood magic, which led to the Jinsei outright rejecting him. So it raises the question, was Dark Raiden always meant to be a part of this timeline's arc? It sure feels like the seeds were planted early. Now, let's pull back a bit and look at what Mortal Kombat X really set out to do narratively. Because beyond the revenants, god fights, and blood magic, this game had something deeper going on. This was Mortal Kombat's passing of the torch moment. The next generation wasn't just being introduced. They were being positioned to lead. Cassie, Jackie, Takeda, and Kung Jin weren't just filler characters. They were the focal point. And by the end, it was Cassie Cage, not her father, not Liu Kang, who saved the world. We watch as they go from this amateur group to a team that ends up saving the realm.
Help Jackie.
Messed you up pretty bad.
Great bedside manner. I can fight.
Jackie?
It's nothing. Just like Kurdistan.
Boot it up! You two go. Jackie and I'll handle them.
What? We'll just slow you down.
Forget it.
Damn it. Keep your heads down. I'll see you on the other side.
But the beauty here is how it doesn't toss the old generation aside. Characters like Johnny, Sonya, Jax, and Sub-Zero are still very present, dealing with the consequences of their past choices. The story reflects this push and pull between generations. Mentors trying to protect their kids and trying to prove they're more than a legacy act. It's a personal drama, but on a global stage. Jax is trying to cope with when he was a slave, Johnny raising his daughter, Sonya being neglectful, and even Kenshi becoming a father out of the blue. And it's not just about inheritance, it's about baggage. The next generation doesn't just get cool powers and big shoes to fill. They inherit old rivalries, dead mentors, broken alliances, and trauma that never got a proper resolution. The remnants, they're literally the past refusing to stay dead. The Kombat Kids aren't starting a new story. They're finishing someone else's. Then there's Scorpion, who might just have the most important arc in the game. His decision to go after Quan Chi despite knowing what's at stake basically opens the door for Shinnok to launch his invasion. That's a huge moment. It doesn't just raise the stakes, it reinforces a classic Mortal Kombat theme. Vengeance feels good, but it costs everything. And sometimes the cost is paid by everyone but you.
Scorpion, stop!
Quan Chi!
Amulet. Get over here!
Blood for blood. Your debt is paid.
free us! Now!
Shinnok.
How small they are.
This one greets Lord Shinnok.
Quan Chi chose his servants well. He was wise to restore me in Earthrealm, behind their defenses.
Quan Chi deceived them, allowed himself to be captured. He knew they would bring him here.
A pity he did not live to see his work completed. There will be no surprises from you, Mr. Cage. Bring him.
Praise be to Lord Shinnok.
Let us be on our way.
There is an Earthrealm force in Netherrealm.
I am aware. They will be neutralized.
And then there's Raiden, who might just have the darkest twist of all. After everything, after sealing Shinnok away, Raiden walks out of that Jinsei chamber different. He's no longer Earthrealm's wise protector. He's cold, ruthless, willing to decimate threats before they even rise. He finally snaps. He's done negotiating, done trusting. For once, Raiden isn't reacting to a crisis. He is the crisis. But here's the thing. Raiden's change isn't just the result of Jinsei corruption. It's the slow unraveling of someone who's lost too many wars, buried too many allies, and watched the cycle repeat for generations. What breaks him isn't just Shinnok. It's the quiet realization that playing by the rules in Mortal Kombat gets people killed. His arc becomes more than just a heel turn. It's a warning. And if you followed the comic book storylines, you'll know Raiden's descent didn't begin in that Jinsei chamber. It started much earlier, with Havoc's blood magic warping his soul long before the final fight. Raiden starts with noble intentions, but over time those intentions twist into absolutionism. He doesn't just fall from grace. He clarifies into a new kind of threat. He becomes proof that even gods can't outrun legacy. And for a game all about passing the torch, that's the perfect final note.
Too long have I allowed Earthrealm to endure the horrors of war. Time and again we've defeated our enemies, but we've exacted no retribution, demanded no remuneration. What have we gained for our mercy? More intrigue, more senseless violence. As the new rulers of the Netherrealm, heed me. No longer will I simply defend Earthrealm. I will seek out and destroy all who threaten it. No mercy will be shown, no quarter given. Shinnok was an elder god, impossible to kill. There are fates worse than death.
You also get these really fragile alliances holding everything together. Earthrealm and Outworld are basically one betrayal away from another war. And characters like D'Vorah prove exactly why trust is hard to come by. The whole Outworld Civil War subplot isn't just background noise. It reflects how even temporary peace is hard-earned and easily shattered. But what really stands out in this entry is the rare moments of redemption. The truce between Scorpion and Sub-Zero, for instance, is a payoff that fans have been waiting on since forever. And it lands. It shows that cycles can be broken, even in a universe as violent as Mortal Kombat's. Even look at how we originally saw Scorpion, learning the truth about his family and clan. Then we look here, and he learns it again, but differently. Like, here's the original.
By defeating you, Sub-Zero, I have avenged the death of my family and clan. Now my soul can finally rest.
Your soul will never rest, Scorpion. The Lin Kuei may have been responsible for your murder, but your family's true killer still remains free.
If you are not the murderer, then who is?
I am the one you seek. To defeat my nemesis Sub-Zero, I needed the power of a Spectre. You've done my bidding well, Scorpion, but now I must return you to the Netherrealm.
Never!
And this is the mature way things played out.
You spoke of the Lin Kuei's lost honor.
For years, I had thought you had unfairly blamed the Lin Kuei for the deaths of your family and clan. But Sector's cyber-preserved memories revealed the truth.
The Lin Kuei need to abide their agreements, Sector. The Grand Master gave Shinnok his word.
Shinnok's currency is lies, as is yours.
Payment is due. I exterminated the Shirai Ryu as promised.
Hanzo Hasashi lives. He's your Spectre, Scorpion.
I created Scorpion from Hasashi's soul after he died. We observed the agreement.
The letter, not the spirit. You are owed nothing.
Harumi. Satoshi.
Had I known of my clan's complicity in the Shirai Ryu's extinction, our history would be different.
I killed your brother because I thought he...
Quan Chi is responsible for Bihan's death.
Sector was wrong. There is a debt to be paid, and Quan Chi will pay it.
Now let's talk about D'Vorah, because her betrayal isn't just a twist. It's Mortal Kombat's tradition. Deception has always been one of the franchise's strongest weapons. Go all the way back to Deception itself. Onaga manipulated Shujinko as Damashi, playing the long con to regain his power. Or take Quan Chi, the real killer of Scorpion's family, who uses lies to spark a blood feud that fueled multiple timelines. The series is full of manipulators who change the course of history from behind the curtains. D'Vorah fits perfectly into that legacy. In a comic book prequel to Mortal Kombat X, we actually see the moment she flips the script. She's present when Rico and Melina talk about recovering Shinnok's amulet, and when the mask comes off, literally and figuratively, D'Vorah reveals herself as Shinnok's acolyte, saying she must rely on subterfuge for the time being, and she delivers the final line that seals it. This one is eager to serve Lord Shinnok. That moment confirms she's been a double agent from the jump, long before anyone in the story suspects her. And the betrayal works because it's slow, quiet, and devastating. D'Vorah gains Kotal Khan's trust, earns a seat at the table, and when the moment's right, hands Earthrealm's doom straight to Shinnok. It's the kind of betrayal Mortal Kombat is built on. Not flashy, but surgical, calculated. And once again, it's not just a betrayal itself, it's the method. Like the puppet masters before her, D'Vorah plays a long game and lets everyone else fall right into place. It's a reminder that in Mortal Kombat, power doesn't always come from strength or skill. Sometimes it comes from knowing exactly when to strike, and D'Vorah struck when it mattered most. So yeah, the story has some good moments. Some plot points feel rushed, and we could argue about the logic behind certain fights, but Mortal Kombat X definitely tried something bold here. It's not just telling another tale of the realms colliding, it's carving a new path forward. And it's doing it by honoring the past while setting the stage for something new. Legacy, consequence, evolution. This game had all three on full display. Now that we've broken down the story across both the comic and the game, let's dive into the characters, starting with the fresh faces as always. This installment introduced a new generation and some standout faces. We got Cassie Cage, the quick-witted combo of Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade. Then there's Devora, the human-bug hybrid and ever-loyal servant of whoever has the upper hand. Aaron Black rides in as a cold-blooded gunslinger for hire, backing Outworld. Barator bringing the muscle and chaos as a deadly duo. A tiny vicious rider paired with a hulking brute. Jackie Bridge steps up carrying the legacy and nerves of her father, Major Jackson Briggs. Kotal Khan fills a power vacuum left by Shao Kahn as Outworld's new ruler. Kung Jin brings both sass and pressure as a descendant of Kung Lao and the great Kung Lao, trying to carve out his place in the world. And rounding it out is Takeda, the son of Kenshi and protege of Scorpion. Returning characters consisted of Ermac, Jax, Johnny Cage, Kano, Kenshi, Katana, Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Melina, Quan Chi, Raiden, Reptile, Scorpion, Sonya Blade, Sub-Zero, and Shinnok. Much like Mortal Kombat 9, this game also featured DLC characters that tied into the story, including Bo Rai Cho, Goro, Tanya, Tremor, and the cybernetic ninja Triborg. Thanks to Freddy Krueger kicking the door down in MK9, the floodgates open for more horror icons and crossover legends to join the fight. This time around, we got Alien from Alien, Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, Predator from the Predator series, and Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Let's look at the new characters first, and then jump into the returning ones, and then DLC. Starting with Cassie Cage. Cassie Cage has some serious legacy pressure weighing on her. Being the daughter of Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade meant she was expected to carry the torch for not one, but two Earthrealm legends. Cassie had her mother's fierce attitude and her father's sharp tongue, which made her a standout amongst her peers in the Special Forces. But behind the wisecracks and bravado was a young fighter wrestling with insecurity, especially with Sonya as her commanding officer. It's tough being a soldier when your mom's the general. In the comic, we see even more of that family dynamic. Cassie butts heads with Sonya often, but clearly idolizes her dad, something that carries over into the game. Her respect for Johnny runs deep. Just look at how she lightens up around him compared to the tension she shares with Sonya. What makes Cassie's story unique is that this time around, she's the Liu Kang of the game. Mortal Kombat X puts her center stage as the protagonist, leading the new generation and ultimately standing tall when it matters most. In Cassie's ending, her win over Shinnok earns her a special assignment from Raiden to hunt down a soul stealer. She tracks the suspect to a remote location and discovers it's not Shang Tsung as expected, but the withered old man who puts a desperate fight. After defeating him, Cassie asks what's his name. With the whisper, he utters, Shijinko. The twist, Cassie just took out the former protagonist of Deception, a humbling end that shows even champions fall, and that Cassie is just getting started.
Cassie Cage's impressive victory over Shinnok led Raiden to give her a new important task, hunting down a soul stealer. Cassie did not have to be told that the suspect could be a resurrected Shang Tsung. Having tracked him from the site of his last known assault, Cassie confronted the withered old man. He fought desperately but was ultimately defeated. As the old man lay dying before her, Cassie asked his name. With a mixture of sadness and relief, he whispered, Shujinko.
Devora is one of the most bizarre and deceptive new additions to Mortal Kombat X. Hailing from the island realm of Arniek, she is part of a sentient insectoid hive known as the Kitten. Her species is solitary by nature, which made them easy to prey for Shao Kahn, who absorbed them into Outworld. Unlike others of her kind, D'Vorah stood out because of her political savvy and unnerving loyalty, which helped her rise to the ranks quickly. When we met her in the game, she was a close advisor to Kotal Kahn, but not everything is what it seems. The comics add even more layers. D'Vorah remains fiercely loyal to Kotal, fighting by his side through brutal conflicts, even surviving being ripped in half just to crawl back into battle. But while she seemed like Kotal's most devoted follower, the truth cuts deeper. Behind the curtain, she was playing the game of betrayal. Her true allegiance was to Shinnok. So we see how loyalty can be her best trait, but also her greatest deception. In D'Vorah's ending, her devotion takes a horrifying turn. Instead of destroying Shinnok, she uses him as a host, implanting larvae into his body. These aren't your average creepy crawlies either. Consuming Shinnok's godlike power mutates her offspring into an unstoppable kid in super drones. As they spread across the realms like a plague, D'Vorah reigns supreme as their beloved queen, bringing ruin to all who stand in her path. Talk about playing the long game.
D'Vorah's ultimate plan was not to destroy Shinnok, but to enslave him. She implanted larvae, her young, in his body to gestate. Having consumed the godlike power of their immortal host, D'Vorah's offspring were unlike any Kaitin ever born. As they matured, they spread like locusts throughout the realms. Her army of Kaitin super drones brought glory to D'Vorah, their beloved queen, and destruction to all.
Erron Black is one of those characters that feels like he was ripped straight out of a spaghetti western and tossed into Outworld. Born in Texas, this mysterious gunslinger somehow ended up in Outworld and decided to make it his stomping ground. Over the years, he sold his deadly sharpshooting skills to the highest bidder, never loyal to a cause, just a coin. By the time we meet him in Mortal Kombat X, he's riding shotgun for Kotal Kahn as part of the Kahn Guard, and he's perfectly fine leaving Earthrealm's problems behind. The wild part, Erron is way older than he looks. Thanks to a deal he made nearly 150 years ago with Shang Tsung, yep, that's Shang Tsung, his aging has been slowed, so while he looks like a rugged 30-something bounty hunter, he's got over a century of bloodshed under his belt. He talks like an old western outlaw, walks like one too, and doesn't care if you're from Earthrealm or the Netherrealm. If the price is right, he'll put you 6 feet under. In Erron Black's ending, that patience is finally what pays off. Long ago, Shang Tsung hired him to take out an Earthrealm warrior and gave him the gift or a curse at the time. Now, years later, when a new crop of Earthrealm heroes starts messing with Kotal Kahn's plans, Black doesn't break a sweat. With cold precision of a seasoned killer, he picks them off one by one. No emotion, no hesitation, just another job, finished.
Nearly 150 years ago, Erron Black had been hired by Shang Tsung to assassinate an Earthrealm warrior. In return, Shang had slowed Black's aging process. He could therefore afford to be patient. If an employer wanted someone dead, they would be in time. A team of young Earthrealm warriors had caused Erron Black's current employer, Kotal Kahn, much inconvenience. With the patience of a viper, Black eliminated them all.
Ferritor is one of Mortal Kombat X's most unique additions, a deadly duo that operates as one, yet feels like they've got a world of mystery behind them. Farah is the voice, the brains, and the biter. Tor is the brawn, the powerhouse, and the reason most people don't get back up. Together they form a symbiotic pairing straight out of Outworld's most twisted biology textbook. Found wandering the Tarkatan wastelands, they were brought in by Kotal Kahn's troops and repurposed into his own personal wrecking crew. There's a long-standing speculation that Ferritor was a product of Shang Tsung's twisted experiments in the flesh pits, but it's far more likely they come from a forgotten race where a rider is bonded to a mount. Farah does the thinking, Tor does the smashing, and somehow they communicate in a way that works flawlessly in battle. Their design was clearly inspired by a sideshow horror, with Tor drawing parallels to Joseph Merrick, aka the Elephant Man. The creepy, sack-wearing brute and his feral handler stand out in a cast of already strange characters. In Ferrator's ending, the bond that held them together begins to unravel as Farah undergoes her species' natural evolution. When she comes of age, she enters the antagonizing transformation phase alone. Returning to the Tarkatan wastelands, Tor, without his rider, slowly withers and dies. But this isn't the end. Now transformed into a brute herself, Farah waits the arrival of her own rider, ready to continue the cycle of symbiosis and violence. A new duel will rise, and new battles will be won.
For many years, Farah and Tor were a symbiotic pair, as is natural with their species. But that bond was broken when Farah came of age and began the Great Transformation. Farah-Tor returned to the Tarkatan wastes, where Farah began her metamorphosis. The process took an agonizing 3 outworld years, during which time Tor withered and died. Now a brute, Farah will be chosen by a rider. A new symbiotic pairing will be forged, and new battles will be won.
Jackie Bridge is the kind of character who wears her legacy like armor, whether it fits or not. As a daughter of Jax, she's got some big boots to fill, and she's determined to carve her own path, even if it means going against her father's wishes. While Jax wants to shield her from the horrors he endured, like being turned into a revenant under Quan Chi, Jackie chooses to face that danger head on. She's not just fighting for Earthrealm, she's fighting for her father's redemption and to prove she's more than just a daughter of a legend. The comic paints Jackie as someone who's bold, confident, and fiercely loyal, especially when it comes to Cassie Cage. Whether it's sneaking into a 21 and over deathmatch club or stepping into the battlefield, she's always by her friend's side. Her kickboxing background and Junior Olympic experience make her more than just military muscle. She's a certified brawler with a purpose. Despite the tension with her father, it's clear her motives stem from love and a deep sense of responsibility. In Jackie's ending, she's sent on a mission to keep tabs on Kotal Khan, following him deep into a jungle where she witnesses him retrieve a glowing crystal skull. Acting on instinct, she attacks the Emperor and escapes with the relic. She's hailed as a hero for her initiative, but something doesn't sit right. In her gut, Jackie knows this might have been Kotal's plan all along, making her wonder if she's playing right into his hands.
After his incursion into Earthrealm, Kotal Khan had become a prime target of Special Forces surveillance. Jackie Briggs was assigned to monitor his activity. Jackie followed Kotal Khan to an equatorial jungle, where he entered a hidden pyramid. Inside, he retrieved a glowing crystal skull. Jackie attacked the Emperor and raced away with the object. Jackie was praised for her work, but couldn't help thinking her interference was what Kotal Khan had wanted all along.
Kotal Khan is a character caught between legacy and leadership. As the last of the Aztec and the son of Kotal Kids, he carries the weight of a forgotten empire while trying to hold together a fractured one. His rise to power wasn't handed to him. He earned it by dethroning Melina, not just for the good of Outworld, but to restore order. What makes Kotal fascinating is that he's not your typical tyrant. He seeks stability through tradition, not chaos. But even with honor as his compass, his methods like public executions and bloodletting rituals remind us he's still very much a product of Outworld's brutality. The lore behind Kotal runs deep, especially his time in Earthrealm where he was mistaken as the Mayan god of war. Though he inspired an entire civilization, his regret over the unintended consequences shows a rare sense of moral accountability. That guilt is what grounds him. He isn't just a ruler trying to keep Outworld together. He's a man haunted by past decisions trying to do better. In both the comics and the game, he commands respect, not just from his allies, but from the audience. In Kotal Khan's ending, things take a dramatic turn. After returning to Outworld to rebuild his forces, he's ambushed and defeated by Raiden. Desperate to maintain control, he appeals to the Elder Gods, who respond by reinstating the Mortal Kombat tournament itself. Now, once every decade, Kotal must defend his throne through bloodsport. It's a poetic fate. Outworld's new emperor, bound to the same deadly tradition that defined his predecessors.
Kotal Khan returned to Outworld determined to rebuild his forces. But Raiden defeated him in a surprise attack and claimed dominion over Outworld. Desperate, the Emperor called upon the Elder Gods to aid in preserving his sovereignty. They granted his request, invoking the most sacred of contests. Now, once every decade, Kotal Khan must enlist his greatest defenders to face Raiden's challengers in Mortal Kombat.
Kung Jin is a character who brings a modern age to the legacy of the Shaolin. As a younger cousin of Kung Lao, he inherited the name steeped in honor, but not to the comfort that usually comes with it. After Kung Lao's death, his family's life unraveled, and Jin ended up in the US turning to theft just to survive. His resentment towards Raiden and the world around him made sense. He lost a hero, a legacy, and a future. But after encountering Raiden personally, he chose a different path. He joined the White Lotus and eventually aligned with Johnny Cage's Special Forces unit, balancing Shaolin discipline with the street-smart instincts. What makes Jin stand out isn't just his fighting skill or quick wit, it's his identity. He became the first openly gay character in Mortal Kombat history, and his arc reflected that inner struggle for acceptance.
One that is worthy of you. Go to the Wuxi Academy. Join the Shaolin, like Kung Lao before you.
I can't. They won't accept.
They care only about what is in your heart, not whom your heart desires.
Jin assumed the Shaolin would turn their backs on him because of who he was, but instead, they embraced him. It's powerful, understanding his part of the story, showing that strength isn't just about battle, it's about being true to yourself. He fights not just for Earthrealm, but to redeem the Kung family and honor Kung Lao's legacy on his own terms. In Jin's ending, his triumph earns him a statue in Raiden's collection, but his heart isn't self-glorification. Instead, he seeks out his cousin's soul in the Netherrealm, believing that Kung Lao's spirit can be freed even without Quan Chi's magic. Where others see a lost cause, Jin sees hope. His journey doesn't end with medals or monuments, but with a vow to save the man who once inspired him. And that, more than anything, shows the heart of Kung Jin.
For his role in saving Earthrealm, Kung Jin's family created a statue in his likeness for inclusion in Raiden's revered collection. But Kung Jin's thoughts were with one no longer accepted by his family, Kung Lao. Kung Jin set out to locate his cousin and found him in the Netherrealm. Raiden believed Kung Lao's tortured soul was forever trapped without Quan Chi's magic to free him. But Kung Jin knew the Shaolin was stronger than any sorcerer's spell. He vowed to help Kung Lao fight off the evil that had remade him.
Takeda's story is one of pain, purpose, and patience. Born from a fleeting relationship between Kenshi and a woman named Suchin, Takeda's life takes a tragic turn when his mother is murdered by Red Dragon assassins, payback for Kenshi's betrayal. Unaware of his father's reasons, Takeda is handed off to none other than Hanzo Hasashi, the former Scorpion. And at first, Takeda doesn't understand why. It's only years later that he learns the truth that Hanzo raised him to keep him safe. That distance between father and son leaves scars, making Takeda's arc dramatic with Kenshi in the Special Forces unit. From the comic series, we see Takeda's emotional depth runs far deeper than most. He starts off timid and unsure, clashing with the harsh demands of the Shirai Ryu, but his bond with Hanzo becomes something special. Less like a monster and student, more like a family. He even has to make the heartbreaking decision to kill his friend Fox, a reminder that loss and sacrifice shape every inch of his journey. And while the game's main spotlight shines on Cassie, Takeda quietly stands in the background, often acting as the emotional center and an unsung hero of the narrative. In Takeda's ending, he teams up with his father to find the man responsible for his mother's death. The journey leads them into a red dragon stronghold, only to uncover something no one could have expected: an actual dragon. With this magic, Takeda and Kenshi are transported to a distant cave where they find a mysterious figure encased in stone, someone who has a bone to pick with Suchin's killer. Takeda frees the man, setting the stage for a reckoning, not just with past, but with the legacy he's only just beginning to embrace.
With Shinnok defeated, Takeda and his father set out to find his mother's killer, a member of the Red Dragon clan. Special Forces tech enabled Takeda to locate the clan's base and disguise himself and Kenshi as they infiltrated their ranks. Deep within the mountain stronghold, Takeda discovered an actual dragon, a prisoner of the clan. The creature used its magic to divine the murderer's name, then transport Takeda and Kenshi to a faraway cave. There they discovered a man encased in a stalagmite. The dragon had said this man would also have reason to confront Suchin's killer. Takeda began to free him.
Now that we uncovered the new characters, let's uncover the returning characters, starting with Ermac. Ermac always stood out, not just for his powers, but for what he represents. He isn't just one soul, but thousands bound together by dark magic and manipulated into service. That burden, that constant tug of war between identities, has made him one of the most enigmatic figures in Outworld's hierarchy. Even after Shao Kahn's death, Ermac's loyalty didn't fade. It simply shifted. First to Mileena, then to Kotal Kahn. It's not really about allegiance. It's about purpose. Without someone to serve, Ermac risks losing what little cohesion he has. And that's the real tragedy of Ermac. He's never been his own master. He's a weapon, a tool forged from the dead, always taking orders, never choosing his own path. But that dependency becomes his greatest weakness. He's powerful, yes, but fractured, vulnerable. In Ermac's ending, we see just how fragile that existence truly is. Drawn by a mysterious voice, he finds himself in Shao Kahn's old fortress, only to have one of his many souls ripped away by a wisp of dust. That dust reforms into a familiar, terrifying figure. Shang Tsung, reborn and stronger than ever. He begins consuming Ermac's souls one by one. Powerless to stop it, Ermac watches his very existence unravel. It's a chilling, full circle moment. The sorcerer who helped create him has returned to undo what he started.
Alone once more, Ermac searched the labyrinthine corridors of Shao Kahn's old fortress, searching for the source of a faint voice calling to him. Suddenly, a wisp of dust brushed his chest, wrenching free one of his many souls. The dust took the form of a man who began to consume soul after soul. As the weakened Ermac stared helplessly, he recognized the mysterious figure. The sorcerer Shang Tsung, returned from death.
Goro has never been one for subtlety. His strength, legacy, and brute dominance all rolled into one. As a former Mortal Kombat champion with a record 9 wins, Goro once stood at the very peak of Outworld's power structure. But time and politics can humble even giants. When Shao Kahn fell and the Civil War tore through Outworld, the Shokin, proud and principled in their own right, chose neutrality. That decision cost them everything: influence, respect, and status. But Goro, he was just biding his time. The power vacuum left by Mileena's scattered rebels and Kotal's weary armies created the perfect storm. Goro didn't just return, he conquered. And unlike the newer rulers who tried to forge peace, Goro brought back the old ways. Ruthless, efficient, absolute. No diplomacy, no compromise. In Goro's ending, his patience pays off. With the Civil War over, he re-enters the scene and doesn't just reclaim the lost ground, he takes the throne. Now crowned emperor, Goro eradicates any possible threats to his reign, ensuring no Aztec, Khatan, Edenian, or Tarkatan would ever challenge the might of the Shogun again. It's a return to brutality, but for Goro, it's exactly the way Outworld should be.
The Shokan had become outcasts for refusing to aid either side in the Outworld civil war. But with the conflict over, Prince Goro decided to re-enter the political landscape. Kotal Khan's armies were weak from years of battle. Melina's rebels were scattered. It was an easy matter for the Shokan to seize control. The newly crowned Emperor Goro had his rivals exterminated. No Aztec, Khatan, Edenian, or Tarkatan would usurp his throne.
Jax has always been a soldier, but from the story we see he's now a father, and those two identities have never clashed more than they do now. After enduring death, resurrection, and the trauma of serving as one of Quan Chi's remnants, Jax chose to walk away from the battlefield. Retirement wasn't a choice, it was survival. But peace doesn't come easy, especially when your daughter signs up to walk the same war-torn path you fought so hard to leave behind. His reluctance to return to the fight is matched by only his desire to protect Jackie. He's seen too much, lost too much, and the fear of losing her becomes the one thing more powerful than his PTSD. So when Johnny Cage asks him to lead the squad in his place, Jax says yes. Not for the mission, but for the chance to stand between his daughter and the chaos he knows so well. In Jax's ending, that nightmare nearly becomes real. On what should have been a routine mission, Aaron Black ambushes the transport. The bullets fly, and for a moment, Jax is that soldier again, moving on instinct, shielding Jackie with those iconic metal arms. He saves her, he saves the squad, but it comes at a cost. As he falls into shadow, bleeding from a wound he couldn't block, we see a man who found purpose again, not in war, but being there when it mattered the most.
After Shinnok's fall, the hospitalized Johnny Cage asked Jax to fill in as leader of his squad. Jax agreed. It was a chance to spend time with and protect Jackie. Boarding their transport after a routine mission, Jax's greatest fears were realized as the mercenary Aaron Black sprung from the cargo bay and fired on the young heroes. Fortunately for Jackie and company, Jax's quick reflexes and bulletproof arms deflected the assassin's rounds. Jax quickly subdued Black, then slipped into shock as a red stain engulfed his chest.
Johnny Cage has come a long way from the cocky movie star who joined Mortal Kombat for publicity. What started as a stunt turned into a legacy, one where he went from posing for cameras to standing on the front lines of Earthrealm survival. But now, decades later, Johnny finds himself in unfamiliar territory. Not a battlefield, but middle age. And despite his wisecracks and charm, he's not the same man who once jumped into the tournament just to boost ticket sales. He's divorced, semi-retired, and helping lead a covert team with the one person who might still have his number, his ex-wife Sonya Blade. But through it all, one thing that keeps him grounded is his daughter Cassie. She's the new face of Earthrealm's defense, and Johnny's watching from the sidelines, equal parts proud and protective. In his ending, the spotlight calls him back one last time. With Raiden's guidance, he returns to Shang Tsung's island, the place where it all began, to reflect on his journey. But retirement doesn't stick for long. Hidden within the ruins is an ancient Edenian tomb containing the secret to eternal youth. For Johnny Cage, the show must go on, and apparently, it's going to be a very long-running series.
Johnny Cage's life had turned out to be stranger than any science fiction film, but he knew the final scene was approaching. With Raiden's direction, Johnny was able to sail to Shang Tsung's abandoned island fortress, where his adventure had begun, to contemplate his future. Amid the rubble, Johnny found an ancient tome. Its pages revealed that Shang Tsung had unraveled the secret to Edenian long life. Johnny Cage's retirement would have to wait.
Kano is the ultimate survivor, a snake who always finds a way to slither into someone's pocketbook, whether that's Outworld, the Netherrealm, or even Earthrealm's black market. He's not loyal to any side, only to profit. And over the years, he's made a killing, literally and figuratively, arming tyrants and fueling war. Whether working for Shao Kahn, Quan Chi, or now Kotal Khan, he's always had his finger on the trigger and in someone else's business. But don't mistake his sleeves for stupidity. He's a strategist. While working for Kotal Khan as a technical advisor, he's also funneling weapons to Mileena's rebels. He thrives in chaos because it keeps the money flowing and the targets moving. And the more predictable the battlefield, the better for a man like Kano. In his ending, Kano realizes that even the dirtiest dog has an expiration date. So instead of dying with his secrets, he opens shop as a one-man Black Ops Academy. His curriculum? Torture, sabotage, and murder, all taught with hands-on training. And his first student, none other than his own son. For Kano, legacy isn't just about honor. It's about making sure the next generation of monsters knows how to survive, just like Daddy did.
Kano had always been a survivor, but even he would one day succumb to fate. His ideals of ruthless terror would die with him, unless he could pass on his methods to a new generation. Combat, weapons, high-tech sabotage, torture, all would be part of the curriculum. But before his students could learn his techniques, Kano would beat the weakness out of them. They would understand, or die trying. Kano's first pupil? His own son. Class was now in session.
Kenshi has always walked a lonely road, guided not by sight, but by instinct, vengeance, and an unshakable moral compass. After being blinded by Shang Tsung's deception, his life took a sharper, more disciplined turn. The sword Sento didn't just give him power, it gave him purpose. He became a ghost of retribution, cutting down evil wherever it festered. But even a Ronin had unfinished business. Despite his cold exterior, Kenshi's story is one of regret and delayed redemption. He left behind the woman he loved, only to return too late, finding her murdered and her son he never knew left in the aftermath. In his ending, Kenshi finally confronts the source of his pain, Dagon, the Red Dragon trader responsible for his love's death. Teaming up with Takeda and the resurrected Taven, Kenshi wages war on the Red Dragon, not for glory, but for closure. And when it's over, Kenshi finds release. The blade has been sheathed and his soul avenged.
Having defeated Shinnok, Kenshi joined Takeda on his quest to avenge his mother Suchin's murder. Their travels took them to a cave where he and Takeda freed a man, Taven, encased in a stalagmite. Kenshi told Taven that his brother Dagon was the founder of the Red Dragon Assassin Clan. Dagon had not only murdered Suchin, but his and Taven's parents as well. Together, Kenshi, Takeda, and Taven lay siege to the Red Dragon base. Dagon fell victim to Kenshi's rage. Suchin's murder had been avenged.
Katana's legacy has always been one of tragedy, identity, and rebellion. Born a princess of Edenia but raised as Shao Kahn's daughter, her life was built on a lie. Her eventual rebellion wasn't just against Outworld, it was against everything she had been manipulated into believing. Katana represents the soul torn between duty and the truth, between loyalty and liberation. Her transformation into a remnant is more than a physical corruption. It's symbolic of her stolen destiny. Once a noble warrior with a cause, she's now a shadow of that self, twisted by Quan Chi and fueled by rage. And what stings more is the knowledge that her death came not in vain, but without resolution. Her sacrifice was honorable, but the outcome, the damnation, and the servitude strips her of the legacy she tried to leave behind. In Kitana's ending, we're given a haunting glimpse into the life she was meant to have. A peaceful Edenia, a united realm, a queen finally free from war, but it's only a vision, a cruel illusion. She wakes in another realm, filled with hatred, not for her enemies, but for Raiden, the one who altered her fate and robbed her of peace. Kitana doesn't mourn a lost future. She burns with vengeance for a timeline stolen.
Kitana found herself walking the streets of a magnificent, shining city. This was Edenia, a realm freed from Outworld, and Kitana was its beautiful queen. This was the timeline unaltered by Raiden. Earthrealm had been destroyed by Shao Kahn, but Kitana had survived Armageddon and united the other realms to destroy him. Long-lasting peace was the result. Kitana awoke from this vision to find herself in the Nether Realm. She was not the queen of Edenia, but a revenant of hell, and she hated Raiden for it.
Kung Lao has always lived in the shadow of Liu Kang, just as skilled, just as brave, but often overlooked due to his pride and impulsiveness. His journey from Shaolin monk to fallen warrior is marked by triumph and tragedy. He proved himself more than once in battle, but it wasn't enough to stop his brutal death at the hands of Shao Kahn. And his death, his story, only darkened further. As a revenant, Kung Lao became a mockery of the warrior he once was, enslaved by Quan Chi's dark magic and turned against the very realm he died protecting. It's a cruel irony that a fighter so committed to Earthrealm would spend his years trapped in another realm, twisted by forces beyond his control. But in his ending, there's a glimmer of redemption. With the help of his cousin Kung Jin, Kung Lao regains enough control of himself to escape Netherrealm's grasp. Not fully restored, but not longer consumed. He now walks a darker path, an agent of vengeance rather than a champion of peace. He may never return to the light completely, but what remains of Kung Lao is still a force of righteousness, ruthless, focused, and ready to strike fear into the hearts of evil.
After Shinnok's defeat, Kung Lao found himself trapped in the Netherrealm, his soul corrupted by Quan Chi's dark magic. There he would have remained but for the aid of his cousin Kung Jin. Together, their Shaolin strength repelled the evil sufficiently enough for Kung Lao to escape that dark realm and control his inner demons. Compromised but not lost, Kung Lao now exists as an agent of vengeance. He will show evil no mercy.
Liu Kang was once the face of Mortal Kombat, a paragon of discipline, humility, and strength. The champion who bested Shang Tsung and Shao Kahn. He stood at the forefront of Earthrealm's victories, but his downfall wasn't in battle, it was in trust. His ideological split with Raiden, the very god who mentored him, ended in tragedy. His one fatal misunderstanding cost him his life and his legacy. As a remnant, Liu Kang became a twisted reflection of the hero he once was, stripped of his ideals and bound to serve Quan Chi. But even corrupted, Liu's fighting spirit remained intact, perhaps even stronger without the constraints of morality. He went from Earthrealm's protector to Netherrealm's warlord. And in his ending, that transformation is complete. With Shinnok gone and the realm in disarray, Liu Kang doesn't seek peace, he seizes power. He blends the chaos to his will and takes the throne for himself. This isn't the Liu Kang we once knew, but it's the one the Netherrealm now fears. What he'll do next, that's a question the realm should be very, very worried about.
With Shinnok defeated, Liu Kang explored the Netherrealm, a world that, without Shinnok's controlling power, had descended into chaos. Liu Kang was no sorcerer or elder god, but his fighting skill was more than enough to beat Netherrealm's demons into submission. Liu Kang realized that Netherrealm was his for the taking, and that ruling appealed to him. He would assume Shinnok's throne and ponder the conquering of other realms.
Mileena has always been a creature of contradictions. Crafted, not born. Forged in a lab by Shang Tsung, she was made to be the perfect heir. Katana's elegance spliced with Tarkatan's savagery, a fusion of grace and gore. Shao Kahn's twisted vision of loyalty made flesh, and for a time, it worked. After his death, Mileena seized the Outworld throne with brutality, ruling not through diplomacy, but through fear and force. But power built on violence is always a ticking time bomb. When she refused to support Earthrealm against Netherrealm's threat, her own allies turned on her. Kotal dethroned her, branding her a tyrant, and she responded the only way she knew how, with rebellion. And in her ending, Mileena's identity takes a sinister turn. She wakes in a chamber full of clones, dozens of Mileenas, all linked by a shared consciousness. The hive mind of 1,000 Mileenas, all equally bloodthirsty, equally intelligent, and united in one singular goal: revenge. Shao Kahn tried to make the perfect daughter. What he got instead was an army.
Overcome with exertion, Mileena collapsed and felt her soul gliding through the ether. She awoke in an incubation chamber. Nearby were countless others, each containing an exact copy of her. Mileena found she could read each being's mind, and they hers. They quickly realized the benefit of so many fierce warriors sharing one mind. As they plotted revenge on their enemies, the architect of the Mileena's awakening laughed quietly.
Quan Chi has always played the long game. Once a loudly demon of Netherrealm, he clawed his way to power, not through brute strength, but through sorcery, deception, and manipulation. He's never needed loyalty or honor, only opportunity. Whether resurrecting fallen warriors into remnants or pulling strings behind Shinnok's rise, Quan Chi's always been the man behind the curtain orchestrating chaos across the realms. His role in helping Shinnok escape and wage war on the weakened Earthrealm shows just how far he's willing to go to tip the balance of power. But like all manipulators, he underestimated the cost. Once Shinnok fell, Quan Chi vanished. But make no mistake, he wasn't defeated. He was waiting, recalibrating, setting the stage for whatever came next. In Quan Chi's ending, karma finally catches up. The Elder Gods, weary of his chaos, intervene, not with vengeance, but with control. They burn free will from his soul and replace it with a singular mission: kill Raiden. For a sorcerer who lived and thrived by bending to others' will, becoming a puppet of himself is the cruelest irony.
Quan Chi had long been a servant of Shinnok. His role in freeing him from imprisonment had not gone unnoticed by the Elder Gods. Shinnok was no longer a threat, but Quan Chi's actions had given rise to a new power. After much deliberation, the Elder Gods contrived a plan to rebalance this power before it grew further. Free will was burned from Quan Chi's soul and replaced with a single directive. He must kill Raiden.
Raiden has always stood as Earthrealm's divine shield protector, mentor, and warrior. From the earliest Mortal Kombat tournaments to cataclysmic wars with Outworld and Netherrealm, he's led with discipline and purpose. But time and loss have worn down the Thunder God's restraint. He watched friends fall, realms burn, and victories come at a devastating cost. And when Shinnok launches his final attack, Raiden didn't just defeat him, he imprisoned him in his own amulet. That act marked a turning point. Now, in Raiden's ending, we see the emergence of a far more aggressive guardian, no longer content to wait for enemies to strike. Raiden takes the offensive. He and the Shirai Ryu launch a preemptive strike on Kotal Khan, dismantling Outworld's military and asserting Earthrealm's dominance. It's a bold, even ruthless move that signals Raiden's new philosophy, peace through power. This shift changes everything. The Thunder God once fought to preserve balance. Now he's willing to tip the scales himself. With Outworld under his control, the question isn't whether Raiden can protect Earthrealm, it's whether anyone can protect the realms from him.
After millennia of fending off Earthrealm's enemies, Raiden began to wonder if defense was the best path to peace. In a change of tactics, Raiden and the Shirai Ryu attacked Kotal Khan's armies before they could rebuild. They decimated the Emperor's forces, leaving Outworld at their mercy. The victorious Raiden claimed dominion over Outworld. The first of many threats to Earthrealm had been removed.
Reptile has always been more tragic than terrifying. The last known survivor of his race, he spent his life lurking in the shadows of Outworld's courts, serving tyrants like Shao Kahn and Kotal Khan, not out of loyalty, but out of a desperate need for belonging. His motives have never been driven by conquest or power. They've been driven by the pain of extinction. Reptile is a servant, a hunter, and a relic of a realm long gone. But what makes him dangerous isn't just his acid spit or invisibility, it's his longing to bring his people back. In Reptile's ending, that hope finally becomes reality. Sent to Earthrealm to gather intel after Shinnok's fall, he stumbles upon something he never expected. Other Raptor survivors who had never left Earthrealm, spared from Zetira's destruction. That twist changes everything. For the first time, Reptile isn't alone. He's not just a loyal pawn or a wandering outcast. He's part of a people again.
After Shinnok's defeat, Reptile was ordered to Earthrealm by Kotal Khan to assess the damage. Such intel could prove useful in future conflicts. Stumbling upon a collapsed cavern, exposed during the crisis, Reptile was shocked to see raptors emerging from within. Unlike the rest of his race, these raptors had never left Earthrealm for the doomed realm of Zetira, and thus had remained safe and hidden. Alone no more, Reptile vowed to remain with his rediscovered people and reclaim their Earthrealm homeland.
Hanzo Hasashi's story has always been one of vengeance. Once a man, then a specter of rage, Scorpion was forged in hellfire by loss and manipulation. Quan Chi gave him a second life, but it was a twisted one rooted in lies, blood, and fury. By the time of Mortal Kombat X, Scorpion is no longer just a mindless remnant. He's starting to reclaim his humanity, leading a reborn Shirai Ryu walking a path towards redemption. In his ending, we see the weight of that journey come full circle. Scorpion is haunted by the destruction he helped cause. Shinnok's rise wasn't just a global threat, it was a personal failure. His thirst for revenge blinded him to the greater consequences, and now that clarity brings guilt. But rather than ending his life in shame, Raiden offers him something better: purpose. Instead of Harikiri, Hanzo is gifted with a piece of the Jinsei, Earthrealm's life force. It's a symbol of trust, of forgiveness, and a belief in his transformation. With it, he and the Shirai Ryu are reborn once more, not as assassins or revenants, but as guardians. The Hellspawn who once burned in the realms now stands as its protector.
Remorse for his role in resurrecting Shinnok weighed heavily upon Scorpion's soul. His desire for vengeance had brought Earthrealm to the brink of destruction. Scorpion offered to perform Harakiri to atone for his offense. But Raiden suggested a more productive alternative. Instead of death, Raiden sentenced Scorpion to life. He imbued Scorpion with a small portion of the Jinsei's power, linking him to Earthrealm's essence. Scorpion and his Shirai Ryu clan would protect the Jinsei and Earthrealm forever.
Shinnok has always represented a different kind of evil in the Mortal Kombat universe. He's not driven by personal vengeance or conquest like Shao Kahn. His ambition is cosmic. As a fallen elder god, he plays the long game, manipulating events from the shadows with a calm arrogance that makes him even more terrifying. When he returns to power in Mortal Kombat X, it's not about winning a single battle. It's about rewriting existence itself. What makes Shinnok especially dangerous is that he's not a chaotic force. He's calculated. He sees himself as a rightful ruler, one who understands the flaws in the realms better than the Elder Gods themselves. His hatred for Raiden and Earthrealm is deep-seated, but it's really just the beginning of something far more destructive. In Shinnok's ending, the grand plan is realized. Earthrealm is no longer just a target, it becomes his base of operations, and the war he wages isn't just for territory, it's against the very beings that once banished him. The twist, the Elder Gods weren't divine individuals at all, but fragments of the one being, the primeval force of all creation. Shinnok's final act is to merge the realms and resurrect this forgotten god, leading to the end of reality as we know it. In Shinnok's ending, the Mortal Kombat universe is undone, not with a bang, but with divine satisfaction.
Earthrealm belonged to Shinnok. It became the staging area from which he would finish his war on the Elder Gods, which began eons ago. The Elder Gods had lied to the denizens of the realms. They were not individual beings, but merely parts of a greater collective known as the One Being. Shinnok would merge the realms and awaken him. Whole once more, the One Being devoured the Elder Gods. Shinnok watched with satisfaction. This reality had finally come to an end.
Sonya Blade has always been the epitome of duty first. She's a no-nonsense soldier who rose through the ranks, stood toe-to-toe with gods and monsters, and never once flinched. But beneath the tough exterior is someone who struggles with vulnerability, especially when it comes to her family. Her relationship with Johnny Cage was short-lived, but real, and her love for her daughter Cassie Cage is undeniable, even if she doesn't always know how to show it. Throughout Mortal Kombat X, Sonya is constantly pulled between being the hardened general Earthrealm needs and a mother she wishes she could be. The war never really ended for her, and as new threats rise, she finds herself relying more and more on the very people she once kept at arm's length. It's a subtle but powerful arc that shows how war leaves scars on both the battlefield and at home. In Sonya's ending, those eternal battles bleed into her dreams. She's forced to make the impossible choice between her daughter and one of her oldest friends, a nightmare scenario that speaks to all her deepest fears. But when she wakes, that nightmare becomes reality. Jax is gone, taken by an assassin's bullet. In Sonya's ending, it isn't just the costs of war she's reminded of, but the emotional toll of living with those choices.
Exhausted by her ordeals, Sonya slipped into a deep sleep and began to dream. Kano held Jax and Cassie hostage. He made Sonya choose who would live and who would die. Seeing no way to free them both, she chose Cassie and screamed as Kano killed Jax before her eyes. Still screaming, she was awoken by Johnny. He had horrific news. Jax was dead by an assassin's bullet.
Sub-Zero's legacy is one of transformation, both literal and ideological. From vengeful brother to cyber slave, and eventually a reborn leader, Kuai Liang is a Sub-Zero who chose to rewrite the Lin Kuei story. Unlike the old guard who sought to strengthen his domination, Kuai Liang embraced honor and purpose. He's a warrior who's seen both sides of corruption. In the Lin Kuei mechanical past and the Netherrealm's soul-sapping grasp. Emerging from both trials, he became the most centered version of himself. Throughout Mortal Kombat X, Sub-Zero plays the role of a wise mentor and a hardened protector, guiding new warriors while reminding the realms that redemption is possible. He's not just trying to preserve his clan. He's trying to give them a future rooted in dignity rather than fear. The cold exterior masks a man who burns with conviction. In his ending, that vision becomes mythic. Sub-Zero finds a clutch of frost dragon eggs in Outworld, bonds them to the Lin Kuei as combat mounts. It's a surreal but symbolic image, the merging of old world magic and a new world resilience. In leading a force of dragon riders, Sub-Zero cements his clan not only as Earthrealm's protectors, but as legends. His legacy isn't just survival, it's evolution.
Grandmaster Sub-Zero knew his Lin Kuei clan would need more than martial arts to stave off future threats to Earthrealm. In the frozen reaches of Outworld, he found the answer. A female frost dragon with a clutch of eggs. With his ability to freeze, Sub-Zero hatched the Dragonlings. They accepted their Lin Kuei masters and their training as combat mounts. With a force of dragon riders, the Lin Kuei's ferocity became legend. None dared risk conflict with Earthrealm.
Tanya has always been more dangerous with her words than her fists. As an Edenian, she shares her people's longing for independence, but unlike others, she doesn't fight out of loyalty. Tanya is an opportunist through and through. While Katana wages war for her people's dignity, Tanya plays a long game, slipping through alliances and betrayals like smoke. Her partnership with Mileena isn't built on shared ideals, but on leverage. Throughout Mortal Kombat X, Tanya acts as a shadowy manipulator, her true strength lying in diplomacy turned weapon. She wants Edenia restored, but not out of patriotism. For Tanya, Edenia is a throne to sit on, and not a home to fight for. Her motives are warped in flirtation, cunning, and control, especially how she manages her relationship with Mileena. It's never clear whether she's a romantic partner or just tightening another chain of influence. In her ending, she proves that loyalty is just another tool. With Mileena gone and Raiden deemed expendable, Tanya trades her own for survival, selling out her last ally in exchange for safety. The rebellion may be over, but Tanya's game isn't. She's not a soldier of freedom. She's a survivor, a plotter, and in the long history of Edenian intrigue, Tanya may be the last one standing.
With Mileena executed, Tanya's dreams of a free Edenia seemed dead as well. She and the other rebels were fugitives from Kotal Khan's justice. Her fellow Edenian, Raiden, had proved a powerful ally and a satisfactory consort, but he had become useless to her. In exchange for leniency, Tanya informed the Khan of Raiden's whereabouts. Imprisoned, but alive, Tanya's plotting began anew.
Tremor's return in Mortal Kombat X was unexpected, but welcome. For many fans, this was their first real introduction to the character. After all, his actual debut was in Mortal Kombat Special Forces, a game most players either skipped or forgot. So for many, MKX felt like Tremor's true coming out party. And this time, he came with a seismic force. As an Earth Elemental, Tremor doesn't just throw rocks, he reshapes the battlefield. With the ability to summon molten lava, spike the ground, and literally cause earthquakes mid-fight, Tremor quickly became one of the more unique DLC characters in the roster. But his bio hints at something a bit deeper, his tension with Kano and the Black Dragon after a botched mission that pushed him beyond his limits. In his ending, we see the full scope of his transformation. Exposure to the Dream Realm didn't just enhance his powers, it elevated him. No longer just a mercenary or muscle for hire, Tremor envisions himself becoming a demigod, someone who would rival Raiden and Fusion themselves. From forgotten spin-off enemy to potential elemental powerhouse, Tremor's arc in MKX is a story of reclamation, both in lore and real-world legacy.
Standing over Shinnok, Tremor reveled in his power. Much had changed since the Black Dragon's excursion to the Dream Realm. Kano had sent Tremor's team there to retrieve a psych bomb to be used in Kano's theft of Shinnok's amulet. Exposure to that realm had increased Tremor's power and expanded his mind. He would evolve into an Earth Elemental, a demigod whose power would rival that of Raiden and Fujin.
Master Bo Raicho's appearance on Mortal Kombat X feels like a nod to the old guard. A reminder that while Earthrealm's younger champions now lead the charge, it was Bo Raicho who helped mold some of their greatest warriors. Liu Kang, Kung Lao, these weren't his pupils, they were his legacy. Despite being born in Outworld, Bo Raicho has always fought for Earthrealm survival, mentoring from the sidelines with the mug in hand and a belly full of bravado. His unorthodox methods, complete with drunken sways and vomiting attacks, bellied the fact that he was one of the most disciplined and insightful martial artist masters in the franchise. In his ending, the tables turn. With Earthrealm becoming the aggressor, Bo Raicho doesn't hesitate to pick up the mantle to defend his birthplace, even if it means standing against Raiden. It's a surprise stance, but a consistent one. Bo Raicho's allegiance was never about borders or realms. It was about protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. And here he returns to his roots to ensure Outworld's next generation is ready to fight. The master may be drunk and often comic relief, but in moments like these, he reminds everyone why he's called Master of Combat.
Having learned that Outworld was now protected by the Mortal Kombat tournament, Bo Raicho returned to defend his homeworld. He was no friend of Kotal Khan, but no realm deserved subjugation. Bo Raicho began training Outworld warriors for the fight to come. With Bo Raicho's fighting skills and leadership, Outworld repelled the Earthrealm aggressors. His former friend Raiden had been denied.
Triborg is what happens when you take the ghosts of the Cyber Initiative and give them a second chance. Only this time, there's no humanity left to hold them back. Compromising the minds of Sector, Cyrax, and Smoke, this agglomeration was never meant to exist, yet it does. And it represents the terrifying conclusion of the Lin Kuei's darkest ambitions. Unlike his Cyber Ninja predecessors, Triborg isn't tied to one identity. He's a walking archive of Lin Kuei knowledge, skills, and cold, lethal precision. What makes him even more dangerous is that he was born not in the traditional sense, but rebuilt, pieced together from backup data like a hard drive from hell. In his ending, we see how far he's willing to go. Not only does he slaughter the entire special forces, but he uses their own tech to resurrect an army of cybernetic killers. No longer the Lin Kuei, but a rebranded nightmare. This isn't just vengeance or survival, it's extinction wrapped in chrome. Triborg isn't looking to restore the Cyber Initiative. He wants to perfect it, eliminate the organic world, and rebuild and build something entirely synthetic, something permanent.
After destroying Shinnok, Triborg turned his attention to the Special Forces. General Blade and the others fought valiantly, but their human weaknesses led to their inevitable defeat. Now with access to the SF computer network, Triborg used it to interface with the Lin Kuei storage drives from which he was spawned. He saved the brainwave data of dozens of his Lin Kuei brothers and sisters to the SF servers. The SF laboratories provided the materials necessary for Triborg to create cybernetic bodies for each one. Soon the downloads were complete. The Cyber Lin Kuei had been reformed. But because Sub-Zero had forever sullied the clan's name, Triborg decided to begin anew. He would henceforth be known as the leader of the deadliest clan in all the realms, the Takunin.
We are now going to get into the guest movie characters, starting with Alien. The alien's arrival in Mortal Kombat is a brutal collision of sci-fi horror and pure savagery. Originating from the Alien film franchise, The xenomorphs are a parasitic species known for their deadly life cycle, implanting embryos inside hosts that then violently burst forth. In this case, the host was a Tarkatan warrior, which means his xeno didn't just emerge, it evolved, gaining the ferocity and weaponized autonomy of a Tarkatan. Blade-like arms, primal rage, and acidic blood? That's not a fighter. That's a walking death sentence. What's fascinating is how seamlessly this creature fits within Outworld's violent ecosystem. It's not here to win tournaments or assert dominance through honor or revenge. It's just instinct. Hunt, kill, reproduce. Its presence isn't personal. It's biological inevitability. There's something terrifyingly cold about that. In a realm full of villains with vendettas, the alien is a force of nature, one you can't reason with and can't negotiate out of violence. In Alien's ending, its invasion doesn't just continue, it succeeds. After slaughtering Shinnok, it establishes a hive and breeds a new queen. Outworld becomes ground zero for a xenomorph infestation, and even Kotal Khan can't stop.
The alien tore through Shinnok's flesh, reducing him to a bloody pulp. The creature then returned to its nest in Outworld. It continued to venture forth looking for suitable hosts for use in establishing a new hive. The alien found more than a few intriguing species and dragged them back to its lair. Once a queen had been spawned, the alien's new hive multiplied quickly and spread unchecked throughout the realm. Emperor Kotal Khan attempted to save Outworld in a desperate final attack on the alien's main nesting ground. The attack failed. Outworld belonged to the aliens.
Jason Voorhees is the embodiment of an unstoppable vengeance. Hailing from the Friday the 13th franchise, he's not just a warrior in the traditional Mortal Kombat sense. He's a supernatural force of retribution, drowned as a child and driven by the rage of his mother's murder. Jason rises again and again, not out of duty or conquest, but pure blind fury. His combat style is now brutal and utterly relentless, just like in the films. He doesn't talk, he doesn't flinch, he just kills. His presence in Mortal Kombat is fitting when you think about it. Outworld and Earthrealm are filled with monsters, remnants, and murderers, but none as single-minded as Jason. He's like a slasher villain, let loose in a tournament of killers, and he fits disturbingly well. Characters like Scorpion and Noob Saibot fight with purpose and ideology. Jason just kills because that's what he does. In his ending, Liu Kang, the new ruler of the Netherrealm, sees Jason's potential and tries to recruit him. It's a logical move, turn tireless killer into a weapon of war. But Jason, ever the lone force, rejects the offer in the only way he knows how, by turning Liu Kang into a corpse. There's a poetic simplicity to that. Jason doesn't join teams. He doesn't take orders. He's a final jump scare you never see coming until it's already over.
Like Scorpion, Jason Voorhees was a revenant. A vengeful spirit returned to life. Hundreds had fallen victim to his bloodlust. Liu Kang, now ruler of the Netherrealm, took notice. An immortal killer like Jason would be useful in his plans for conquest. He drew Jason into the Netherrealm and offered him an endless bounty of slaughter in return for his allegiance. Jason's simple reply was to destroy Liu Kang.
Leatherface enters Mortal Kombat not as a warrior, but as a butcher. A walking, grunting horror show from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. There's no grand plan or twisted ideology behind his actions. He's not here for honor, vengeance, or to protect a realm. Leatherface kills because his family told him to go find good meat. That's it. And that's terrifying, and that terrifying simplicity makes him one of the most unsettling characters on the roster. He doesn't speak, he doesn't strategize, he just charges in with a chainsaw, fueled by animalistic instinct and family tradition. Where other fighters calculate and counter, Leatherface flails and hacks. He's chaos personified, a backwoods slasher turned combatant, wearing the faces of his victims with disturbing pride. The idea that he wandered through the portal into Outworld, sampled by its inhabitants, and deemed the insectoid kitten delicious is exactly the kind of twisted storytelling that only Mortal Kombat could pull off with a straight face. In his ending, Leatherface slaughters Johnny Cage to impress Cassie, whom he's fixated on like a deranged child with a crush. When his grotesque gift of Johnny's skinned face fails to win her over, he kills her too. And he does to her what he does best. He turns her into another mask, another meal. It's gruesome, disturbing, and fully in line with his slasher film legacy. Leatherface doesn't belong to any realm. Not Earth, not Outworld, and definitely not your nightmares. Yet, here he is, chainsaw revving, mask ready, and completely at home.
Leatherface had cut down the old man in the strange outfit. Maybe now that he was dead, the pretty yellow-haired gum-chewing girl would notice Leatherface. Putting on his fanciest mask, Leatherface found the army camp where the pretty girl could be found most days. He had to cut through a few guards and more than a few of her friends to get to her, but it was worth it. He pulled out the old man's face, which he'd saved for the girl as a present. The girl didn't want the present, and she wasn't being nice. So Leatherface chopped her into tiny pieces for Drayton to use in his chili. He then took off his mask and set to work on the girl's face. If she wasn't going to be his girlfriend, she could be his in other ways.
Predator might not have a backstory rooted in Mortal Kombat mythos, but his inclusion feels surprisingly natural. Much like the otherworldly warriors already present in his franchise, Predator thrives in environments built on ritual, blood, and honor. What separates him from the rest, though, is that he's not here for conquest or revenge. He fights purely for the thrill of it. That actually makes him one of the more dangerous entities in the roster. He doesn't need a motive to kill you. He just wants the challenge. In his ending, we see exactly how far the bloodlust can go when paired with Mortal Kombat's dark magic. The idea of the Predator dissecting sorcery like it's another piece of tech to reverse engineer is both hilarious and terrifying. Once again, he figures out it's game over for anyone. Earthrealm, Outworld, the whole world's wiped out. He becomes the apex predator, not just by name, but by essence. It's a natural escalation for a being whose sole purpose is domination through combat. What's fun about Predator's appearance is how he blends the sci-fi fantasy extremes of both universes. He's got the looks of a high-tech hunter, but fits right into the brutal rhythm of Mortal Kombat. The gear, the brutality, the finishers, everything is on brand. And whether you know his films or not, one thing's clear. When he steps into the arena, he's not here to make friends. He's there to collect skulls.
Called Earth produced many worthy opponents, which made for excellent sport. Some possessed a power previously unknown to the Predator's race, sorcery. The Predator sought to harness this new power for use in his conquests. He analyzed a trophy from a recent battle and eventually discovered its secrets. With the power of sorcery, the Predator was unstoppable and decimated whole worlds single-handedly. He had become the apex predator.
Round 5. Fight!
When Mortal Kombat X dropped, it wasn't just another fighting game. This was NetherRealm flexing. The series had finally caught up with the times. Everything from its visuals to its mechanics screamed next gen. But more importantly, it felt like Mortal Kombat finally knew exactly what it wanted to be. Brutal, cinematic, and endlessly replayable. The bones of the series were still there, but they were now wrapped in a fully modern shell. No filler, no gimmicks, just pure, polished chaos. Let's start with the most immediate thing. The gameplay is tight. Whether you're pulling off uppercuts, launching x-rays, or trying to juggle someone in a corner with one of Kung Jin's stab combos, it all just flows. Movement is snappier than Mortal Kombat 9. Inputs feel more responsive, and the game has weight without ever being sluggish. That's important because with the new variation system, you need that mechanical precision. Every character has 3 distinct playstyles to choose from before a match, and it completely changes how you approach a fight. This wasn't just a gimmick, it gave the roster serious depth. You weren't just learning a character, you were mastering 3 mini versions of them. The roster itself was a balanced mix of old and new. You had your classics, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Liu Kang, and Raiden, but now you had newcomers like Cassie, Kotal, and Devora stepping in to claim their own spotlight. Some characters surprised fans and quickly became staples. Devora, for example, didn't just feel unique, she was unique. Her insect-based offense, her creepy design, and the way she wove into the story, you remembered her. The same goes for Aaron Black. He's literally a cowboy in Mortal Kombat, and somehow it worked. Outside of 1v1 battles, Mortal Kombat X offers more content than any other fighting game at the time. Story mode was cinematic and fast-paced, splitting the player across a variety of characters in short chapters. The 4-hour campaign was essentially a tutorial disguised as a blockbuster movie. Then you had towers, both classic and living. The classic tower was straight out of the arcade era. Climb a ladder, beat a boss, and unlock a character ending. But living towers change hourly or daily, keeping things fresh with modifiers like fireballs raining from the sky or sudden slow motion. It gave the solo experience a much needed edge and kept people playing even when they weren't online. And then there's the Crypt, an expanded first-person dungeon crawler full of secrets, jump scares, and unlockables. You use coins to open tombs, unlock concept art, skins, fatalities, and more. It wasn't just a menu with icons, it was an experience. And for longtime fans, that sense of discovery brought back memories of playing the old games and hearing rumors about secret characters and hidden content. Of course, you can't talk MK without mentioning fatalities. In MKX, there are some of the most over-the-top finishers the series has ever produced. Faces were split, spines were ripped out, women took selfies, eyeballs popped out like bubble wrap, and thanks to smoother inputs and the simplified finishers menu, it was actually possible to pull them off without looking up a guide. On top of that, brutalities made a return. Quick, snappy finishers that trigger under certain conditions, letting fights end mid-combo without the finish him screen. They were slick and sometimes more satisfying than a full cinematic kill. Multiplayer and online were solid for the time, though not without some hiccups. But the real innovation came with the faction system. Players picked the Clan, Lin Kuei, White Lotus, Special Forces, Brotherhood of Shadow, or Black Dragon, and earned XP through their matches. The whole community progress fed into weekly events, rewards, and even faction-specific fatalities. It was a creative way to make the whole game feel more connected and alive, even when playing solo. The presentation delivers praise too. Visually, the game was stunning for its time. Gore never looked so good, and audibly the crack of bones, the scream of defeated fighters, and the subtle stage music all elevated the tension. Dialogue before the fights added personality and history to each matchup, depending on the world building without ever getting in the way. For the purists out there, Mortal Kombat X lets you throw down with no character variation at all. By hitting up triangle or up Y at the variation select screen, you can strip your fighter down to their core moveset. No gimmicks, no added techniques, just raw fundamentals. It's a hidden feature that feels like a love letter to the old school MK community, where the skill gap wasn't padded by loadouts or perks. If you want to master your character without relying on gimmicks, this is the way to do it. Triborg might have been the big fusion to the classic Cyber Ninjas, but hidden within him was a surprise fan favorite, Cyber Sub-Zero. To access this secret 4 variation, you select Triborg, press up Y at the variation screen or up triangle at the variation screen. Triborg turns blue. The variation is labeled with 3 question marks, and boom, you're slicing through the competition as MK9's Icy Machine. No menu prompts, no guidance, just classic arcade style discovery that rewards players who experiment. If you held Option while picking a fighter's costume, you'd activate an alternate color scheme, a slick detail that isn't obvious at first glance. It's a small bonus, but gives each skin a little extra flair, letting players stand out in casual or competitive play. From alternate tournament looks to palette swap classics, Mortal Kombat X made sure your character could look as dangerous as they played. Mortal Kombat X isn't stingy when it comes to content. Nearly every character has alternate skins, and many are unlocked by beating the classic tower, completing specific in-game feats, or digging through the crypt's maze of unlockable tombs. We're talking everything from Wrathful Shinnok to Farmer Jax to Ninja Mime Johnny Cage, which they should have used in the trailer, each with their own unlock method. Some require you to dominate King of the Hill, pull off 15 double flaws victories, or grind faction challenges. Others came from syncing with the mobile app. It's a grind, but a rewarding one, and give dedicated players a reason to explore every mode the game has to offer. At the end of the day, MKX was more than just an iteration. It was a turning point. It proved the series could evolve mechanically, narratively, and visually without losing its soul. It kept its identity while adding meaningful depth across the board, and most importantly, it felt good to play. Brutal, responsive, rewarding. The kind of game that reminded fans why Mortal Kombat isn't just surviving the test of time, it's thriving.
Round 6. Fight!
Mortal Kombat X officially dropped on April 14, 2015, launching simultaneously for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. At first glance, these versions might look identical. They all share the same roster, gameplay, mechanics, and content, but under the hood, there were some notable differences depending on where you played. Let's start with the PS4. This was essentially the most stable console version at launch. It ran at a native 1080p with a constant 60 frames per second during fights. Sure, there were a few hiccups, mainly when transitioning from cutscene to gameplay, but overall, it delivered the cleanest image and most polished performance out of the gate. If you wanted the best MKX experience on console, PS4 was the way to go. The Xbox One version, not bad at all, but it did come with a few visual concessions. Instead of a locked 1080p, it used dynamic resolution scaling, sometimes dipping as low as 1360 by 1080. That means things can look a little softer in motion. Frame rate wise, it was still solid, holding a near 60 frames per second most of the time, though the cinematics were a bit choppier with some pacing stutters. Still a strong version, not as quite clean as the PS4. Now, the PC port, this one is a mixed bag. In theory, it had the most potential. Higher resolutions, better texture filtering, flexible control support, and ability to mod. But at launch, it was kind of a mess. Online matchmaking was broken for a few weeks, the install process was buggy, and graphical settings were bare bones. For a game that looked incredible on console, the PC version ironically felt undercooked. Even on the beefy rigs, features like anti-aliasing were locked to FXAA and X-rays, and fatalities were still capped at 30 frames per second, just like on console. It took community mods at post-launch patches to get the PC version in fighting shape. One last thing to consider is the online community, where all versions share the same core experience. PS4 had the most active player base, especially early on. It was easier to find matches, participate in faction wars, and enjoy the online suite. Xbox One had a respectable crowd, but PC players' base was smaller, and the rocky launch didn't help. Unless you have friends to play with or were willing to mod and tweak, the PC version felt more like a solo grind. At the end of the day, Mortal Kombat X was built to be enjoyed on any platform, but some versions clearly had the edge. Whether you were slicing skulls on PS4, throwing spears on Xbox, or tweaking your loadouts on PC, the fight was still brutal and the blood still flowed. Mortal Kombat XL dropped on March 1st, 2016 for Xbox One and PlayStation 4, with the PC release following later that October. This was the definitive edition of Mortal Kombat X, the complete package, designed for anyone who either missed the original or just wanted the full experience in one go. It bundled everything: the base game, both combat packs, and all previously released DLC. That meant 9 extra characters, a mix of Mortal Kombat veterans and guest icons like Jason Voorhees, Leatherface, and Xenomorph from Alien. On top of that, it threw in dozens of new skins, costumes, brutalities, and classic fatalities to round things out. But this wasn't just a cosmetic upgrade. Mortal Kombat XL also came with key gameplay improvements. The online netcode was completely overhauled, making for a much smoother multiplayer experience, which had been a weak spot in the original launch. Balancing adjustments made sure the roster felt more fair across the board, and the return of stage fatalities gave longtime fans something nostalgic to dig into. In terms of content and polish, this was NetherRealm at their most generous. Now, for anyone wondering, no, Mortal Kombat XL didn't include any new story content. The cinematic campaign from the base game remained untouched. If you were hoping for a new chapter or extended ending, that wasn't part of the deal. But in fairness, this release was never marketed as a story expansion. It was about giving players everything else they might have missed in one go. So why choose Mortal Kombat XL over the base game? Simple. It's the most complete version of MKX. Whether you're coming in fresh or returning after a break, XL gives you the full roster, polished gameplay, and every brutal extra that came out during the game's original run. If you're looking to experience MKX the way it was truly meant to be played, this is the version to pick up. Mortal Kombat Mobile launched on iOS on April 7, 2015, and Android a month later on May 5th. Originally released as a companion to Mortal Kombat X, it's since evolved into its own full-fledged experience. Celebrating its 10th anniversary in 2025, the game has carved out a unique space in the franchise by mixing texturing-friendly combat with collectible card mechanics. It's free to play, but it packs a surprising amount of depth for a mobile title, especially when it comes to character variety and customization. The core of the game revolves around 3v3 team battles. You assemble squads of fighters with different classes, special moves, and passive abilities that synergize in battle. While it's fast and flashy on the surface, the team composition and gear loadouts matter just as much as reflexes. With over 175 characters and counting, the roster is massive. What makes Mortal Kombat Mobile feel authentically Mortal Kombat is its finishing moves. Fatalities, brutalities, and even friendships all make their way into the game, but with a twist. They're tied to certain gear or event-specific conditions, making them feel like earned rewards instead of gimmicks. Collectible card mechanics drive progression. Characters, equipments, and upgrades are acquired through random packs, in-game currency, or timed events. The fusion system lets you power up duplicates, and gear plays as a huge role in how effective a fighter becomes. Mortal Kombat Mobile was built for short bursts of action, but it still retains the violent flair and dramatic tone the series was known for. While monetized through in-app purchases, the game offers enough free content and progression paths to keep casual players engaged. And those who want to dive deeper, there's a robust system of collection fusion and gear management that rewards dedication. It also helps that the community is active and supported. Frequent balance patches, seasonal content drops, and rotating events keep the game fresh. Whether you're a die-hard Mortal Kombat fan or just someone looking for a fun, portable fighter, Mortal Kombat Mobile has cemented itself as more than just a spin-off. It's a staple of the franchise in its own right.
Round 7. Fight!
Mortal Kombat X came out swinging and landed a brutal hit with both critics and fans alike. The game was praised for its refined combat, strong roster, and cinematic presentation. Metacritic scores landed solidly across all platforms, with the Xbox One version leading the pack at 86 and PS4 not far behind at 83, and the PC sitting at a slightly lukewarm 76. But numbers aside, the bigger headline is that MKX became the fastest selling game in franchise history, topping sales charts in both the US and UK during launch month. Critics had a lot of good things to say. Game Informer called it one of the best fighting games in years, praising its complex mechanics and online modes. IGN and game trailers echoed that sentiment, with IGN labeling it the best Mortal Kombat to date thanks to its deeper systems and refreshed roster. The story mode got high marks too. Games Radar found it surprisingly entertaining, and several reviewers pointed out how well it blended voice acting, pacing, and cinematic flair. But it wasn't all flawless victory. Some critics were aimed at the single-player content beyond story mode, inconsistent online performance, and the heavy presence of DLC and microtransactions. GameSpot, for example, loved the core gameplay, but couldn't ignore the monetization creeping into the experience. And PC players had their own gripes, especially with bugs and online stability, with some even losing save data early on. Still, for every jab, there was a counter. Reviewers applauded the game's brutalities and chapter variety, and the way the combat system remained accessible while offering depth. Mortal Kombat X managed to satisfy longtime fans and pull in a new generation of players while evolving the franchise's formula. By 2019, the game has sold over 12 million copies worldwide, making it not just a critical success, but a commercial juggernaut. For the average player, Mortal Kombat X was a breath of fresh air, a brutal return to form. Many fans felt like this was NetherRealm finally firing on all cylinders, tight mechanics, a darker tone, and a cinematic story that gave old and new characters their due. People were impressed with how the game felt modern without losing that raw classic MK edge. It struck a good balance, easy to pick up, but deep enough for longtime fans to sink their teeth into. But of course, it wasn't all perfect. One common complaint was the stage variety, or rather, the lack of it. And even through brutalities, there were a welcome addition. The removal of Tag Combat and the heavily lean into DLC rubbed some folks the wrong way. They were feeling that certain features or characters were being held behind a paywall just for the sake of monetization. That said, a lot of gamers still called it a must-play. Even with its flaws, players respected the depth, the polish, and the sheer content packed into the game. Most agreed it wasn't just one of the best MK games. It was one of the best fighters of that generation.
Round 8. Fight!
I have a lot of memories tied to this game. Back in high school, I remember watching that first trailer with Wiz Khalifa's Can't Be Stopped playing in the background. And I knew I was looking at something special. I had just beaten Mortal Kombat 9 into the ground, and I was hyped for whatever was next. Sadly, I couldn't afford to buy MKX at that time, but my best friend had it along with all the combat packs. So for a while before school, I got to experience the gameplay long before I ever saw the full story unfold. And let me tell you, the gameplay back then felt smooth, fluid, and incredibly fun. The brutality stood out to me. They weren't just flashy, they added a layer of unpredictability. Sometimes they triggered without warning and made you pay attention to what you are doing. It gave fights this edge that felt fresh. The environments also felt alive, like they were characters themselves. You could really tell that NetherRealm was pushing to make each match feel cinematic. Of course, this game carried over some design elements from Injustice, and thankfully I got to play that because it was on PS3. Replaying MKX for this video, I can honestly say the gameplay still holds up. These early NetherRealm titles had real soul to them. You can tell when a game is made with love versus when it's just a shell of microtransactions. MKX was a complete package, not just a launchpad for seasonal content. Now, as for the story, diving into the comic for the first time added a whole new layer for me. Honestly, that comic could have worked as an anime, especially with how good the Mortal Kombat Legends movies turned out. I do wish I got to see that narrative adapted as a full game, but I understand why it couldn't. Characters like Cassie, Jackie, and Takeda were minors in the comic, and you can't exactly show them getting hit with fatalities. It's the same reason Midway originally aged up Shijinko in Deception. Still, Havoc and Rico were too majorly behind. That comic felt like the true sequel to Mortal Kombat 4, the sequel we never got. Understand, we were robbed of that story back in the late 90s, after MK4. But here, Mortal Kombat X gave NetherRealm a chance to right those wrongs. And in many ways, they did. Now don't get me wrong, the story in MKX wasn't bad, but I will say it lacked that real sense of danger. Think back to MK9, where by the end of the game, almost everyone was dead. That story had some true weight to it. It felt like no one was safe. Here, none of our heroes die. It doesn't hit with that same emotional or shocking impact. But what this game did give us was the aftermath. It showed us how the events of MK9 shaped the world. Even after a 20-year time skip, only 3 remnants were saved. That lingering mystery gave MK9 some serious narrative longevity. In the end, MKX wasn't just a 10th entry or NetherRealm's first game on the 8th generation. It was something more. It was a chance to bridge the past and the future, to give fans the MK5 they never got, and to finally bring the franchise long lost story threads full circle. If you made it to the end of this video, I salute you. This was hands down the heaviest script I've ever written, and I truly hope it was worth your time. And I've been battling this thing for about a few weeks. I just had a power outage while trying to make this video, but as you can see, I'm still here. Now, of course, next Saturday, we're diving back into the Rockstar Takeover with Grand Theft Auto Liberty City stories. And as you're watching this, I'm already deep in the editing trenches for that video. Before I head out, if you want to support the channel, the best way is by making sure you're subscribed. And if you enjoyed this video, hitting that like button really helps push it out to more viewers. Now, if you want to go the extra mile and donate to the channel, you can always buy me a cup of coffee. Every bit helps. Oh, and keep an eye out, because the following Saturday, I'll be kicking off another brand new takeover for another iconic franchise. But for now, enjoy this sneak peek at the intro for what's coming in 2 weeks. This is the Retro Phantom, signing out.
I started out with nothing. Just a kid from the streets with nothing to lose. Once I joined the 3rd Street Saints, everything started going my way.
Alright, everybody listen up. We got some serious to discuss.
You earned your colors today.
I think it's time we give those other crews a wake-up call. The Saints used to own Stillwater, and it seems like the only that remember that is me and Gak.
Shit took me half the time.
Welcome to the 3rd Street Saints. Let's get down to business.